Don't miss the awesome Naruto stories my sister creates. Her last channel was hacked, so to stay in the loop, please subscribe to her new channel. It would mean a lot to her, and you won't regret it. Hello to all lovers of lemon scenes. I invite you all to my boosty so you can watch your favorite Naruto What If stories in complete comfort. A subscription to Naruto Lemon, the first video with a full lemon, is already on my boosty channel. Dare! A lonely moon illuminates the evening Konoha, one of the hidden shinobi villages. The usually calm and quiet village was now experiencing a natural disaster. This was the nickname of the strongest of the nine-tailed beasts. It was a huge fox with 9 tails and red fur. Large, bloodshot eyes with a vertical pupil were filled with hatred and the desire to destroy everything that came into their field of vision. Now he was only 2 kilometers from the village, barely restrained by hundreds of brave shinobi who, without sparing themselves, defended their native village. They were all waiting for the arrival of the Hokage, the leader of their village. The fox sucked in air into his lungs and exhaled a huge stream of fire at the people standing in front of him. 8 shinobi could not escape, even using their most powerful defensive techniques. About 5 more defenders received varying degrees of burns and dropped out of the battle. A medical team immediately arrived to them and, while the monster was distracted by other warriors, carried them away from the battlefield. "Hold him until the 4th arrives," shouted the wounded shinobi in the form of a jonin. "Just a little more." A comrade standing next to him supported him. The shinobi, working in teams, began to use their most powerful joint techniques with the last of their strength. This time they managed to drive the demon away a couple of tens of meters. Finally, after another couple of minutes, a huge toad appeared on the battlefield with a pop. A tall, blond man stood on her head. In his hands he held a bundle with a child, and in his blue eyes one could read determination and confidence in his actions. It was the 4th Hokage of Konoha, Namikaze Minato. The toad came close to the fox. Minato began to quickly form a long series of seals for the sealing technique, and a bright glow erupted from his hands. 20 minutes later it was all over. On a small altar, surrounded by candles, lay a child. Judging by his appearance, he was still a baby. He was a fair-haired boy with stripes on his cheeks, 3 on each cheek. He waved his small arms erratically, and tears flowed continuously from his baby eyes. Minato's dead body lay nearby, his head turned towards the child, and frozen tears were visible on his closed eyelids. A group of doctors was already rushing towards them at full speed, when suddenly an unknown person appeared nearby. It was impossible to see him because he was wearing a long black cloak with a deep hood. He was of average height and not broad in the shoulders. A couple of moments, and the last body in a white medical suit smoothly sinks to the ground, unconscious. The stranger silently picked up the screaming baby, put him to sleep with a light touch to his forehead and, after casting a quick glance at the Hokage's body, disappeared from the scene. The shinobi team arrived half an hour later and found the dead bodies of 3 doctors and Minato. Morning of the next day. "Sarutobi, how do we understand this?" An elderly man of about 50, whose body was half hidden by bandages, asked patiently. His wrinkled face featured a chin with a scar in the shape of a cross. The right eye was also covered with bandages. And his left eye, with a small black pupil, looked contemptuously at the face of an elderly man standing in front of him, about the same age, with gray hair sticking out in all directions and stripes coming from the same black eyes. The old man was wearing a shabby, sometimes torn old samurai suit, which made it easy to guess that he had recently taken part in hostilities. There were 2 more old men nearby. "Are you kidding us? Not only did we lose an almost perfect Jinchuriki, then the death of the Hokage, but we also kidnapped a new Jinchuriki. What were you doing all this time? Where were you looking? What were you thinking about, after all? Two other old men continued to press on the man. They were completely nondescript, with wrinkled faces and, unlike the other two, were dressed in expensive clothes. I can only say what I know myself. Our sensors were unable to detect the remnants of alien chakra, except for the demon's chakra. It interrupts the remnants of human chakra. The medics sent to help Minato were killed quickly and painlessly, with precise kunai strikes to the heart. The child was kidnapped. A group of searchers sent in pursuit could not find the stranger either by smell or by footprints. It was only possible to find out that there was only one attacker. It was a shinobi of at least jonin rank. The old man finished and looked expectantly at his interlocutors. No, the old shinobi did not bow to them, he simply understood that their indignation was well-founded. He knew that no matter how rotten these people were, they still wanted what was best for the village. And for him, the village was much more important than his own principles. And now he was ready to work with them together, because now the village, which his teachers entrusted to him as the third Hokage, was in great danger. The interlocutors, after listening to him, calmed down and carefully began to think about something. The man who was wearing expensive clothes was the first to continue the conversation. I guess it's stupid to ask yourself why someone needed a Jinchuriki. He began slowly. The question is who could know about this? After all, as far as I understand, the decision to seal the Kyubi was made at the last moment. Therefore, it was someone from the Hokage's entourage. Hamura made a logical conclusion, that was the name of this old man. Consequently, it could be any of the Jounins or Anbu. We shouldn't forget about the heads of the clans, especially the Uchiha clan. I don't like the way they've been behaving lately. Danzo expressed his opinion. That was the name of the old man with the scar on the chin. Although everyone here treated each other with disdain, they all did not doubt each other's devotion to the village. Therefore, none of those present even thought about the involvement of any of them in what happened. If it calms you down, then I agree with you. It could have been one of the trusted Jounin. After another hour of discussion, a lot of arguments and conclusions on both sides, everyone came to a common opinion and made several very important decisions. And they decided to announce their decision at the Grand Council of Konoha, which, in addition to them, included the heads of the strongest clans, a representative of ordinary civilians, individual jonins, and an envoy from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. All decisions were made 4 hours later at the Konoha Grand Council. The former third Hokage became the new Hokage. It was decided to conduct an internal investigation. Still, the loss of a Jinchuriki is a very serious problem. The village actually lost its main weapon. By the way, the nine-tailed demon had previously been sealed in the Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Kushina, and the village had an almost perfect Jinchuriki who could handle the fox's chakra well. Everyone believed that the demon had escaped from her after giving birth, taking advantage of the weakening of the seal. They decided to forget about the child and spread rumors that he died during childbirth when the fox was struggling. However, the loss of the Jinchuriki was also hidden, accepting as a fact that it was a child from the Yuzuki family, the 5-year-old daughter of the brother of the head of the family. Her name was Yugao Yuzuki. This was done to prevent other villages from attacking Konoha while it was weakened. Those few shinobi who knew the truth. Evening of the same day. A stranger in a black cloak came out into a small clearing surrounded by trees. He stopped near a lonely stone in the center of the clearing and placed the bundle with the sleeping baby on the ground. Then he made about 5 seals, and the stone, moving back slightly, opened the entrance. It was a tunnel and it went in the direction from where the unknown person had been running for almost a day. The tunnel was very long, about 5 kilometers, and gradually went deeper. Finally, after an hour of brisk walking, the tired shinobi came out into a large room located underground. It was round and consisted of several levels. And in the center there was a strange medium-sized structure, equipped with many sensors and devices. People in blue overalls were scurrying around it, studying something and writing in journals, and attached to it was a large container, judging by the inscriptions on it, intended to store a huge amount of chakra. Everything here was made of iron: stairs, floors, rooms, various mechanisms, and the ceiling visible high above the levels. The man walked to the right along the level, turned into the first opening leading deeper into the base, and went straight. After 15 minutes of calm walking, he turned into one of the branches of the corridor and entered the third door on the left. It was a gloomy room. The furniture there was a simple desk, a chair, and a large iron cabinet. Instead of windows, all rooms of the underground shelter had ventilation. A single, dying candle cast faint rays of light on a pale man with short brown hair sitting at the table. The task is completed. The object has been delivered. After these words, the person who entered, a guy, as one could guess from his voice, bowed and began to wait for further instructions. Take him to the third level, let the doctors examine him, and you can begin your regular duties, the man said in a steely and emotionless voice and, standing up, headed towards the closet. Yes, yes, the guy answered and left the room without taking off his cloak. 3 years have passed since the Kyuubi's attack on Konoha. During this time, the third Hokage managed to restore the village, but it no longer had the same combat power. The reason for this was not so much the loss of the Jinchuriki, but the death of many skilled warriors, promising geniuses and, most importantly, the loss of the Hokage, the strongest in the entire history of the village. The civilian population of the village decreased by a quarter, and the ninja army after 3 years became half the size. Now the strongest hidden village was Kuma. After her came Iva, Kiri and Suna. The latter, due to the concluded alliance with Konoha, helped her in restoration. Now all the villages had no time for war. Kuma and Iwa were accumulating their combat power. Kiri was recovering from the previous bloody regime that was established by the previous Mitsukage. For now, Suna led a peaceful life. Thanks to all these factors, now the weakest of the 5 great villages was not attacked. She was no longer considered a serious threat at all. But not everything in Konoha was as bad as it might seem. There were still great clans with improved genomes, such as the Uchiha, Hyuga, Inuzuka, Akimichi, Yamanaka and Nara. The fighters of all these clans had unique abilities that were inaccessible to ordinary shinobi. Also, orders for missions decreased slightly, and they gave a very good profit, considering that now there were half as many people to support. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, firmly believed that Konoha would rise from its knees as soon as a new generation grew up. Life went on. Underground base, 3 years later. Well, your task is almost completed, said a pale man with brown hair. Yes, the child is completely healthy, the studies had almost no effect on his body. I did everything you asked. Although it was very difficult, the result is worth it, answered a bald, thin man of about 50, dressed in a white robe. What do you mean, almost? Well, during the research, the patient's hair turned quite a bit gray, due to the large number of drugs used. And everything's fine, the bald man answered in a slightly joking tone. Okay, so I understand that all the written research details are in this folder? Looking at the medium-thick green folder, the man said. That's right, Ryusuke-san, confirmed the man in the white coat, putting the folder on the table. This concludes your task for now. You are free. Payment, as specified in the contract. You'll get it on the way out. Okay, see you later. I'll see you again, the man finally said and left the gloomy room. Immediately after this, a plump woman of about 40, with short blonde hair, brown eyes and a thoughtful expression, entered the room. She had a piece of paper in her hands. Here, she said, handing the sheet to the man. He took it and began to read. Is that all you need? Ryusuke asked after finishing reading the contents of the sheet. Well, for now, yes, the woman answered after thinking a little. Okay, come see me in 2 days. A week has passed. It's good to see you, Danzo-sama, Ryusuke said, giving up the only chair in the room to the bandaged old man. How are things going with our Jinchuriki? He asked nervously without saying hello. Everything is going according to plan, the necessary research has been carried out successfully. The guy is very strong, resilient and, judging by the analyses, he already has expressed inclinations to control as many as 3 elements of chakra. He got lightning, wind, and earth. And the strangest thing is that they are all expressed equally. The fire has not yet appeared. This is the main thing. You will learn the rest from the doctor's reports. Ryusuke made a short report. Fine. You have no idea how much effort it takes me to fool the Hokage and his advisors. Especially advisors. They're snakes, they think I'm on a leash. Danzo-sama, there were some problems. They were ANBU, and a couple of times Jounin and Chunin came across us. But they have all been liquidated. I guarantee that no one knows about the existence of this place. It is in your interests that it be so. Okay, I'm free for now. Ryusuke left the room and Danzo began reading the report. 2 hours later, Danzo finished reading the report and began to think hard about his further actions. Great. This means that in order for this brat not to die while extracting the Biju, you need to train his body well and develop his own chakra as much as possible. It will take many years, but the result is worth it. The blood of his parents is strong in him. If he survives, he will make an excellent chain dog. In the meantime, we need to develop a strategy for the next 5 years, the old shinobi thought. Danzo stayed at his secret base for 2 more days. Listen to me carefully, Ryusuke. Your task remains the same, you must monitor this base. Here's the plan I came up with for the Jinchuriki. The next time I will arrive is in 5 years, by which time the guy should have the skills of a genin. I don't care how, but you will achieve it. After that, the old man got up and wandered out of the room. I'll do everything in my power, Ryusuke managed to say to the quickly retreating figure. After Danzo left his secret hideout, 2 years passed quietly and calmly for the child. There were no studies or experiments, he was not injected with any chemicals, and this period could be called a relatively bright period in Naruto's life. But 2 years later, a nightmare existence began for the cheerful 5-year-old baby. He was raised out of bed at 5 o'clock in the morning every day. Actually, what he slept on was very difficult to call a bed. It was a wooden parody of a single bed that didn't even have a futon on it. Thus, they decided to strengthen his spine and at the same time develop the guy's ideal bearing. First there were physical exercises designed for at least 10-year-old children. But since Naruto was a Jinchuriki and had super fast regeneration and superhuman endurance, they didn't spare him one bit. The training lasted until the guy fell exhausted. And as an incentive, in case of dishonest work on his part, the caretakers used a special technique of subordination using a temporary seal. As a result of using this technique, the guy experienced a sharp stabbing pain in his head, from which blood began to flow from his ears and nose. This continued until he resumed the training pace or lost consciousness. After a year of painful physical training, the torture began. The child was accustomed to pain, developed immunity against various poisons and drugs through injections of various stimulants, antidotes, and other chemicals. He was being prepared for inevitable experiments. In parallel with this, no matter how mocking it may seem, he was taught theory. He mainly studied the theory of chakra, history, human culture, ZZHMSH, laws of the cruel world of shinobi, everything about how to survive in extreme conditions. And the basics of medicine. Ethics, correct behavior in society, features of human psychology and other things that a literate, smart and intelligent person should know. Danzo did not choose the last 2 topics for study by chance. He planned to make Naruto a spy in the future, and for this, knowledge of ethics and psychology is vital. It cannot be said that, reading about the limits of decency after being slashed with a medical knife for half an hour, Naruto grasped and assimilated a lot on the fly, but it still gave results. No matter how mocking it may seem, he was taught theory. He mainly studied the theory of chakra, history, human culture, zzhmsh, laws of the cruel world of shinobi, everything about how to survive in extreme conditions, and the basics of medicine. Ethics, correct behavior in society, features of human psychology and other things that a literate, smart and intelligent person should know. Danzo did not choose the last two topics for study by chance. He planned to make Naruto a spy in the future, and for this, knowledge of ethics and psychology is vital. It cannot be said that, reading about the limits of decency after being slashed with a medical knife for half an hour, Naruto grasped and assimilated a lot on the fly, but it still gave results. No matter how mocking it may seem, he was taught theory. He mainly studied the theory of chakra, history, human culture, zzhmsh, laws of the cruel world of shinobi, everything about how to survive in extreme conditions, and the basics of medicine. Ethics, correct behavior in society, features of human psychology and other things that a literate, smart and intelligent person should know. Danzo did not choose the last two topics for study by chance. He planned to make Naruto a spy in the future, and for this, knowledge of ethics and psychology is vital. It cannot be said that, reading about the limits of decency after being slashed with a medical knife for half an hour, Naruto grasped and assimilated a lot on the fly, but it still gave results. Zzhmsh, the laws of the cruel world of shinobi, everything about how to survive in extreme conditions, and the basics of medicine. Ethics, correct behavior in society, features of human psychology and other things that a literate, smart and intelligent person should know. Danzo did not choose the last two topics for study by chance. He planned to make Naruto a spy in the future, and for this, knowledge of ethics and psychology is vital. It cannot be said that, reading about the limits of decency after being slashed with a medical knife for half an hour, Naruto grasped and assimilated a lot on the fly, but it still gave results. Zzhmsh, the laws of the cruel world of shinobi, everything about how to survive in extreme conditions, and the basics of medicine. Ethics, correct behavior in society, features of human psychology and other things that a literate, smart and intelligent person should know. Danzo did not choose the last two topics for study by chance. He planned to make Naruto a spy in the future, and for this, knowledge of ethics and psychology is vital. It cannot be said that, reading about the limits of decency after being slashed with a medical knife for half an hour, Naruto grasped and assimilated a lot on the fly, but it still gave results. Smart and intelligent person. Danzo did not choose the last two topics for study by chance. He planned to make Naruto a spy in the future, and for this, knowledge of ethics and psychology is vital. It cannot be said that, reading about the limits of decency after being slashed with a medical knife for half an hour, Naruto grasped and assimilated a lot on the fly, but it still gave results. Smart and intelligent person. Danzo did not choose the last two topics for study by chance. He planned to make Naruto a spy in the future, and for this, knowledge of ethics and psychology is vital. It cannot be said that, reading about the limits of decency after being slashed with a medical knife for half an hour, Naruto grasped and assimilated a lot on the fly, but it still gave results. After a year of torture, I began studying simple E and D class techniques, learning to throw kunai and shuriken. They also developed his speed and intensively trained him in taijutsu. After another year, not a trace remained of the cheerful child. Now he was a guy of 8 years old, of average height, with well-developed muscles for a child. The long strands of unruly yellow hair framing his handsome but gloomy face were gray in places. In the blue eyes, instead of naivety and happiness, one could read composure, prudence and understanding of what was happening around. He was wearing a black t-shirt and black pants. Both arms were bandaged up to the elbows. The bandages on his right arm hid the weapons summoning tattoos. And the bandages on his left concealed the mark that marked him as a slave, as property, and as a person without a name. This mark was in the form of a cross, on which hung a crucified man entwined with snakes. The burnt design was painted red and black. He deserved this gift for his attitude towards Ryusuke and Danzo. In this way they wanted to show him his place once and for all and break his spirit. This mark could not be removed, since it was burned right down to the bone. One day Naruto asked the same plump blonde woman who was his caretaker what he lived for. This question tormented him all his life, since at that time he still did not understand why they mocked him so much. The woman's name was Suki. In addition to blonde hair and brown eyes, she had a large nose and a small mouth that was slightly curved to the side. But, despite her terrible appearance, she was more lenient towards the guy than the others, and he was the only one who did not hate her. The woman was very surprised by such a question from the child, but remembering what kind of child he was, she quickly found a logical explanation for his behavior. Well, you have to answer this question yourself. I can't know that, although I can say from myself that I live to take care of my niece. Her mother died a long time ago, leaving behind only her daughter. And she has no one but me. And I have no one but her. She is disabled and requires daily treatment, so she needs 24-hour care. And here nurses look after her and provide her with food. That's why I'm here and work as a nurse. It may seem strange, but knowing that I can do at least something for her makes me feel happy. Naruto listened silently, although he didn't understand her. Yes, you may not understand this, she seemed to read his thoughts, but you are still too young for this, and if I did not know about the torment you are being subjected to, I would be very surprised by this question of yours. Naruto didn't react to the last words. So when you become an adult, think about what will be dear to you. I believe that they won't be able to turn you into a living vegetable, which can be found on every corner here. After all, I know you much better than them, and what's more, even better than you yourself. So, every person should protect someone? The guy concluded. Not certainly in that way. You must take care of those who are dear to you. Trust me, if you find such a person, you will understand what I mean. But I don't have any dear people, everyone around me treats me like a thing, but a very valuable one. Don't worry, when you get out of this ruinous place, perhaps you will love someone and then you will remember my words. It was difficult for the woman to explain to her child the meaning of life. It wasn't hers. Although she still managed to make the guy seriously think about her words. The woman hoped that if during her worthless life she would help at least this child not to lose himself, then her life would not be so empty and useless. But will she succeed? The woman could only hope. Soon after that conversation, Ryusuke decided that it was time for the guy to become independent, and Naruto never saw his caretaker again. When he turned 8 years old, he was given some kind of test to become a genin. This could be considered a kind of birthday present, because for the first time in his life he saw the sky. He, beaten, practically naked and hungry, was thrown into the middle of a wild forest in winter with a single kunai in his hand and ordered to hold out for 2 weeks. These 2 weeks made him much stronger. He learned to control himself in dangerous situations, understood the principle of either you or you, and began to firmly adhere to it. I learned to sense danger on an intuitive level, to catch fish, animals and even birds. He tried methods of treatment in natural conditions with the help of various herbs and massages, which he read about in medical textbooks, remembered all the ways to light a fire without matches, since he did not know natural techniques, and learned the sensitive sleep mode, which he read about in one from survival books. The point was that during sleep, with the help of regular supply of chakra to the ears and to the brain, he could hear surrounding sounds, but at the same time, again, on an intuitive level, he could distinguish between them. For example, he could not pay attention to the singing of dragonflies, the crackling of a fire, but reacted to unnatural sounds, such as breaking branches, growling animals and crunching grass. He even entered into battle and killed 2 ordinary teenagers about 12 years old for just a loaf of bread. At first he simply asked for a piece, but after a rude refusal in the form of an attempt to kick him, he followed his now basic rule, either you or you. At the same time, he was convinced in practice that it works flawlessly. It was easier for him to survive the realization that he had taken the life of another person than for others, since he was taught that without this he could not survive in this world, and this was in the order of things. In the end, he half dead, hungry and frozen, despite everything, he liked this test. After all, for the first time he saw the sky, the sun, real birds, animals, trees, and for the first time he felt the soft and sticky ground from snow under his feet. Naturally, all these 2 weeks root ANBU fighters were watching him, ready at any moment to stop him in case of escape or provide assistance in case of danger. Naruto guessed about this, so he didn't try to run, although he had such thoughts. He understood that he would not succeed. Ready at any moment to stop him in case of escape or provide assistance in case of danger. Naruto guessed about this, so he didn't try to run, although he had such thoughts. He understood that he would not succeed. Ready at any moment to stop him in case of escape or provide assistance in case of danger. Naruto guessed about this, so he didn't try to run, although he had such thoughts. He understood that he would not succeed. After his next visit, Danzo was satisfied with the guy's abilities. "Well, here we are again," said a tanned, bald man of about 50, in a white robe, cheerfully. "As far as I can see, you spared no expense, Haru," Ryusuke answered with envy, assessing the doctor's tan. "And by the way, I was on the eastern continent, can you imagine, they don't even know what a ninja is. Okay, let's get down to business. The guy is ready to be extracted, but if possible, he should be left alive. There may be difficulties with this, because it depends not on me, but on the guy himself. If he is not strong enough and weak in body, and most importantly, if his own chakra is poorly developed, then nothing will come of it. Is it worth it to rush so much?" Haru was puzzled. "I think we should wait until the guy grows up. It's immediately obvious that you are not a shinobi. Do you have any idea what a guy can do to all of us when he grows up and learns to at least partially control the terrifying power that is sealed within him? So this is a completely reasonable decision, especially since Danzo-sama ordered it. He has plans for this kid. And, by the way, you don't have to worry about his physical condition. I worked hard on it. I can imagine what you did with him. Okay, after all, I wasn't just tanning for those 5 years. It turns out that on the eastern continent medicine is much better developed than here, although this is only in theoretical terms. I managed to learn a lot of new and useful things, and I think I'll even have a couple of interesting ideas for experiments. It will take about 2 weeks for preparation and preliminary tests," the doctor concluded. "Fine. Here, this is permission to have complete freedom of action regarding Naruto Uzumaki." Ryusuke handed the interlocutor a piece of paper. "You yourself know what to do with it." After 2 weeks, Naruto ceased to be a Jinchuriki. But as a result of Haru's conscientious and painstaking work, after some time his regeneration and endurance again rose almost to the level of a Jinchuriki. Also, during the process of extracting the Kyuubi, his chakra and Naruto's chakra were gradually mixed, due to the fact that the extraction took place for 4 days in a row. Now Naruto's chakra was not blue, but purple. Her power was twice that of normal shinobi, but her volume remained at genin level. Although this was a lot for an 8-year-old boy, considering that its volume increased quite quickly as a result of daily training and taking special stimulants. Due to the extraction of the bijou, Naruto began to feel an emptiness within himself. It was as if he had lost part of his soul. But at the same time, he felt that blind hatred for all living things had gone along with the demon. Now he felt only coldness towards everyone. He had no concept of hate. There were only the concepts of enemy and not enemy. He remembered only one woman with sadness, but nothing more. They continued to conduct experiments on him, conduct research and similar nasty things. They wanted to turn him into a soulless killing machine, but the words of his caretaker, which he remembered well, helped him not to break. He waited until he grew up and planned, as soon as he became strong enough, to kill all the guards in this base and escape. Every evening, falling asleep on a hard wooden bed without a futon, in his room 3 by 4 meters, he dreamed of how he would finally become a free man. The only advantage for him was the awakening of the fourth element, namely fire, and the opportunity to manifest the fifth element, water. This became possible thanks to his unusual chakra and, again, the repeated intervention of doctors. The results of experiments on it, in addition to the 5 elements, were 2 more of its advantages. The first was chakra wings that were implanted into his spine. When a decent amount of chakra was infused, about a fifth of the current volume, into the spine area, accompanied by wild and unbearable pain, to which the guy had long been accustomed and generally felt it weekly, purple wings formed from his back. In appearance they looked like the wings of an eagle, their span was 4 meters wide and half a meter high. They looked quite unusual and impressive. Any ordinary person would have died immediately from such interference, but not Naruto. However, even with his endurance and super-fast regeneration, this experiment left him unable to move for 6 months. But the result justified his torment. The wings could serve both as a means of transportation and as good protection. Their advantage was that even if they broke, which was very difficult to achieve, then with the next use they were restored again, you just had to send chakra again to a place just above the middle of the spine. He was forbidden to check the maximum he could fly, they were afraid that he would be noticed. And Ryusuke didn't even think about the fact that Naruto could escape, because he believed that the guy had long been broken and did not feel emotions. This was true, but only partly. That the guy has long been broken and does not feel emotions. This was true, but only partly. That the guy has long been broken and does not feel emotions. This was true, but only partly. The second result was no less useful. Naruto's eyes were able to seal a microscopic amount of chakra that belonged to a member of the Uchiha clan. As a result, his eyes became a little darker, but he gained the ability to resist strong illusions, easily dispel medium ones, and he could distinguish weak ones without even straining. He set himself the task, since he cannot normally use genjutsu, he can at least easily dispel it without much loss of strength. By the way, besides illusory clones, he was no longer able to master a single illusion, and even mastered clones with great difficulty. Danzo himself agreed to help him with this. He believed that the stronger his chain dog was, the better it would be for him. Danzo knew that once his plan was implemented, no one would stop him. Another 4 years passed in hellish training, during which Naruto mastered 2 elements at an average level, lightning for attacks and earth for defense. He developed his speed and taijutsu to a very high level and learned many useful techniques, such as chakra suppression, barriers, binding weapons to himself using summoning tattoos, and summoning small lizards for reconnaissance. In addition, Danzo presented him with a very valuable gift, in the form of a copied scroll of Hokage techniques and a small scroll with medical techniques. He was instructed to study them himself when he was ready. It was probably Danzo's weak attempt to appease his dog by throwing him such a juicy bone, but he only thought that the guy was grateful to him. Konoha, residence of the Hokage. So it's true after all, my fears were confirmed, said Sarutobi, smoking his pipe. Immediately gather all the free Jounin, Chunin and half of the ANBU who are now in the village. Mission goal, capture at least 1 hostage and find out their goals. The operation will be led by the commander of the 9th Special Forces, Hitaki Kakashi. Proceed immediately. Yes, Hokage-sama, said the ANBU in a bear mask and fell to the floor. PS futon, if anyone doesn't know, is a mattress. Danzo's secret hideout, near the border between the Fire Country and the country of rice fields. Danzo was now at the base, watching Naruto fight against the experienced Jonin. The battle had been going on for 10 minutes. The Jonin held himself confidently, although he had difficulty holding back the elemental techniques that literally rained down on him, but he easily dodged kunai and shuriken, and confidently blocked blows in rare cases when they converged in taijutsu, while attacking with the elements of wind. Naruto lost in taijutsu only because he was still too short and his short arms and legs compared to his opponent did not reach the target, but the most important drawback was his lack of experience. But the guy did not give up, and with enviable energy he went on the attack again. He also did not forget to use his head, analyzing and thinking about the enemy's abilities and his further actions. Largely thanks to experience, the Jounin behaved more confidently, but Naruto wasn't far behind him. The result of the 20-minute battle was the loss of the former Jinchuriki. He was incredibly strong for his age, but only for his age. But against an adult shinobi who had at least 10 years of experience in battles and felt like a duck to water in battle, Naruto had little chance. Although the Jounin was not badly hit, he was breathing heavily, his clothes were torn in places, his Anbu mask was broken, and blood was flowing from his right arm and leg, a reminder of the partial hit in the blonde's penultimate technique. The deep cuts on the guy himself had healed during the battle, and now he was lying exhausted from the heavy battle. And the only thing that gave away the recent fight was torn clothes. But against an adult shinobi who had at least 10 years of experience in battles and felt like a duck to water in battle, Naruto had little chance. Although the Jounin was not badly hit, he was breathing heavily, his clothes were torn in places, his Anbu mask was broken, and blood was flowing from his right arm and leg, a reminder of the partial hit in the blonde's penultimate technique. The deep cuts on the guy himself had healed during the battle, and now he was lying exhausted from the heavy battle. And the only thing that gave away the recent fight was torn clothes. But against an adult shinobi who had at least 10 years of experience in battles and felt like a duck to water in battle, Naruto had little chance. Although the Jounin was not badly hit, he was breathing heavily, his clothes were torn in places, his Anbu mask was broken, and blood was flowing from his right arm and leg, a reminder of the partial hit in the blonde's penultimate technique. The deep cuts on the guy himself had healed during the battle. And now he was lying exhausted from the heavy battle. And the only thing that gave away the recent fight was torn clothes. A reminder of the partial hit on the blonde's penultimate technique. The deep cuts on the guy himself had healed during the battle, and now he was lying exhausted from the heavy battle. And the only thing that gave away the recent fight was torn clothes. A reminder of the partial hit on the blonde's penultimate technique. The deep cuts on the guy himself had healed during the battle, and now he was lying exhausted from the heavy battle. And the only thing that gave away the recent fight was torn clothes. Half an hour later, the guy woke up in his room. First of all, he began to remember his loss, and therefore not passing the Jounin exam. He tried to analyze all his mistakes that he made in this battle, recalled how it was not easy for him to predict the actions of his opponent, due to the fact that the latter in no way showed any excitement, surprise, fear, or even fatigue, or any emotions at all. This has misled the guy more than once. For example, when he thought that his opponent was not expecting a blow, but in fact, he was just waiting for it. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard from the eastern side. Red lights immediately lit up throughout the base, notifying of the attack. Danzo ordered everyone to repel the attack at all costs. A fierce battle ensued. There were more base defenders, but the attackers were stronger. So the battles went on with varying degrees of success. At this time, Naruto took advantage of the situation and tried to escape. However, on his way to freedom he came across Danzo. "What, you bastard, were you thinking of running away from me after everything I've done for you?" The old man muttered angrily, slamming the guy into an iron wall. He silently tried to get up, while trying not to show his tension and fear, but there was something to be afraid of. Danzo, not allowing him to get up, with a speed enviable for an old man, found himself next to him and began kicking him. Naruto defended himself and didn't make any sounds at all, as if he wasn't in pain. Even the expression on his face was stony, and his gaze was quite meaningful. Having received several rather strong blows to the ribs, during which he, not paying attention to them, looked for a suitable thing for the replacement technique, and after a couple of seconds he finally found one. Gathering his thoughts, the guy used the replacement technique. The next moment, instead of another hit to the head, the old man's foot hit the iron tank, which happened to be nearby just in time. Naruto found himself 5 meters away from the head of the root. The next moment, 6 shuriken flew at the old man, and a moment later there were several dozen of them, thanks to the shuriken shadow cloning technique. They ran into a water barrier that rose in front of Danzo. After this, Naruto decided to use the lightning technique. It consisted of 5 lightning bolts extending from each of the fingers of the user's hand. This was the guy's most powerful attack, but it was not yet fully mastered, since he had difficulty concentrating chakra in such a way that the technique did not shock him. It was this technique that his past opponent could not completely escape. It was solely due to the fact that Danzo recognized the seals of this technique. He managed to use the replacement technique at the last moment. But even so, the lightning, which could reach its target in just thousandths of a second, which is why it was so effective, was able to catch Danzo's thigh. Having recovered from being hit by the equipment, the old man again found himself next to the guy and raised his cane, with a blade growing from below, to strike. Naruto blocked it with a kunai, and, jumping away from the enemy, within a moment he was dodging the fire technique of the head of the root. But it all happened too quickly for Naruto, and he did not notice how the old shinobi used the earth clone technique. This cost the fugitive a deep wound on his shoulder. After a short exchange of blows, in which, oddly enough, Danzo managed to miss a couple of blows, one of the attackers joined them. It was a shinobi in a dog mask, with gray, unruly hair. "You are accused of betraying Konoha. We are here to detain you. I suggest you surrender voluntarily, otherwise we will be forced to use force." "Wow, Copy Kakashi himself was sent to take me. They respect me," the accused scoffed. "Yes, of course, just let me pack my things," he said and began to unwind the bandages on his head. The guy, hearing the man's name, focused on him, remembering everything he had heard from the conversations of the guards. He managed to extract the minimum from his memories. From this minimum, he knew that this was a strong shinobi, and he had a dojutsu, the Sharingan. But he got it not by inheritance, but from a deceased friend. After thinking about the situation, Naruto decided that it would be better to help him grab the old man and then escape before the fight was over. "Your Sharingan gives you a great advantage, Copy 1. But you know, you're not the only one who's special," Danzo said as he finished unwinding the bandages. Under them was hidden the same Sharingan as Kakashi's. He, in turn, was very surprised, but after thinking, he guessed how the old man could have these eyes, because the circumstances under which an entire clan of owners of this dojutsu were slaughtered 5 years ago were investigated by the Root, an organization subordinate to Danzo. Kakashi silently launched into battle. First they clashed in taijutsu. Fighting at great speed, thanks to the improved reaction and anticipation of movements that the dojutsu gave them, they both took several hits. Then, jumping away from each other, they began to fight with techniques. Here the initiative passed to Kakashi, since he had a lot of strong techniques in reserve. This only lasted a couple of minutes. During this time, Naruto created a shadow clone and used the chameleon technique, which could adjust the guy's body color to the environment, as a result of which he became invisible. And while Danzo was focused on the enemy and only managed to keep an eye on the left clone out of the corner of his eye, the original jumped out from behind him and stuck a kunai into his lung. The old man immediately grabbed the wound, and crouched on one knee, looking at the blonde with anger, realizing that because of him he would have to use his trump card. Meanwhile, Naruto was already next to Kakashi, who was looking at him in bewilderment with a silent question on his face, which the guy could not see because of the mask hiding the copy man's face. Kakashi was already tying up Danzo, not forgetting to keep an eye on the silent guy who, when asked, "Who are you and what are you doing here?" replied that he was an ally, and he would tell the rest later. However, Hatake already had an idea about who this guy was, but decided to postpone this question for later. Damned boy, now because of him I can't do without this, Danzo thought feverishly, but if I can't properly control this power, then I don't even know what it will lead to. I have a punctured lung, and I've already been tied up, there's nothing to lose. Suddenly, the old man's body began to be enveloped in red, demonic chakra. The cuff suppressing her shattered into small pieces, and Kakashi was thrown back by a kick that came from Danzo. It's time to hide from this village for a while, the old man thought, heading towards the center of the shelter. At this time, Naruto, taking advantage of the situation, was already in his room. Having grabbed all the necessary equipment and scrolls with techniques, he headed towards the exit from the base. As he ran past the place where the battle had recently taken place, he noticed the unconscious copy man. He stopped for a moment and, after thinking, did not help him, considering it more reasonable to leave this place as soon as possible, since Danzo managed to get out. But once in the center of the base, on the second level, where one of the two exits to the outside that he knew was located, he drew attention to the very structure that, as far as he remembered, many workers and scientists were always fussing over. There was no one there now, and the chakra storage container was glowing red. Deciding not to waste time, he headed towards the exit. But he soon noticed that it was blocked. Danzo at this time was in the structure itself, and was adjusting the coordinates for spatial movement. It was for such a case that he built this installation. There was a strong explosion. The support on which the installation was supported began to shake. But this did not stop the old man. Naruto headed towards the second exit, which was located on the opposite side of the base from the first. But to his misfortune, his path was blocked by a heavily breathing guard, whose ANBU mask miraculously remained intact. A sluggish battle ensued. Both opponents had been at their limit for a long time. But the difference was that the guard acted blindly, obeying the seal of complete control that all of Danzo's subordinates had. Ryusuke, who was currently dead, was no exception. Only one man, who worked for the old tyrant, escaped this fate. Naruto, unlike his opponent, fought for his freedom. The thought that she was so close made the guy's head intoxicating. Here is an ANBU trying to grab Naruto using chakra threads, and he succeeds. And the next moment, the subordinate is already carrying him to Danzo. Meanwhile, the old man had already prepared everything for the move. A root fighter ran up to him, carrying the limply dangling body of the former Jinchuriki in his hands. Danzo, seeing him, nodded in approval at first. But after a few seconds, the air around him seemed to get heavier. A moment later, a powerful explosion of demonic chakra tore apart the body of his subordinate, along with the blonde's clone that dissipated. The old man's anger knew no bounds. He spent so much time, so much money and effort in order to raise a strong chain dog. And in the end he ran away. Deciding that nothing could be done, Danzo moved in an unknown direction. Naruto ran as fast as he could. Without discerning the path, he pursued only one goal, to hide as far as possible from this terrible place. He didn't know how long he had been jumping from branch to branch. Finally, the inevitable happened. Naruto fell exhausted between the trees, scratching his entire back with thorny thickets of rose hips. Somewhere in the land of rice fields. "What do you say, Kabuto?" asked a tall, thin man. He had white skin, long black hair, and strange green eyes with vertical, snake-like pupils, and purple pigmentation around them. His voice was like a hiss. "Honestly, Orochimaru-sama, looking at this, I feel like a 5-year-old child who doesn't understand anything." The one the black-haired man was addressing was a young and well-built guy with gray hair. He had round glasses with transparent lenses over his eyes. "Ha, that's understandable," Orochimaru grinned, "I recognize the work of my old friend." "An acquaintance?" Kabuto was surprised, because he knew that his interlocutor was a man who almost never leaves alive those people with whom he had common affairs. It could only be Haruchiyu. It was he who helped me 15 years ago in experiments with the cursed seal. Then he helped me a lot and, I have to admit, my knowledge of medicine is nothing compared to what he can do. I didn't kill him for two simple reasons. First, it could still be useful to me. And second, although he is not a shinobi, he has developed good protection for his body. If you try to kill him, his body begins to intensely emit acid, from which no protective techniques can be saved. I see, he turned his gaze to the guy, but how is this possible? Judging by these documents, Kabuto read the information from the folder that they were able to steal during the attack on the root base, the amount of muscle stimulants, regenerative drugs and other traces of chemicals in his blood. They conducted more than one experiment on him. This should have had a much greater impact on his body than simply bleaching his hair and dulling his sense of pain. Well, everything is very simple here. Apparently, this guy was the carrier of the Kyubi. I believe that the fox, being inside him, in every possible way prevented genetic mutations of his body, constantly feeding him with his chakra and neutralizing harmful substances, Orochimaru hissed. Looking thoughtfully at Naruto's unconscious body, which was lying on the bed. They were in a large gloomy room, furnished with various equipment. This was one of the shelters that was located in the country of rice fields. But is this possible? Kabuto was perplexed. Kyubi, of course, is the strongest of the Biju, but is he capable of such a thing? You forget that in addition to the fact that the tailed ones are strong, they are also long-lived. Imagine how many thousands of years the nine-tails lived. What about the seal of the fourth? For some reason, the Kyubi couldn't cope with her, Kabuto scoffed, thinking that even the snake Sannin Orochimaru could be wrong. How naive and stupid you still are. You disappoint me. Is this really so difficult to figure out? I don't understand. Now the guy was puzzled and regretted the tone in which he dared to speak. People were constantly chasing these creatures. At the same time afraid that they will destroy the world, and at the same time wanting to gain their power. Being wise does not mean being kind. Naturally, he fell into madness and wanted to destroy everyone and everything. And when the Biju fall into madness, they are guided only by instincts. In this state they can be defeated, as Namikaze showed us a clear example. Well, imprisonment. I have two assumptions here. First, the fox calmed down after the attack and decided to rest from constant persecution in the child's body for some time. Second, he really couldn't break the seal. In any case, the guy was very lucky. Naruto, having regained consciousness, managed to hear the last sentence uttered by the snake Sannin. Look, he's already woken up, Sannin hissed. Where am I and who are you? The guy, who had been lying unconscious before, asked a logical question. My name is Orochimaru, and this is my assistant, Kabuto. The man spoke in a mocking tone, looking at Naruto with great interest. He picked you up when he was returning from a mission. Now you are visiting me. Orochimaru? Are you the same Sannin from the legendary Trinity? Naruto tried to hide his surprise, which was difficult for him. So you know who I am, interesting. You are a Nukenin of the Leaf Village, an S-class criminal. The guy said this in a casual tone. And you won't even try to escape? Aren't you scared? Sannin became more and more interested in this child. And Kabuto at that time was doing some business, not being far from them. I may look like a stupid child, but appearances can be deceiving. And I understand perfectly well that I will not succeed. And the fear was knocked out of me a long time ago. How interesting. Orochimaru licked his lips. It seems that it was not for nothing that Kabuto paid attention to you there in the forest. What did they do to you? If possible, I would not like to remember this. This will bring you absolutely nothing. Okay, I've already found out everything I need. Now Sannin was talking to the guy seriously, not like a child, because he already knew that this was not an ordinary child at all. "What do you want from me?" Naruto finally asked the question that interested him the most. "I invite you to join me. If you agree, I will give you the power to take revenge on those who tortured you. And if I don't agree, then you will still use me for your own purposes." Only in a more painful way, the blonde mentally added, realizing that for now there was simply no other way out. And it cannot be said that the guy was disgusted by the very thought of it. He didn't care as long as he survived. "I agree." It was approaching noon. The small town of Tsugo in the Land of Water was nothing remarkable. Shinobi rarely appeared there, and therefore life here was completely ordinary. The city received good profits from the fish trade, and the standard of living here was not the poorest. A man of average height walked into one of the taverns in this town. He was wearing a black cloak, which attracted the attention of others because on the right sleeve were embroidered two snakes that were biting each other's tails. The stranger's head was hidden by a straw hat, on the edge of which hung a pair of small bells that jingled melodiously every time the stranger bowed his head. It was also impossible to see the face, it was hidden behind thin strips of white ribbons that hung from the edges of the hat. All the visitors, of whom there were quite a few, were talking about what, some told jokes, from which the room was filled with the wild cackle of throats hardened by the sea air. Someone sat quietly in the corner, discussing daily matters or simply eating food. There were also those who did not deny themselves the pleasure of having fun with young beauties, who, in turn, did not miss the chance to get another simpleton to drink. At the sight of the latter, the stranger smiled sadly, which, because of the deep collar of his cloak, others could not see. This motley contingent cared absolutely nothing about the stranger who came in for a bite to eat. The man walked up to the bar and ordered iced tea and salad. The bartender smiled knowingly, because it was now sultry outside, and served his order. Having eaten and refreshed his throat with a refreshing drink, the stranger rummaged through his pockets for a long time in search of money. Finally, he grabbed some, judging by how long he had been looking for them, the last coins, paid and headed towards the exit of the tavern. "So, what do I have? No money." At this thought, he remembered with pleasure last night and with annoyance today's awakening. Damn, how naive I am, I was simply used and thrown away like an unnecessary thing for the third time, although I didn't seem to mind. Thank you, at least I left money for breakfast. Girls, this was the guy's only weakness. He felt an incomprehensible weakness in front of them and could not raise his hand to a beautiful woman, although he understood how inappropriate this could sometimes be. At most, he could offend them with words, but not with actions. Because of this, the fair sex, as if feeling it, used it as best they could. Okay, I'm in the country of water, and I need to get to the country of snow in 8 days. I won't be able to do it on foot even in 2 weeks. Flying would be too reckless on my part, and I don't have enough strength. The only ship going in that direction leaves in an hour. We need to get a ticket for it. The guy was standing around the corner of one of the docks in the port of Nokubu. Behind him were already lying 2 unconscious bodies, who today were not lucky enough to take this road and cross paths with the traveler, who just politely inquired about their direction. A young girl and a guy appeared from the alley, enthusiastically talking about something. "Excuse me, but are you in a hurry to get to the ship?" asked the stranger, lifting his hat to reveal blue eyes. "Well, yes, and what?" The guy answered automatically, without taking his eyes off the girl. "And if it's not a secret, where are you going?" The blue-eyed one clarified. "What do you actually need?" Now the guy looked in bewilderment at the stranger, whose face was hidden in the deep collar of his cloak, and his raised hat revealed only his eyes. "I have to upset you, today you will not sail anywhere." Naruto could barely restrain his laughter, looking at the face of the young man, not distorted in misunderstanding, and the frightened face of the girl. "What does this mean?" The guy couldn't finish, as he received quite a blow to the gut. Having searched the poor man's pockets, the blue-eyed man did not find any tickets. After that, he turned to the girl, speechless from fear. "Will you give it yourself or should I search you?" Exhaling tiredly, the former Jinchuriki said. "Sama," the girl squeezed out, handing the guy 2 tickets with shaking hands. "I only need one," Naruto said, taking 1 ticket. After that, he turned around and walked towards the ship, which was 100 meters away from him. "Too bad, I'm late," he thought as he watched the gangway begin to roll up, accelerating at the same time. Finally, the guy ran to a lonely ship about to sail, and at the last moment, giving the ticket to the inspector, he boarded. Or rather, he dashingly jumped onto the ramp, which was located at a distance of about 6 to 7 meters from the pylon. Well, the next stop is the country of snow. He tried to distract himself from the annoying memories of last night. The entire journey to the intended goal was calm. During the entire 7 days of sailing, Naruto left his cabin a few times to eat and go to the toilet. Now, there was half an hour of swimming left to the shore, and he was once again thinking over the details of the mission that the customer had entrusted to him. The task was to find out who was carrying out what kind of work in the mountain passes of the land of snow. The customer's name was Shusido Hofuna. He was always aware of all important events, and from his sources he knew that this was by no means ordinary work on the extraction of chakra-absorbing metal. On this mission he sent an ordinary mercenary, who was now Naruto. During the 3 years that the guy spent in the society of criminals, he not only learned powerful techniques, but gained intelligence and learned a lot of new things about life. Although it cannot be said that he did not become stronger. In my training, the guy focused not on quantity but on quality of techniques. Basically, in order to master them, he initially had to bring his chakra control and concentration to an exorbitant level for a whole year. However, the result was worth it. First of all, Naruto realized that he needed to approach everything simply and without prejudice, but at the same time seriously. He didn't remember his nightmare childhood at all, only sometimes it haunted him in his dreams. Orochimaru did not keep Naruto on a chain, but could have tamed him at any time. The blonde was more of an employee of the Snake Sannin than a student, although he often trained under him and even learned several of his techniques. The guy understood one important truth: absolutely all people have good reasons to act one way or another. If you try hard, you can understand the same Orochimaru. His criminal activities began as an idea to invent a way to make people stronger. Not as fragile and pitiful as they seemed to him, then, still young Orochimaru after the death of his parents and the younger brother of his teammate. But lack of understanding leads to even greater lack of understanding. Snake Sannin wanted to succeed so much that he went too far in his experiments. And then, as according to the script, escape from the village, travel around the world, joining Akatsuki, noisy departure from this organization and constant changes of shelters in attempts to hide from them. What does he have now? Absolutely nothing. He, who dreamed of living forever, died at the peak of his experiments. In the end, he was killed by 2 students. Just like not long before, he himself killed his teacher. What does he have now? Absolutely nothing. He, who dreamed of living forever, died at the peak of his experiments. In the end, he was killed by 2 students. Just like not long before, he himself killed his teacher. What does he have now? Absolutely nothing. He, who dreamed of living forever, died at the peak of his experiments. In the end, he was killed by 2 students. Just like not long before, he himself killed his teacher. 3 months ago, Orochimaru's hideout in the land of Earth. In one of the many rooms of the shelter, a guy of about 16 was lying on a bed. He had black hair that reached to his shoulders, and the same black eyes. He was wearing a loose white shirt with an open chest and black pants. There was a knock on the door of his room, and then, without waiting for an answer, they entered. He was a young blue-eyed guy, about the same age, with yellow-white hair. He was wearing a black tight short-sleeved t-shirt and black pants. There were bracers on his arms, from wrist to elbow. And on the legs, from the feet to the knees, there were shields. What do you want? The brunette said irritably, lying with his back to the newcomer and not intending to turn around. Sasuke, I need to talk to you seriously, the blonde replied, used Tsukiyomi on me. Have you gone crazy? Or, the guest interrupted him. There's no time to argue, if you don't want to regret it. Do what you're told, Cretin, the guy spoke with such anger and disgust that his voice sounded like the hiss of a snake. Well, as you know, Naruto, the brunette snorted irritably, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan and looking his interlocutor in the eyes. Tsukiyemi, the world appeared before the blonde in black and red, and he himself found himself crucified on a cross. Sasuke stood opposite him and, folding his arms across his chest, grinned sarcastically, looking at the position his hated training partner would be in during the conversation. Maybe poke you with a katana? Well, so it's not in vain, this was your first time in Tsukiyemi. So no, I am the king and god here. I can control time and even space, and this will last 3 long days. So come on, start your conversation. Sasuke was content with every word, trying to show his superiority as much as possible. But you recently awakened the Mangekyo by killing the pink-haired one who tried to save you, didn't you, Sasuke? Saying this, Naruto concentrated on concentrating chakra in his eyes. At the mention of the pink-haired one, the brunette's face distorted in a grimace of pain and regret. But this facial expression quickly gave way to indescribable shock and bewilderment. Naruto, with a tremendous effort of will, was able to break the chains that bound him and collapsed limply onto the red earth. Then he slowly stood up and, under the shocked gaze of the owner of the Sharingan, walked up to him and sat down on a stone that had grown out of the ground next to Sasuke. Don't be so surprised, this is one of my abilities that you don't know about yet. I'm not afraid of illusions, although I admit, the atmosphere of this world is very depressing and even I won't be able to get out of it without losses. Come on, say what you want, Sasuke said in only a slightly interested tone. You know that Orochimaru wants to get your body, right? From the very beginning, Sasuke chuckled. And I also know that you won't allow this, the blonde continued. But aren't you? Naruto interrupted the interlocutor again, thus understanding what he meant. No, I'm just temporarily pretending to be an obedient dog. Unlike you, I didn't come here of my own free will and I want to get out of here as quickly as possible. But I can't cope with this snake, and neither can you. Well, let's say you're right. Are you suggesting we join forces? Contempt was still creeping into the brunette's voice. The only thing I like about you is that you are not a fool. Otherwise, you're a complete freak. Mutually. And anyway, how do I know this isn't a trap and you're not testing me? You have no other choice. In any case, you will not be able to escape and take revenge on your brother unless you agree to work together with me. The brunette thought for a long time. Naruto waited patiently. Okay, what do you know? In the world of the moon god, created by Sasuke, 3 days passed, during which the accomplices managed to develop a plan to kill the snake Sannin. And a month later, having made the conspiracy a reality, they each went their separate ways. The blonde caught himself thinking that he was again so deep in his thoughts that he didn't even notice how the ship landed on the shore of the country of snow. It was Naruto's first time in this country. It literally shone with all the colors of the rainbow, and the snowy peaks of the mountains enchanted with their beauty. But all this did not interest the guy. His path did not lie in the capital, where, thanks to a huge solar generator, there was eternal spring. Naruto was heading in a completely different direction, to the Valley of Mountain Mines, where a special metal that absorbs chakra was mined. The climate here was very cold, which made staying in this country very uncomfortable. But the former Jinchuriki practically did not feel this cold. Thanks to his body, hardened by thousands of hours of training and more than one experiment put on it, the guy got by with a light raincoat. Before leaving, he stopped at a small village to stock up on food. After all, the path through almost the entire country of snow was not a short one, even if the country was considered small. After he walked about 100 kilometers in 2 days, since walking in a snowstorm was not easy even for a former Jinchuriki, the weather decided to take pity on the guy and the snowstorm stopped. Feeling relieved, Naruto decided not to waste time and, sealing his cloak in a scroll, spread his wings. The maximum that the blonde man with his superhuman endurance could do was only 30 kilometers, or 3 hours of freely floating in place. After this, he needed at least 15 minutes to regain his breathing. But even so, the speed with which he approached his intended goal increased significantly. Finally, the rather tired guy reached his destination. It was a tent city, which was located next to the entrance to the mine. About 20 men were scurrying back and forth with large carts filled with black ore. Thick smoke was pouring out of the largest tent, located on the outskirts of a small town. As the spy guessed, it was a dining room. Using the chameleon technique, the guy began to carefully sneak among the large tents. The creaking snow and the presence of traces of his shoes on it caused him great inconvenience. Therefore, Naruto tried to walk close to the walls of the tents, because the heat emanating from them caused the nearby snow to melt. Having become better acquainted with the area, he decided to take action. After waiting for someone to go to the portable toilet to relieve themselves, the guy, without further ado, slashed the poor guy in the throat with a kunai. A bearded and strongly built man of about 40 did not have time to meditate for the last time in his life on the latest issue of the magazine, Depraved Kunoichi. At the sight of this literary work, the blonde man could not resist putting it in his pocket. Having sealed the corpse in a special scroll, Naruto turned into that man, took his car and slowly walked deeper into the cave. Gradually, as the guy went deeper into the cave, the noise from heavy hammers hitting the walls of the mine became louder. Having walked almost to the end of the cave, the bearded man stopped and began to reluctantly chisel the stone, while diligently listening to the conversations of other workers, of whom there were not many. Through the sounds of blows, only incomprehensible fragments of phrases reached him. With great difficulty, Naruto was only able to piece together one clue. From the conversation of the workers, he realized that they were discussing some strange anomaly in these places. Naruto was about to leave when one of the workers addressed him. "Hey, Kenichi, I just wanted to ask you, are you on a salary or by agreement?" The blonde had no idea what a tall and broad-shouldered man of about 30 was asking him. Therefore, he answered the go-ahead. "On salary," he said and hurried to leave before he was exposed. The man who asked the question just shrugged his shoulders in front of the others, expressing his lack of understanding about Kenichi's reaction. On the way out, he was finally convinced that this was an ordinary ore mine. "I've been here for half a day and still haven't found out anything except some kind of anomaly. Could this be it?" The guy asked himself. "Okay, we need to find out." The blonde hid behind one of the tents and created the strongest clone he could. This type of earth element was obtained by strongly compressing the earth with the help of air. Turning the clone into the murdered Kenichi, he ordered the suicide to be staged. This was possible thanks to the guy's ability to artificially force his body into a lethargic sleep. However, doing this with his own body was tantamount to suicide, since he himself could not get out of this state. But for clones, this technique was quite suitable, although after the clone was dispelled, the original who used it immediately went out of action for at least 10 minutes, due to the effect that was transmitted after the technique. By doing so, he planned to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Firstly, no one would miss the disappearance of a person, and secondly, while everyone would be distracted by this event, he would be able to act more openly. So he did. After 2 hours of diligent searching, the blonde was miraculously able to see a very small entrance to the cave from afar. It was located about 2 kilometers from the tent city, and from the outside it seemed that it was just a small depression in the rock. But upon entering there, Uzumaki immediately realized that he was on the right path, because the cave was much deeper than it seemed and was clearly knocked out of the rock not so long ago, as evidenced by traces of work about 10 years ago, and from the depths of the cave the vaguely familiar Naruto could be heard a sound that made him feel uneasy, as if something forcibly forgotten and locked in the darkest and deepest corners of his soul was diligently breaking out, making itself felt. Very unexpected surprises awaited him ahead. Using the chameleon technique, the blonde carefully made his way deeper into the cave. 10 minutes later, Naruto could already make out someone's voices and, judging by the echo, they were coming from a large room. Unexpectedly, as soon as the guy crossed a distance of 10 meters from the entrance to the room, the howl of sirens was heard. It was followed by the stomping of dozens of feet on a metal surface. Without being confused, Naruto immediately made an important decision. "You will come with us." With these words, out of a dozen shinobi, 5 of which were Jonin level and 5 Chunin level, a young guy of about 20 came out and ordered the others to surround the one who had penetrated the secret facility. Naruto obediently raised his hands, showing that he was giving up and trying as realistically as possible to show very strong excitement and indescribable fear. A very strange, but as the blonde noticed, very powerful, round chakra-suppressing device with tubes extending in different directions, which dug into the skin of his stomach very painfully and unpleasantly, was attached to his stomach. They put simple handcuffs on their hands. Through distant corridors that had nothing to do with the secret base, they brought him to a cell and, after beating him thoroughly and taking all his things, they left him writhing in pain in a dark cell. 15 minutes later, when he finally decided that he had been moaning from the unbearable pain for quite a long time and had been groaning from the unbearable pain, he concentrated all his chakra in the abdomen area, where the chakra-suppressing device was attached. From the amount and density of chakra, the skin of his abdomen became completely black, and Naruto himself truly felt pain and heaviness. The device crackled pitifully and split in two. The Chunin, who was assigned to the prisoner and listened with rapture to the groans of pain, did not even have time to understand anything before he was pierced from behind by a sword that appeared from nowhere. 2 months ago. The ruins of Orochimaru's former base in the Land of Stone. "Well, that's all," the gray-haired blonde said with relief. "The next time we meet, Uzumaki, one of us will definitely die," the heavily breathing brunette said over his shoulder. "And it will definitely be you," the blonde hissed, following the retreating figure, standing over the quartered corpse of a snake-like creature, reminiscent of hundreds of white snakes intertwined among themselves. Naruto made the seals and his hands glowed with a purple glow. He applied them to a piece of the creature's body and it began to slowly dissolve. A minute later, a straight, double-edged sword fell out of the half-corroded piece of the body. It looked quite ordinary, a cylindrical pommel, the handle was covered with bandages, the blade was an ordinary gray color, and only the guard seemed to be covered with snake skin, and a precious emerald glowed in the center. "Here it is, the legendary diamond blade of the Lord of Grass, Kusanagi no Tsurugi. The second most powerful sword in the world." Naruto was proud that he was able to acquire such a powerful weapon. For 3 years, 3 hours every day, he devoted himself to training with edged weapons, dreaming of one fine day taking this sword away from such an unworthy owner. But not everything turned out to be so simple. As soon as he took the blade in his hands, an unbearable pain pierced his body. He had the feeling that the sword was rejecting him and not recognizing him as its owner. The blonde knew that this could happen, because in the legends he read that this sword, which once belonged to the 8-headed and 8-tailed Hydra Yamato no Orochi, recognizes only the one who defeats the previous owner in a fair fight. Naruto could not boast of this. But there are still exceptions and he can obey the new owner if he forces him. Thanks solely to his incredibly high chakra control, Naruto was able to pour it into the blade. For about 10 minutes, the guy couldn't even move from the paralyzing pain. He had already begun to fear that soon the IWA shinobi would arrive at the site of the devastating battle and he would not have time to escape. But fortunately for him, there was pain all over his body except his right arm, which he held the weapon began to subside. As soon as he could move his legs, he hobbled towards the rocks without wasting any time. The pain in my right hand completely disappeared only after a week. But some inconvenience from using the weapon remained for about 3 more weeks, during which the blonde, despite this, tried with all his might to tame it. Ultimately, he succeeded. Now the blade felt like an extension of the hand and was used very easily and naturally. Naruto used one of Kabuto's techniques on the guard, which made the corpse of one person completely indistinguishable from another. He prepared everything necessary for this technique in advance, since it required lengthy preparation and execution. Having completed this operation in an hour, and leaving the clone guard in place under the usual transformation, he, having taken all the kunai, shurikens, and other equipment from the Chunin, again used the chameleon technique. Having crept to the entrance to one of the main rooms, he began to eavesdrop on a conversation between 2 people in blue overalls. The clothes of these people made the guy remember his nightmare existence before he was 12 years old. Terrible guesses, which greatly interfered with sober thinking, began to creep into his head. Sometimes, he even ignored some phrases from the conversation, as he understood, of ordinary workers. Finally, the 2 in overalls began discussing their work itself. "You heard, they say, just an hour ago, some guy tried to get through," said a fat man of average height with brown hair. "Probably another poor guy took an interest in the strange cave." "This is far from the first, but probably the last," answered the second. He was slightly taller and much thinner. "Why do you think so?" The fat man was surprised. "I just heard that this thing will be ready in a couple of days," the thin man said, looking with an appraising glance at the medium-sized metal, cone-shaped structure located about 10 meters from him. Naruto couldn't see her because he was around the corner and could only see the workers themselves. "So that's why not a single white coat has been seen for a week." And Shauna also disappeared. The fat man was thinking about something of his own. His interlocutor did not pay attention to this. "Do you think this strange anomalous activity can affect your health?" The thin man hastened to change the subject. "Otherwise I've been constantly falling asleep lately, and I feel tired all the time." "You just think so." "By the way, it was because of her that this thing was built here," answered the fat man. "Where did you get the idea?" The thin one did not agree. "It seems to me that this place was chosen because of its remoteness. You know, all the work is kept in the strictest confidence." Naruto couldn't listen to their conversation for long. An unknown person appeared from the other side of the hall. Her voice had the same eerie effect on the Uzumaki as the clothes of the workers. The unknown person, whom Naruto could not see, but felt very well, which made him very wary, turned out to be Danzo. He looked very cheerful and much younger than 3 years ago. There were no more bandages on the right, mutilated arm and head. And in the left eye socket, instead of the usual eye, there was a second Sharingan. The workers felt uneasy at the sight of Danzo and hastened to retreat. "This is where I got myself into trouble," the blonde thought with concern. "Out of all the places in the world, out of thousands of different tasks, doing exactly this, I ended up here and ran into exactly the one I couldn't even think about. What is this? Fate? Or a curse? A distant, foreign country. Remote, snowy region. For hundreds of kilometers around there is no one with whose help I could get out. We need to do something before he finds me." No one could make Naruto afraid. He didn't experience this feeling even in front of Orochimaru. But this old man, without knowing it, drove the guy into panic. Old memories, locked away with great difficulty. Inhumans in white coats. Scalpels, knives, needles, syringes, droppers. A shinobi with lifeless eyes, a hell of a headache when he didn't give his best in training. Familiar chakra, the old shinobi began calmly, "But this is my favorite laboratory rat." Naruto got goosebumps all over his body as he tried his best to suppress the storm of emotions within him. Outwardly, he remained completely calm, but inside he cowered from terrible memories and fear of the power that his most malicious enemy had acquired. In the end, Naruto pulled himself together and tried to talk to the old man, thereby completing his task. After all, if he took on something, he did it seriously and no matter what. "What kind of apparatus did you build?" the guy asked. To his surprise, Danzo answered. "You know that the Kyuubi's chakra can be felt from a distance?" Danzo asked in turn. Naruto mentally regretted not taking advantage of this opportunity when there was time. He was careless. And what from this? So far there were only questions, without answers. There is a certain organization called Akatsuki. They are hunting Biju, and therefore me. Yes, I heard about them. S-class Nukanins. These guys are very serious. I have already escaped from them at the last moment more than once. This could not continue for long, so I decided to leave this world for a while, Danzo answered in a strange, calm voice that did not show contempt and hatred, only fatigue. Yes, it looks like senile insanity has completely taken over your head. Naruto began to wonder if the old man had gone crazy. How do you think you can leave the world? Of course, I read that there are an infinite number of them, but to travel through them is simply nonsense. Naive and stupid child, I thought I raised you better and instilled respect for elders. The old man glanced sideways at the blonde's left hand. He understood the hint perfectly. Are you aware that in worlds where there is energy such as chakra or something like that, spatial gaps can form when they accumulate? Spatial gaps? How do you know so much, old man? Naruto did not miss the chance to find out everything, although he did not really believe in Danzo's words. And why are you telling me all this? This knowledge belongs to the fox, I was just delving into his head. Nonsense, a simple Sharingan is not enough for this. The old man just chuckled at this, mentally thanking the late Haru, who researched the properties of this dojutsu, ruining several of these precious eyes, but in return, he found a way to partially awaken the Manjiko. At the same time, Danzo could only subjugate the will of the Kyuubi, but that was enough. You are not my enemy. I didn't leave you alive and make you strong so that you would go against me. I offer you to serve me in exchange for your life. The Kyuubi bearer was quite serious. This reminds me of something, the blonde man was puzzled. Well, no, I spent my childhood locked up. Adolescence in the service of a snake-like creature, and now what? Spend the rest of your life serving the damned Danzo, who is responsible for all this? You know, bastard, a bird that has flown at least once does not want to return to its cage. I meant it in a good way, but now I'll just turn you into a vegetable, you ungrateful puppy. The next moment Danzo's body was covered with red chakra. And he himself rushed towards Uzumaki at a speed invisible to the ordinary eye. The last thing he worried about was the expensive apparatus nearby, since he knew that it was protected by a powerful barrier. Naruto, purely thanks to intuition and a reaction brought to the level of reflexes, managed to use the terrible discontent of the earth. This technique could strengthen one or another part of the body and make it invulnerable. By exposing his hardened hand to the blow, he was able to block it. Then came another series of blows from each opponent, all of them to no avail. Realizing that nothing could be achieved in taijutsu, they jumped away from each other and prepared to fight using techniques. Hands from chakra rushed towards the blonde, he met them with the same hardened hands. This was followed by a fire technique from Danzo. Although it could not be called a technique, the Jinchuriki simply exhaled formless flames without making seals. Protected by a stone wall, the blonde noticed one strange thing. His opponent did not use other elemental techniques. Although the battle was relatively short-lived, he was not sure of his assumptions. If this is true, then, with great speed, Naruto began to spit out tightly compressed clots of air with a diameter of only 10 centimeters. He called them air bullets. But, despite the speed and density, they did not cause very much damage to the chakra-protected body of the former head of the root. And those cuts and lacerations that remained quickly healed. Lightning strike. At the same moment, the old man was struck by a wide lightning bolt, consisting of 5 ordinary ones, closed together in the very center of his chest, which fell from the blonde's right hand. The mortal wound only caused Danzo to suffer from unbearable pain, but did not stop him. After that, Naruto used one of the few Hokage scroll techniques he knew. This was the famous Hiraishin. However, his execution was different from how the 4th Hokage did it. Instead of yellow lightning, the technique was accompanied by blue lightning. Thanks to her, Naruto was able to seriously wound Danzo once again. Now the old man was tired of playing with his former slave, and he decided to finish him off with one blow. Clots of tightly concentrated chakra began to fly out of his body. The Jinchuriki himself got down on all fours and released 3 tails. Realizing that he had to get rid of the technique at any cost, Naruto quickly tore off the bandages from his right hand and slammed it with his left. With a pop and a cloud of white smoke, a huge shuriken appeared in the blonde's hands, which he immediately threw at the enemy's head. Did not help. Chakra tails melted both shuriken. The one that was visible and the one that was hidden in the shadow of the first. In such a battle, it was pointless to use simple weapons. Then Kusanagi will finally be useful to me, but if I lose, he will definitely reject me. The blonde stretched his hand forward and a legendary blade grew from it. Danzo at this time was completely focused on creating the most complex technology and did not notice it. The former Jinchuriki rushed towards the present one, easily cutting the emerging chakra along the way. Having reached his target, he struck with all his might not at the enemy, but at his unfinished technique. A powerful explosion shook the iron vaults of the room. Danzo came out of tailed mode and was weakly thinking. He remained conscious only because of the peculiarity of his control over the 9 tails. The right side of his body was completely disfigured, but had already begun to regenerate. Damn it! How was he able to get close to me? The chakra should have held him back. The old shinobi was furious. After a few seconds, he pulled himself together. In any case, he couldn't survive after that, but after the smoke cleared, Danzo was shocked. A monster stood before him. Bright brown skin color, gray hair reaching his shoulders, huge arms and legs, the monster was 2 meters tall, his face was elongated and vaguely resembled the face of the guy Danzo fought with just a couple of minutes ago. Dark blue, almost black eyes without pupils were full of hatred, pain and madness. Blue lips spread into a mad grin. Cursed seal, Danzo managed to realize before the monster spoke. This is my ability at the 2nd level of seal. Absolute invulnerability of the body. In this mode, I can completely turn into stone, and not just do this with individual parts of the body. His voice was very low and hoarse, as if he was speaking in a whisper, and resembled an angry hiss. After the explosion, the reason why the Jinchuriki was not worried about the installation became clear to Naruto. She was protected by a powerful barrier, which nevertheless could not stand it and broke. Now the blonde had a chance to ruin the old man's plans. Naruto suddenly grabbed his side and dropped to his knee, coughing up blood. This is power. Even my ability would not have saved me if the Kyubi chakra had not been almost native to me. She would simply burn me out from the inside. But so, I still gave him a good beating. You're not that invulnerable. The old shinobi's voice was absolutely calm. Do you think you could cause me harm? This was said with a chuckle in his voice. All the wounds and burns on the old man had completely healed. He hadn't spent even 1/100th of his chakra, and he only felt extreme fatigue. Looking at how the old man, not even scratched, was leisurely walking towards him, and on the other side his subordinates had arrived and were waiting for the order to attack, the guy began to desperately look for a way out of the situation. He had no intention of becoming a slave again. It was better to die. He still had more than enough strength, but he understood that continuing the fight would only delay his capture. Finally a crazy thought occurred to him. He moved 20 meters, right next to that same cone-shaped installation. With a lightning strike, he knocked down the door and went inside. Danzo and the guards had already caught up with him. "What are you up to? Stop resisting and give up. You can't break the rift distorter." "Sure." Already in his normal appearance, with a hardened hand the guy began to hit all the buttons with all his strength. The unknown metal alloy was very reluctant to deform. At the same time, he covered his entire body with lightning and ordinary shinobi could not get close to him. Only the 4 of them who had the element of water gave him problems. Already completely desperate, the guy remembered the sword. Danzo could not have predicted this. Kusanagi easily pierced the iron control panel. "Where did you get this sword?" yelled the enraged old man, feverishly wondering what to do. "So that's why he was able to dispel my technique, damn boy. What a lot of trouble you are." Having ordered everyone to retreat, Danzo himself began to act. "If I don't do this now, then all my plans will collapse. The next time the anomaly will gain enough chakra only in a couple of 100 years, there will simply be no other chance." Burning the snakes crawling on him, the old man, with a huge effort of will, invested in one blow has a volume of chakra equal to approximately 5 jounins. He pierced the lightning shroud, the block of 2 hardened arms, and the hardened chest. Naruto could not withstand such a brutal blow and passed out. Without wasting any time before the structure finally exploded, Danzo opened a spatial rift and hurried to escape. After this there was an explosion. There was no trace left of the secret base. No one survived. During the explosion, Naruto, who had just passed out, woke up from a strange feeling. For a second it seemed to him that his body, along with his soul, was being torn into 2 equal parts and at the same time being pulled somewhere. All this happened in just a moment. Sharply widening his eyes in a silent cry of pain, he saw nothing but bright light. It was like looking at the sun. Immediately after this, he felt as if consciousness had left him, but on the other hand, he remained with his memory. Then Naruto still couldn't stand it, and already feeling support under him again, he passed out. Present tense. Consciousness returned to him gradually, and after a couple of minutes he was able to think normally. And what came over me? Uzumaki asked himself, tried to break that thing instead of running. Damn, what actually happened? After being disconnected, I vaguely remember. Exactly. Explosion. But, then how? He slowly opened his eyes. The stars and the night sky appeared before his eyes. Naruto was finally able to feel how very weak streams of cool wind caressed his skin. The guy looked at the star-strewn sky for several minutes. He simply came to his senses and admired this beauty, which he had almost never noticed before. Finally, the blonde decided to look around. But as soon as Uzumaki raised himself with difficulty on his elbows and turned his head to the sides, unbearable nausea, as if he had been spinning around his axis for an hour, forced him to instantly say goodbye to his lunch. Out of the corner of his eye he managed to notice green bushes and a large stone. Danzo and other shinobi were not nearby, so the main fears were not confirmed. The entire contents of the stomach had long been in front of the blonde, but the stomach mercilessly continued to shrink, causing Naruto to experience very unpleasant feelings. Damn it! What is this? He mentally cursed, falling to the ground again, unable to bear this horror any longer. It won't take long to die. After a short period of time, he felt better. He decided to wait a little longer trying to get up, and only then did he realize. Stop. How green can there be in the mountains of the land of snow? The blonde asked himself a rhetorical question. Where am I anyway? Suddenly a terrible guess came to him. No, wasn't the old man lying, was I? No, it's some kind of nonsense. But, then, why am I alive? With such thoughts the guy fell asleep. This time the awakening was not much more pleasant. He no longer felt sick, but instead he simply felt brutal hunger and extreme fatigue. Finally getting up, he found himself in the same place as last time. The things he was wearing were his torn raincoat, black pants and a black t-shirt. Only part of the bandages remained on the left hand, covering the brand. The tattoo, in the form of finger-thick black stripes running from elbow to wrist, was exposed. Unfortunately for the blonde, the very magazine he borrowed from Kenichi was completely burnt. Perhaps this worried him no less than the fact that only 4 kunai, 7 shuriken and several scrolls for sealing weapons remained from his equipment. No steel thread, no explosive seals or smoke bombs. But most importantly, Naruto felt that his sword was with him. This was the most important thing. The guy didn't care so much about the rest. Rummaging through the inside pockets of his cloak, Naruto found 3 food pills and promptly swallowed them. It became a little easier, but the fatigue did not go away. Somehow he walked up to a large stone and sat down, leaning on it. Another half-hour passed, during which the guy finally came to his senses and began to think soberly. I'm definitely not in the land of snow, Naruto thought as he stood up and headed towards the supposed exit from the forest. I remember the explosion. Danzo was no longer visible by that time. Since I'm alive, there's only one explanation for this. I hope I'm wrong. The guy until recently did not want to believe what the head of the root recently told him. By the time he emerged from the forest, he had managed to catch and roast 2 birds with 1 stone. After 3 hours of calm walking, the blonde came out onto a steep slope, from which a view of the city, which was simply huge by the boy's standards, opened up. Being in an indescribable shock and at the same time delighted from contemplating the beauty of the views opening to him, he felt like he was in a fairy tale. But Naruto did not focus on this for a long time and went to scout the area. The first thing he noticed was the unusual and very beautiful architecture of the buildings. They were completely different from those in his world. The people looked as usual, but at the same time they seemed more alive and vibrant than those the guy had met before. The very aura of this world was lighter and purer. Of course, Naruto couldn't feel it. But the atmosphere of celebration, happiness, and fun depressed him. I just wanted to hide in the darkness, away from these happy and friendly glances. He approached one of the trading stalls. "Excuse me, can you tell me where I am?" he asked the seller. "Oh, you're probably a newcomer. Welcome to the city of Taro." When the old man of average height and sluggish build turned to face the blonde, the latter almost dropped his jaw. The seller had a real pig snout instead of a nose. Thanks," said the taken-aback blonde and hurried to hide. Along the way, he carefully looked at the faces of other people. Fortunately, almost all of them were absolutely normal. Sometimes there were even real beauties among the women. In another situation, the blonde would definitely have paid attention to them, but now he was confused and didn't know what to do. His inner self screamed at him that he was actually in another world. Having pulled himself together again, Naruto entered one of the many cultural institutions of this city. The interior situation was quite normal, as for the shinobi world. Having ordered tea, he sat in the corner and began to listen to the conversations of the visitors. His last doubts were dispelled when he heard about magicians and wizards. After Naruto had listened to enough conversations and drank the largest amount of tea in his life, he was simply bursting, but it was not clear why more. From information or from tea? Deciding that it was the latter, the guy went to the toilet. There a newspaper caught his eye, which he decided to read. From it he learned that it is now 779. He also read an interesting article about guilds and learned that the strongest at the moment are 2, Phantom Lord and Fairy Tail. Having relieved himself, the guy paid with 500 precious ones, for which he received great gratitude for such generosity, and suspiciously quickly left the establishment. Literally a minute later, he was already more than 100 meters away from the bar and did not hear the screams of the angry bartender. The thing is, a minute after Naruto left the bar, 5 silver coins turned into 5 small stones with a pop of smoke. I'm lucky, the guy thought, walking along the streets of the evening Taro. He became completely sad and was so deep in his thoughts that he no longer paid attention to where he was going. By a very fortunate coincidence for him, his feet led him to the red light district. Seeing the first beauty, the blonde immediately perked up, and after checking for the presence of stones, he decided that not everything was so bad and he could relax a little. The awakening took place in the form already familiar to Naruto. A soft wide bed, a pretty brunette at your side and a poorly thinking head, but perfectly remembering last night. Deciding not to waste time, he got up, got dressed, collected the things scattered on the floor and, leaving 10 counterfeit coins, left the place where he spent the night. Having thoroughly considered his situation, Naruto decided to turn to the knowledge of this world for help. 2 weeks have already passed since his appearance in the kingdom of Fiori. All the guy could find was information about a hermit magician who specialized in the knowledge of worlds. But this magician has not appeared in public for more than 5 years. Everyone who was interested in Naruto said the same thing: the hermit mage named Izan is probably dead. Another month passed and the guy was already quite accustomed to life in the kingdom. True, there was one problem. He didn't want to work at all, so he didn't have any money to live on. He continued to go from city to city and waste his counterfeit money. A girl of about 14 was boldly walking along the forest road. She was wearing a simple white blouse and a white knee-length dress. On her feet were purple stockings and brown shoes. The strange thing about her was that she was wearing a piece of armor over her jacket, and a sheath with a sword was attached to her right thigh. A sweet and mischievous face was framed by strands of beautiful hair of an unusual scarlet color. At the back they were braided into a long and thick braid. Her dark, seemingly shining eyes radiated confidence, composure and at the same time boundless kindness. It was Elsa Scarlet. A young, but already promising sorceress of fairy tale. Among friends and acquaintances, she was famous for her very complex, sometimes scary character, iron discipline and considerable strength. She preferred to work alone, however, she always stayed away from the team, but at the same time she was all for her older sister. It cannot be said that she was loved very much, but all her peers respected her and always strived for her. Now Elsa was completing her next task. The capture of a petty thief who used magic to turn stones into money and thus deceive people. From the descriptions, he was a blue-eyed guy of average height with yellow-white hair. According to the complaints, he was last seen in the small town of Kara. And the very road along which Elsa was moving led precisely to him. She had been tracking him for the 4th day, and today she finally planned to deal with this scoundrel by meeting him on this road. At this time, Naruto was literally half a kilometer away from her. Very exhausted after a sleepless night in yet another brothel. He was already seriously thinking about doing some business, because he was quickly bored with the life of a drunkard, a thief and a ladies' man. During his entire stay in the New World, he only encountered magicians twice. These were small fry, E and D class magicians, so dealing with them was not particularly difficult for the blonde. In addition to this, he realized that fighting magicians was very easy. They all have a certain type of magic. His advantage lay in his versatility. It was like wielding several types of magic at the same time, which was extremely rare, but still happened. After walking for a very short time, Elsa decided to set up an ambush. She hid in the bushes and waited. Naruto walked and thought intensely about something. Sometimes he nodded to his thoughts, agreeing with them, and sometimes, on the contrary, he shook his head, as if driving them away. He could not sense magical power as chakra and, accordingly, could not immediately determine the level of the magician. And now, he was surprised when a red-haired girl, clearly a couple of years younger than him, jumped out in front of him. What seemed funniest to him was that she was holding a sword in her hands and, pointing it at him, said, "Are you the same thief who uses counterfeit money?" She said in a half-affirming tone, "In the name of the kingdom, I'm detaining you, you better give up." Her tone was quite serious and confident. Cute, but still too small, the blonde first thought. Then the meaning of her words dawned on him. Sorry, what? The guy said with a chuckle. I'm not going to tell you twice. If you don't raise your hands now in a sign that you surrender, I will make you. Now there was a threat and steel in her voice. I don't think he's joking. The guy became wary. With her, I'd better leave quietly, he thought, and moved 20 meters away from her, after which he quickly disappeared into the forest. Elsa was so angry that someone could run away from her so easily. She had no intention of failing the mission, so she immediately gave chase. It was still not possible to catch up with the thief, he was too fast. She even thought that this was a type of magic, but nevertheless she continued to pursue her goal. It's been a day since Naruto tried to break away from the annoying sorceress. I got it, he thought irritably, realizing that he clearly wouldn't see a quiet life until he got rid of his tail. Well, why a girl? He cursed himself for this stupid and useless weakness in front of girls. He wouldn't talk to the guy for a long time. Kunai to the heart and the problem is solved. But with a girl who was also so sweet-looking, he simply could not do that. He often wondered why this happened to him. All he could think of was that this was due to the fact that during slavery, he knew only one woman, and she treated him with understanding, while everyone else mocked him as they wanted. Elsa, all dirty, exhausted and very angry, ran out into the clearing near a small cliff where the blonde man was. You! The sorceress muttered loudly, you will come with me. The anger and irritation that literally flowed in her words interrupted all the comedy of her appearance. How? Naruto was surprised, to put it mildly. He knew that some magicians could move really fast, but not that fast, and he never expected that he would be caught up so quickly, especially by some youngster. Deciding that, one way or another, this had to end, the guy tried to resolve everything peacefully. However, before he could utter a word, he had to jump to his feet and parry the sword's thrust. A large dark pink magic circle appeared under the attacker's feet, and her hair flew up, no longer obeying the laws of gravity. Once again he was discouraged. Not only was the force of the blow simply unthinkable for the girl, but also all the kunai and shuriken that he had ceased to obey him. They lined up like a necklace around his throat. There was nothing left to do but move. But his weapon followed him. In addition to this, Elsa herself, seizing the moment, delivered a strong kick to the body. The blonde was saved from breaking several ribs by a hardened hand. So strong, at such an age. It would be more correct to kill her so that there would be no problems in the future. Naruto desperately struggled with his weakness. Reason told her that she was dangerous. But the pitiful crumbs of humanity inexorably stopped all his attempts to begin to act seriously. Air bullets flew at the red-haired girl. She cut them with her sword. But this time, in her hands was another, more massive and formidable sword. It appeared from a small dark pink circle that the sorceress summoned. Get it! Elsa rushed towards Naruto with two swords crossed. Flower. Such a harmless name for such a strong attack partially confused the blonde. Protected by two huge pythons that literally grew out of his hands and, having managed to send earth chakra to the center of his chest in time, Naruto knocked down a medium-sized tree and several rather thorny bushes with his body. While he was trying to get up after the blow, the girl proudly stepped on his throat and put a sharp blade to his forehead. Oh, you little girl. To call her a creature, a bastard or an ugly one, he couldn't help but dare, even now. Since when did criminals become polite? She was surprised, pressing the blade of the sword harder against the blonde's forehead, thereby leaving a cut on it. This completely drove Naruto crazy. Enough. I'm tired of playing with you. Immediately after that, he used movement. So you are a weapon magician? Looking at how 3 kunai and 5 shuriken are trying to dig into his skin, he said. How he does it, the red-haired girl was quite surprised. This strange weapon was meant to pierce her and dig deep into her skin, thereby rendering her target harmless. But soon, noticing dark brown circles on those areas of the skin where they had tried to pierce her, and comparing this with what she had noticed earlier, she understood everything. That means he can strengthen his body. This is his magic. You need to guess the moment and injure him before he has time to harden. In addition to considerable strength, Elsa Scarlet was very smart and calculating. A moment later she was near him, thereby preventing him from finishing folding the seals. Naruto had to do a backflip to avoid losing his head. A blow, a block, another blow, a somersault. At this pace, the fight continued for literally another minute. Finally, the blonde, forgetting about all his principles, decided to get rid of this girl at any cost. Still, I'll have to kill her, Naruto thought feverishly, being on the verge of a breakdown. No, hurting her will be enough. Looking at how the enemy was trying to come to her senses after a long sparring, in which she could more than once, I'll pay with broken bones, the blonde decided. This did not happen only because Naruto did not fight at full strength, not wanting to cause physical harm to the girl. All he did was barely defend himself from her powerful attacks. Listen, you are strong, very strong. But you can't defeat me. At least not today. The guy's speech was calm, even, and cold. Fatigue and shortness of breath were skillfully hidden. It doesn't matter how, but taking a deep breath and exhaling, I'll take you to prison, that's where you belong. You are a criminal and my task is to catch you. Having more or less regained her breath, she rushed into battle again. This time everything was a little different. Naruto decided to use Kusanagi. In a matter of seconds, the legendary blade became an extension of his hand. Sword? Is he also a swordsman? The girl was surprised. How many more surprises do you have? This is the first time I've seen such a versatile magician. For some reason Elsa had no doubt that she would receive an answer to her question. It's enough for you to know that I'm not a magician. This time Naruto rushed towards her. The sorceress tried to take control of his weapon, and I must say, she succeeded easily. In response, Naruto poured a third of his chakra into the blade. Thanks to this, he was able to regain control of the weapon and continue moving towards the enemy. Without fear of being pierced by your own sword. To the red-haired one's surprise, there was no chapel. Swords are her life. There is no weapon that does not obey her. Or rather, it wasn't until this moment. A sword fight ensued. 2 narrow, long blades in the hands of a girl and 1 blade of medium width and indefinite length in the hands of a guy. Elsa learned about its last property literally immediately, having fought off a swift, piercing attack from a distance of 1.5 meters. Sharp, oblique, piercing and cutting blows from twin blades literally rained down on Naruto. All he could do, despite his high level of sword skills, was to go on the defensive. In every blow, sweep and lunge on the part of the magician Scarlet, one could feel strength, aggression, impeccable skill and, oddly enough, passion and burning interest. The difference between all magicians and shinobi was that their abilities manifest themselves much earlier and do not require intensive training for development. Magic flows in their blood. In the same way, the weapon was part of the soul of the young sorceress. Skills, impeccable skill and strength, flowed in her blood from birth. Therefore, it is not surprising that Naruto, being an excellent swordsman, lost to her. A sharp lunge to the right side was diverted to the right at the very last moment and did not catch the blonde. In response, he tried to wound his opponent in the stomach, but Kusanagi was repelled by crossed blades. The slasher from above only scratched the shinobi's left shoulder. A retaliatory stabbing blow to the chest from the blonde was nipped in the bud. Finally, fortunately for Naruto, Elsa began to run out of steam. Although the blows did not reduce in speed and strength, the difference was that now the red-haired woman fought with all her might, relying only on willpower. She took a risk and launched a frontal attack. Her vertical cutting blow was able to hit the blonde. He, in turn, seemed speechless at the most crucial moment. The hand, against his will, did not move in the direction of Elsa's open stomach. It was a great chance to end the fight and he couldn't take advantage of it. After that. I cannot. What an idiot I am. The guy was perfectly aware of the absurdity and stupidity of this incident. But it was stronger than him. For him, it was like stabbing a sword into himself. In fact, this feeling affected him throughout the entire fight. Why? Elsa whispered barely audibly, breathing heavily. These were more likely thoughts out loud than she was waiting for an answer to the question. Naruto, being 5 meters away from her, could not hear it. Suddenly, small streams of dark, almost black blood began to interfere with his vision. His right eye in particular was completely filled with it. The blonde ran his hand over his forehead and realized that he had lost his bangs and the long yellow-white strands of hair that had once framed his face. Great. Now I will have a scar as a memory, the guy thought ironically. You'd better not pursue me anymore, he said out loud. I don't kill women, even if they are my enemies. That's who I am, he answered, seeing the misunderstanding on Elsa's face. Shut up, another deep breath and cough instead of a normal exhalation, bad. I used all my magical power. I won't be able to continue, the red-haired girl reasoned, but judging by his appearance, he's still full of strength. What to do? Even being in a disadvantageous position, she thought only about completing the task. She didn't have to think long. Her legs gave way, and now she had fallen to one knee and was trying in vain to get up. Naruto decided to take advantage of this and hurried to hide. Trying to catch up with him, the sorceress only spent the last of her strength and fell to the ground. Moreover, still remaining conscious. Hiding behind the trees, Naruto moved about 20 kilometers deep into the forest, while, just in case, creating 5 ordinary clones and sending them in different directions. At night he was already in another small town. Unfortunately, he didn't find a red light district there, so he had to ask to spend the night at an inn. It turned out to be a fun day. Naruto was lying on the bed in a small single room. I've never felt so hot with another girl, he continued to think with annoyance. This incident made him think that it was time to start doing something, because he guessed that now they would start hunting for him. And every time he escapes persecution, the reward on his head will grow. What to do? Open your own brothel? No. It's unlikely that I can cope with the staff. Bar? That's not mine. There is only one thing left. The guy's face, dimly illuminated by the moonlight, darkened, to become a mercenary again. It simply couldn't be any other way. He spent his entire life in slavery and serving not very good people, whom he could not even call people. All he was taught was to kill. Kill quietly, unnoticed, like a shadow. All he knew how to do was kill. It couldn't be said that Naruto was disgusted with what he was doing. But it never brought him any pleasure. The guy always loved reading books. This activity seemed so peaceful, quiet and calm to him. Just what he wanted most. To be left alone. Of course, you can always settle down in some quiet place and do, for example, fishing. But when Naruto did just that, about 6 months ago, back there in his world, they made him understand that they never just let anyone live in peace like that. The blonde then opened a weapons shop and was just starting to work, when literally a week later, a group of mercenaries showed up to him and gave him an ultimatum: either he pays them half of his proceeds, or closes his shop. This group of mercenary shinobi worked for a local corrupt official. Naturally, Naruto did not react to this in the way that 5 Chunin-level shinobi expected. None of the 5 survived. But the blonde still had to quit his business. Since then he has become a mercenary. He did what he knew best. After lying in the newly created forest clearing for about 20 minutes, Scarlet found the strength to get up. She slowly walked towards the city of Magnolia, thinking that for the first time she had failed the task. This turned out to be a much more difficult task. 80,000 is clearly too small an amount. He turned out to be too tough for me. Now she has set herself the goal of getting to the guild as quickly as possible and informing the master about the incorrect information. Later, she will probably stop remembering this task, performing new and more complex ones. But will that fair-haired guy forget the first girl who was able to pretty much exhaust him? After all, oddly enough, during the battle, Naruto was constantly struck by this strong-willed look of black, seemingly shining eyes. This gloomy expression on his face, which was not at all spoiled by such beautiful faces. And the moments when a smug grin touched her lips. It was a sight of rare beauty, which rarely anyone could appreciate because of the fear of this stern, but infinitely kind and sweet girl. But even all this did not have the same effect on the blonde as her hair. Naruto had never seen anything like this before. Hair the color of a bloody sunset. As if filled with endless tenderness and burning passion. They were beautiful, mesmerizing and inviting to take a deep breath of their wonderful aroma. Add to all this strength and resilience, and this girl was truly simply impossible to forget. Such images suddenly visited the blonde head of the young shinobi while he was sleeping. This was his first dream, which he will definitely remember. Before that, he had not seen them or always forgot them as soon as he woke up, because they did not carry any value for him. The most beautiful and happiest dream ever. His short life. A fair-haired young man was sleeping in a small room. It was now early morning, and the sun had not yet fully peeked over the horizon. The first weak rays made their way through the only window and fell on the guy's face. He fidgeted and began to twist in every possible way in bed, and a blissful smile played on his face. He had a dream. The most beautiful and unforgettable dream of my entire short life. But the sweet moment could not last long, and soon the guy opened his eyelids, revealing his blue eyes to the world. At the same time, his face instantly darkened from the realization that it was just a dream that was interrupted so quickly. Reality hit him again in a ruthless, swift and cold stream. The blonde sighed heavily, putting all his sadness and disappointment into it. At the same time, he rose up on his elbows and glanced at the alarm clock. It showed 4:30 in the morning. Naruto fell back onto the bed and thought about something. There was no longer that sadness on his face, only misunderstanding shone in his eyes. And what was that? He asked himself. It's funny, though. Fresh pictures from the dream surfaced in his memory, and a new, completely unknown feeling warmed in his chest, so strong that it even slightly filled the emptiness inside that had not gone away 8 years later. This feeling turned Naruto inside out. It made him feel dead, constantly feel an acute lack of something. And the worst thing was that the blonde couldn't get used to it. He just endured it, sometimes even on the verge of a breakdown. This is another reason why the guy was a frequent guest in adult establishments. No, the new feeling was not love. It was happiness. It's not clear why, but the blonde suddenly felt like he wanted something. But what he wanted was really strange. In the middle of the dream, Elsa's gaze changed. Composure, determination and courage, with a considerable amount of burning passion, instantly dissolved in the darkness of her eyes. They began to radiate severe pain, no, not physical. Mental pain. Loneliness, anger and resentment, fear, so childish and innocent. Instead of a girl strong beyond her years, both physically and mentally, a fragile and vulnerable girl appeared before him, clad in the armor of loneliness. He felt a kindred spirit in her. However, then, at the meeting, he could not see this behind the mask of composure. However, like almost all of Elsa's acquaintances, who also had no idea what actually makes her so strong. He would have lain like this for a very, very long time if he had not been distracted from his thoughts by the owner of the small hotel where he was staying. The door to the room opened with a creak, and a woman, who looked to be between 30 and 35, entered the room. She was not very beautiful, but not ugly either, red hair, brown eyes, short and slightly plump. "I'm sorry if I woke you up," she began, looking at the still undressed Naruto lying in bed, clearly deep in thought. For the blonde, her visit was not a surprise, and he reluctantly turned his gaze from the ceiling to the woman. "Nothing, I was already awake." He clearly did not intend to continue, because he again stared at the ceiling and forgot about the existence of this woman. Ignoring this, she calmly went about her business. Naruto finally realized that he was doing something stupid by relaxing in this situation. The royal police were about to arrive for him, and he was flying in the clouds. The small port town of Magnolia in the north of the kingdom. He was almost no different from the rest of his brothers. The same beautiful houses, clean streets and roads paved with stone. All of Magnolia was literally cut up and down by river canals. But the most important difference of this town was the presence of a guild of wizards. Moreover, a fairly well-known guild, which is one of the most powerful in the kingdom. It was called Fairy Tale. It was a beautiful two-story building with 3 flags hanging above the entrance. In the center was the coat of arms of the guild itself, to the left of it was the coat of arms of Magnolia, and to the right was the flag of the kingdom of Fiori. It was spring weather outside. The sun warmed the earth with its soft rays and gave people warmth before it could turn into punishment, as happens in the summer, when the air temperature reaches unbearable heights. It was now about 20 degrees, so many mothers were walking around the city with their children, enjoying the warm weather. There was not a single cloud in the sky, and a very weak breeze was blowing through the streets of the city. The quickly walking Elsa, who was now very worried, did not care at all about the weather, just as she did not care about the surprised looks of the townspeople. Some of them, not knowing her, tried to ask what was the matter, why she was wearing torn clothes, dirty and, judging by her appearance, very tired. Although it was difficult to determine by the speed of her step, it was enough to look at her exhausted face and reddened eyes to guess that she clearly had not slept at night. Now she pursued only one goal: to report false information as quickly as possible. Finally she arrived at the place she considered home. Everything was as usual in the guild. Children were running back and forth on the first floor, adult magicians were sitting at tables, and almost everyone was busy with something. A blond man with a scar running through his right eye and wearing strange headphones stood leaning on the bar counter. He watched the 2 boys with genuine incomprehension. One of the boys is a brunette, wearing only panties. The second is a guy with pink hair, he was wearing a blue vest, a red checkered scarf and white loose pants. They stood opposite each other, pressing their foreheads and glaring at each other. "How long will you continue to walk around naked? Pervert!" The pink-haired man hissed at the brunette. "What did you say? Firebrand? Who did you call a firebrand? You, who else could have such a huge head?" The tension was heating up, and the only cooler, in the person of Elsa, was not there. The others didn't care much about these 2. A white-haired guy and a girl were sitting next to each other, thinking about something. Another brunette eagerly looked at the keg of beer, but every time the stern look of the bartender discouraged her from thinking. Besides them, the guild was also full of children, which made it look more like a kindergarten. Wakaba Mine is a 30-year-old holding magician. Uses his ever-present smoking pipe as a weapon. Now he was talking with his friend and rival in one person, Mikao Convolt. 30-year-old creative magician. He knows how to create and control fire, and also has the magic of transformation. They were just discussing Mikao's past assignment when the door to the guild opened and the figure of a red-haired girl appeared in the doorway. Everyone immediately recognized her as a member of the guild. A decrepit and very small-looking old man, reminiscent of a dwarf, jumped off the bar counter and looked excitedly at Elsa. But nothing has changed here, and Natsu and Gray are back to their own. These were the first thoughts that came to her head. "Master, the information about the criminal was incorrect," the sorceress said, walking to the center of the hall and sitting down at the table. "This petty thief is not a weakling at all, I couldn't catch him, sorry." That's how it is, the old man drawled. It's okay, you need to rest. But don't worry, I'll send someone else on this task. And don't argue, go and rest, you're very tired. Of course, the red-haired one was far from the most powerful wizard, although of the girls in the guild, only one was able to compare with her in strength. That white-haired girl, her name was Mira Jane. But just recently she experienced great grief, the loss of her younger sister. This was very difficult for her and her brother Elfman to accept. Although, unlike her, his brother at least did not refuse to be a magician, which is what his sister wanted to do now. There were no wounds on Elsa's body, so she really didn't need anything else other than rest. As you say, master, after these words, she finished the mug of water that the guys brought her. Accompanied by the glances of her family, which she considered everyone here, she walked into her room. Standing up and walking towards the mirror, Naruto noticed something on his face that wasn't there yesterday morning. A thin scar ran diagonally along the entire forehead and up to the cheek. It crossed the right eyelid and ended in the middle of the cheek. On the one hand, now Naruto did not look as virginal as before, this gave him masculinity and originality, and almost did not disfigure him. Although the problem was that this scar would easily identify him in the future, but considering his already rare appearance, then this was not a big problem. Without paying much attention to the scar, the blonde quickly gathered his things and, cutting through the iron bars on the window with his sword, jumped from the 3rd floor and ran out of the city at full speed. The once again enraged cry of yet another deceived owner of the establishment no longer reached his ears. Rushing at full speed wherever his eyes looked, Naruto felt more alive than ever. He took incredible pleasure in what he did. It was a fun activity, but sooner or later you have to pay for everything. And remembering this, the guy became noticeably sad and finally thought about what to do next. I think we should get as far away from here as possible, maybe even cross the entire kingdom. Just like last time, you just need to walk around, collect information and take on some simple task. The plan was incredibly simple, but effective. The best option, Naruto thought, in this situation. After all, he had no connections, no money, no influence. Serious circles did not even know about its existence. Although the latter fact was also positive. Because it was harder to find him that way. For 4 days, Naruto moved deeper into the kingdom. During this time, he thought about his plan in more detail and took into account all the smallest details that could in one way or another affect his venture. Now he was walking at a calm pace along the forest road. By the way, most of the kingdom of Fiori was covered with forests and mountains. And the blonde liked it. Suddenly 2 people blocked his way. The first was a huge man in a green suit and a top hat. What was unusual about him were his bandaged eyes, from which tears flowed from time to time as he began to talk about something. He looked to be about 30 years old, maybe a little older. The second is a thin man with green hair. His clothes were brown and he had a lens stuck in his right eye. And what irritated Naruto about him was the way he constantly wriggled like a snake, only in an upright position and at the same time clumsily waved his arms. What kind of clowns are these, were the first thoughts that the blonde had regarding these 2. What you need? He continued aloud. Us? No, 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 it's not for you to decide whether we need something or not. No, 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 answered the thin man. I am Heavenly Heights. And this is my partner, Earth. God, how sad this is. The plans of the petty swindler collapse in an instant, the huge man roared again. Freaks. I don't have time to laugh at crazy people. So get out of the way. The blonde instantly moved behind the brown one and drove the kunai into his back up to the hilt. However, to his surprise, it only seemed so to him. In fact, the body of this green-haired dystrophic turned out to be like rubber. At this time, a man with bandaged eyes tried to sneak up from behind unnoticed, which he almost succeeded due to the fact that the thin man dodged with amazing dexterity and jumped away from his opponent. But after just a couple of seconds, two fat boa constrictors rushed towards him. Instantly, these two piles of muscles wrapped around the magician's body and began to squeeze him with superhuman strength. Oh! No, 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 the green-haired man desperately tried to get out of the steel grip, but even with all his flexibility and dexterity it was difficult. Oh, how unfortunate this is, Vise roared once again and launched invisible streams of wind, which took the form of crescents, at the boa constrictors. Upon contact with the magic of the wind, the boas instantly crumbled into dust. Earth did not have time to suffer much. So its elemental magic, Naruto managed to figure out before walking away from the technique. Dance of the Stones. Earth said in his unpleasant voice. Several dozen cobblestones rushed towards the blonde. Naruto's hardened hands began to flash through the air, smashing into smithereens all the stones flying at him. But, despite the dexterity and speed with which he waved his arms, several rather heavy stones hit him in the right side and left leg. He could not simultaneously strengthen more than 20% of his body without being at the second level of the cursed seal, so the damage from the attack could not be repaid. Having made 2 revolutions around its axis from being hit by cobblestones, he still managed to group himself during the fall, and it turned out to be less clumsy. Concert of Rocks. Another enemy technique took him by surprise. The ground around the blonde began to rapidly take shape, clamping Naruto's body in a vice. All this happened too quickly for them to escape, but when Vise and Earth thought that the boy was no longer alive, instead of the crunching of bones, they heard a pop, accompanied by a cloud of white smoke. The replacement technique is one of the simplest techniques of a shinobi, which can save the chakra of the user using it, by a little time and sometimes force the enemy to complete his technique, thereby forcing him to waste chakra on it. After cancelling the spell, the magician saw chips that had once been a log. No, N. A powerful bolt of lightning in the back silenced this talker. The next discharge flew at the big guy, but he simply disappeared into thin air. So he can move too, Naruto thought, expecting a blow out of nowhere. This is your end, Vise appeared behind the blonde. Crash zone. Here every magician loses his powers, how unfortunate. Without ceasing to roar, he raised his hands over the former Jinchuriki and cast a spell. And? Moving behind the enemy, the shinobi stuck Kusanagi in his back. Once again the huge body melted into thin air. The next moment Naruto was thrown a good 10 meters away. How? This is impossible. There is no way that anyone could resist this spell. The man in the green suit was not just confused, he was in deep shock. You left me no choice. Vise pulled off the blindfold from his eyes, which turned out to be pink, but with unusual pupils. They were divided into 4 parts each. At that moment, Earth woke up, but didn't show it, deciding to seize the moment and attack unexpectedly. True, he felt that his strength was only enough for one weak attack. Thanks to his lens, upon contact with Naruto, he was able to see a small period of his life. True, to his regret, he did not see anything particularly useful in the battle with him, but he knew that this was by no means an ordinary magician. This is a shinobi. Death Zone, 0. A stream of uncontrollable wind rushed towards the defender. The guy felt that this wind was not at all simple, it was saturated with strange energy, as Naruto guessed, magic. It's just a problem, don't breathe. With such thoughts, he ran towards the enemy, intending to blow his head off. However, as he approached, he felt his strength leaving him. In addition to this, a sharp piece of stone flew into his back and dug deep into his left side. Naruto's consciousness began to become cloudy, his mind feverishly looking for a way out of the current situation. He saw that the wind mage was still full of strength, but he guessed that one very strong blow would be enough to knock him down. Feeling that he was about to fall into unconsciousness, in desperation he immediately applied the second level of the seal. He regained full control over his body, and his ability to regenerate increased significantly. Then he simply ran to Vizya, who was stunned by such changes, and with an elongated blade, which again his opponent did not expect, wounded him in the side. Then, relying solely on adrenaline and the power of the cursed seal, he rushed away from the battlefield wherever his eyes looked. Being at the second level, he could not use techniques, since most of the chakra was used to maintain invulnerability, and the rest simply could not leave the body. Accordingly, he could not create jutsu. But all this was compensated by increased regeneration, speed, endurance, strength, and almost absolute invulnerability to physical attacks. With all his superhuman endurance, he was able to run fast for half an hour. Using the seal for such a long time completely exhausted him. In addition to this, an unknown poison was slowly killing him. Having exited the print mode, he fell out of the forest right into the middle of the road, which, judging by the growing grass, had not been used for a long time. "How is he, Wendy?" a young man of about 14 asked his companion. He was a guy with blue hair, black eyes and a tattoo going through his right eye. "He's very strange," Wendy responded. She looked about 7 or 8 years old, no more. Big brown eyes, a cute face and medium-length hair as blue as a guy's. They were in a hut, hastily built just a few hours ago. "He fell under killing magic. I don't know what kind of spell it is, but, if we had found him a couple of hours later, he would not have survived," the girl answered, looking at Naruto's unconscious body, half wrapped in bandages. She barely mumbled the last words about the fact that the person might not survive. The girl has always been very shy and slightly unsure of herself. And such things as death were wild for her still virgin consciousness. Killing? The guy thought for a minute. He was clearly surprised by this statement and a little confused. He thought that this poor fellow had suffered from dark magicians, who were quite common in the forests of this part of the kingdom. But no one killed for nothing, even the dark guilds did not do this without special reasons. This means that someone needed it. He could not even imagine that the one they saved was a criminal. "I can only get rid of it in a few days." But even that's not as scary as the fact that all his blood is infected with something, and I can't fix it. Wendy bowed her head guiltily, reproaching herself for her helplessness. "A fifth of it consists of something incomprehensible. It resembles medicine, but quite unusual." "It's not your fault." Her friend looked at her with such a kind and sincere look that she immediately forgot about all her sorrows. "I bandaged the wound, there was no bleeding, so he's not in danger. In a few days he should come to his senses." "But we'll have to wait," the guy shrugged and left the hut. "Gerard," Wendy timidly tried to hold him back for something, but she realized too late and was not heard. She remained sitting above the blonde. Night fell over the area. 2 days had passed since the two travelers picked up the dying man. For which they could not go anywhere, due to the fact that the patient needed peace of mind. These two are amazing people. They picked up a stranger, persecuted for unknown reasons, with a severe infection. They wasted 2 days of time and, most importantly, they risked running into enemies. But thanks to the illusion techniques that Gerard owned, they were able to protect themselves from attacks by local robbers. The weather was cloudy. The sky was overcast with gray clouds and was about to threaten to rain on the lands of the kingdom of Fiori. Naruto opened his eyes and a roof made of tree branches appeared before his eyes. "Hut! Ha ha ha, am I really alive?" Turning his head to the side, he saw the entrance to the building and heard the voices of people. Listening to them, he realized that they belonged to children. "Ha ha ha, come on." Gerard laughed cheerfully, looking at his blushing girlfriend. "Stop it. I didn't do it on purpose." She, in turn, diligently puffed out her cheeks, showing supposedly strong resentment. But, despite all her efforts, rare giggles sometimes escaped from her mouth. Naruto was already in a sitting position, holding his pounding head with his left hand. Approaching the hut, the guys became quiet so as not to inadvertently wake up the blonde. But when they went inside, a surprise awaited them. "Oh, so you've already come to your senses," the blue-haired guy muttered in confusion. "It's okay," Naruto wheezed, without even looking at his saviors. "How do you feel?" Wendy asked, no less confused. Finally, the man who woke up was able to overcome the feeling of his skull splitting into pieces and looked up at those who entered. "Not really, it's been better," the guy exhaled heavily and inhaled just as easily. "Did you save me?" Seeing the blue-haired man nod, he continued, "Thank you." He didn't yet remember that he could use some food, since the strange effect Wendy's magic had on him muffled the feeling of hunger. "Yeah, you were unlucky to run into magicians. Let's get acquainted. I'm Gerard, and this is Wendy." "Naruto," the blonde said briefly and lay down on his back. "Maybe you can tell us what happened to you?" "I was attacked, as you already guessed. These are most likely mages from the Dark Guild." "It's strange, why did they have to kill you?" Naruto had never expected this question, and did not know how to answer. "I have no idea. Now could you leave me alone?" After waiting for the guy and girl to leave the room, he allowed himself to relax a little. "You bastards. Because of those psychos, my plans have now suffered greatly." The blonde was well aware that he had probably spent more than one day in an unconscious state. "And now I still had to get rid of these two." Naruto didn't want to kill them. But they could have stopped him. So another 4 hours passed, during which Naruto managed to sleep and miss the rain, which Gerard and Wendy were caught in, which is why they were frozen and wet to the skin. As soon as the rain stopped, they lit a fire. Literally a couple of hours after that, the blonde man came out to the smell of fried meat. He walked silently and sat down next to the fire, staring at the flames and for a while forgetting about everything in the world. "Are you not going to be?" The blue-haired guy muttered with his mouth full, noticing that their silent companion was not even looking at his portion of roast duck. "Eh? Yes. Thank you." The blonde began to eat dinner. "What, if it's not a secret, are you two doing in these places?" The blonde finally asked the question that interested him, finishing the meal, which passed in silence. "We are traveling," Gerard answered calmly. "That's how it is. And do you have a planned route?" "Well, actually, we just go from city to city and look for guilds to join one of them," Wendy said, "but we still haven't found the one we want to join." "You're talking to the guild," Naruto again stared at the fire and thought. Further conversations were on passive topics. Although the former Jinchuriki rarely communicated with people, and only a couple of times with normal people, the knowledge gained from books made him a quite interesting conversationalist. Although there was still a sense of detachment and disinterest in communication in his voice. The next day, Naruto already wanted to say goodbye to his new acquaintances, but he found himself on the way with them. Thus began their journey together. On the third day of the journey they reached the city of Eren. It, unlike the towns in which Naruto spent time, was quite large and beautiful. Tall 10- and 15-story castles made of carved stone fascinated with their beauty and grandeur. Streets illuminated by the soft white light of lanterns, parks with perennial oak trees, lakes in which ducks swam, beautiful fountains and wooden benches around them. Respectable men in expensive suits and canes in their hands were scurrying around everywhere. This was the latest fashion in Fiori. Graceful ladies in evening dresses literally floated arm in arm with them. The sound of hooves hitting the paved paths seemed so rhythmic and at the same time monotonous that it became unnoticeable if you did not listen closely. "What are you going to do?" the blonde asked, and they reached the main square. "That is? Aren't you with us?" Gerard was surprised. "I have a couple of things to do," smiling sarcastically, the guy looked at the lonely brunette, finishing her ice cream. Her big black eyes kept darting over the men passing by. "Just go for a walk and rent a room. Meet me tomorrow morning at this place. This. Okay, let's go, Wendy. The poor girl didn't even understand what happened. However, for Gerard, ideas about their companion have changed somewhat. Not sensing a catch, Naruto calmly approached the beauty and tried to greet her nicely. Yet, at his own request, only corrupt women slept with him. The blonde had never had a single normal girl, and now he decided to test his strength. Having disappeared for a short time, he, to his happiness, quickly found the rich fool, who did not even notice that the dirty homeless man, having encountered him, stole a heavy bag of gold from him. Having dispelled the henge, the blonde returned to the square again. Hello, I'm here looking for a place to have a great time. Maybe we can look together? He began casually, coming close to the black-haired beauty. For a second her appraising gaze scanned him, but as soon as she paid attention to his clothes, her gaze went from interested to contemptuous. Look for him in the trash can, the brunette said rudely and turned away so as not to meet his gaze. The same whore, only more expensive, the guy concluded and walked away from her eyes with a disappointed expression. Following him, the beauty only exhaled sadly and continued to look for a walking wallet. Of course, the blonde understood that dressing like a homeless person reduced the chances of a normal date. But it was not for nothing that he wanted to test his strength, and not the strength of his henge, which cost him nothing to use. Having decided that one humiliation for the evening was enough for him, he used a henge and turned into himself, only in an expensive suit. The blonde did not hide the scar, and he had no intention of doing so. It was an early morning. The streets of Eren were still empty, the sound of hooves could be heard occasionally in the distance, and the night lamps were still burning. The city began to slowly wake up from sleep. Naruto quickly walked towards the meeting place with his fellow travelers. Henge was no longer there, just his shabby black t-shirt, not very clean pants and a gray cape with long sleeves and a shallow hood, from under which a bang of blonde hair peeked out. The guy's face was very disappointed and tense. That night something terrible happened to him, something that had never happened to the blonde before. He fell. As low and shameful as possible. All his thoughts flew chaotically in his head, which was more troubled than ever before and clumsily collided with each other. He could not find an explanation for what happened today, or rather for what did not happen tonight. He didn't succeed. At the most crucial moment, when his beautiful chosen one was heated to the limit, and the time had come for the final extravaganza of passion, at this climax he backed down and was unable to satisfy the girl. It was the most terrible and humiliating moment of his life. He was ready to again experience the terrible tortures with which his body was hardened, if only this unfortunate, shameful, insulting and probably completely accidental incident would not happen again. But the cruel and merciless reality did not recede for a second. It happened. This actually happened to him. And this cannot be fixed. It is possible that for some this is not such a terrible tragedy, but not for Naruto. He felt like a formless substance, a spineless worm and a pathetic weakling, incapable of anything. With which they tempered his body, so that this unfortunate, shameful, insulting and probably completely accidental incident would not happen again. But the cruel and merciless reality did not recede for a second. It happened. This actually happened to him. And this cannot be fixed. It is possible that for some this is not such a terrible tragedy, but not for Naruto. He felt like a formless substance, a spineless worm and a pathetic weakling, incapable of anything. With which they tempered his body, so that this unfortunate, shameful, insulting and probably completely accidental incident would not happen again. But the cruel and merciless reality did not recede for a second. It happened. This actually happened to him. And this cannot be fixed. It is possible that for some this is not such a terrible tragedy, but not for Naruto. He felt like a formless substance, a spineless worm and a pathetic weakling, incapable of anything. And what will happen next? That was all he was thinking about now. It didn't work once, it won't work twice, he was already driving nails into the lid of his coffin. It won't work twice, this will happen all the time. The realization that he could lose the most beautiful and desired pleasure, which he considered an activity, lemon was more disgusting in his soul than ever. This was too important for him to attribute everything to fatigue, stress or the result of a recent fight. All this had happened to him regularly throughout his life. And since he began to lead a free lifestyle, this did not stop him from bringing pleasure to himself and his mistresses. When he finally reached the meeting place, they were already waiting for him. "Everything is fine?" Gerard asked, noticing the universal sadness on his friend's face. "It's true, you're kind of upset," Wendy supported him. "Huh? Don't pay attention," Naruto exhaled and began moving towards the exit from the city. "Wait, actually, we haven't had breakfast yet," the young magician hesitated. "And? You have money?" "Well, actually, I won something yesterday, hee. So you can have a normal breakfast." Now it was the blonde's turn to be surprised. "I think I know how you were able to win." Naruto was a little distracted from his problem. He liked that this guy was not such a saint as he seemed. "Well, let's not talk about that." A smile lit up Gerard's face, and the disciple of the heavenly dragon, who did not understand anything from their conversation, decided not to focus on this. By the way, when Naruto asked how they were able to heal him, they did not hide the fact that Wendy is a heavenly dragon slayer. This was precisely what prompted Naruto to spend more time with them than he had planned. This fact interested him greatly. After a very hearty and very expensive breakfast in one of the cultural institutions of the city, for which the poor magician had to give all the money that was left after yesterday's walk with his friend, they hit the road. The next stop was to be a port city. Wendy, in turn, also did not miss the chance to hype Gerard for the most expensive ice cream and a couple of trinkets. Although Gerard himself was pleased to spend money on her, because he considered her his own and treated her like his little sister. There was no one more dear to him, just as she had no one more dear than him. Naruto, Gerard and Wendy were now in one of the villages, which was located about 200 kilometers from Eren. They volunteered to help a lonely old woman with her garden in exchange for temporary housing and food. It was a kind of vacation for all three. The village was located in such a wilderness that new faces rarely appeared here. There was a forest around the village, only a small river and a few fields moved the forest thicket away from the village. Accordingly, people lived here by fishing and hunting. Food was brought here only once a week, and this was enough to provide about 20 families with everything they needed. Naruto learned about the level of technological development of this world not so long ago, but he already realized that it was not in the least behind the world of shinobi. On the contrary, it is even superior in some respects, for example, in terms of transport. He only recently learned about the existence of a railway and transport powered by the magical energy of the driver. And it cost him a lot of effort to hide his surprise so as not to arouse suspicion among his friends. Even without that, despite his efforts and extreme caution, he had already managed to greatly interest both magicians. Even at the very beginning of their acquaintance, the aerial dragon slayer noticed a very strong difference in him from Gerard. Relying on her magic, she could examine the human body using special spells. And among ordinary magicians, like Gerard, magic filled every cell of the body. Or rather, the body was completely saturated with magic that came from the air of this world. In the case of their mysterious acquaintance, the energy that filled him could not be called pure magic. For the little sorceress, she felt like something half material and tangible. And it flowed in the young man's body, like blood through the veins. True, in separate channels. At the same time, this strange energy did not come from outside, but was produced by the body itself. It took a lot of effort for Wendy to make such a detailed comparison, but at the same time it was very interesting for her. It was this childish and innocent interest that pushed her to spend an entire half hour on Naruto. At her age, and with the amount of magic that went into such a detailed analysis, this research exhausted her so much that she then lost consciousness and collapsed limply on top of the blonde's unconscious body. Having come to her senses, she told everything to her friend, and together they asked Naruto about it. He, in turn, excused himself with a serious illness, because he guessed that magicians should know about this too, since they already know about its peculiarity. And, as he had hoped, they readily believed him. Throughout the time they spent together, Wendy tried to cleanse the former Jinchuriki's blood of unwanted elements. It helped partly, but it couldn't completely heal Naruto. The Phantom Lord Guild was a huge multi-story building, the architecture of which resembled a castle. There was twilight inside the building. The first floor of the guild resembled an ordinary pub. The magicians concentrated in groups and stayed together. Each of them was busy with his own business. The ceilings here were very high, and there were many wooden beams running at a certain height. And on the top floors of the building were located the elite of the guild, the master himself, the Iron Dragon Slayer Gezel, and 2 elementals. The latter were just about to return from a double mission. Their main task was to ensure the safety of movement for the queen herself. This consisted of finding the conspirators and eliminating them. An A-rank task that was rewarded with 10 million precious ones. They successfully completed it, but the task came at a cost, and the elementals had to confront an entire dark guild. Moreover, the guild was not one of the weakest, and quite famous in dark communities. The second, less important, task was to capture the B-rank criminal, which Naruto was now. Information about him has already been sent throughout the kingdom and a reward has been announced for his capture. The blonde was valued at 2.5 million precious ones for a living person and 1 million for a dead one. Again, unlike the world in which the blonde grew up, where killing was completely commonplace for shinobi, in Fiori this was viewed extremely negatively. There was a ban on contract killings. It was this ban that was the main reason for the emergence of dark communities. Unlike the world in which the blonde grew up, where killing was completely commonplace for shinobi, in Fiori this was viewed extremely negatively. There was a ban on contract killings. It was this ban that was the main reason for the emergence of dark communities. Unlike the world in which the blonde grew up, where killing was completely commonplace for shinobi, in Fiori this was viewed extremely negatively. There was a ban on contract killings. It was this ban that was the main reason for the emergence of dark communities. The door to the guild opened and the elementals slowly entered the building. Each of them looked very shabby, but Earth felt better. His clothes were burned through his back by a powerful bolt of lightning. And the Celestial had a strange puncture wound in his side. It was strange because it healed very, very slowly, even now, a week later. The magicians had already received help in the first city they managed to reach. And still, with sudden movements, the Heavenly One's wound opened again and began to bleed, which caused pain and inconvenience to the magician. Under surprised glances, but no more, they walked through the first floor and went up to the foreman to report on the completed and uncompleted tasks. So you're saying that you didn't catch some youngster? Jose looked menacingly at his subordinates, but that was all he did. The elementals stood silently, only hoping to quickly get out of his sight. Okay, we're free for now. After listening to them and learning a lot about this strange blonde, Jose decided to pay special attention to this issue. But the main task of ensuring the queen's safety was completed, and this reassured Master Phantom Lord. Wendy sat on a bench located along the wall of a small house and watched Gerard and Naruto. On her head was a wide straw hat, which protected her from the scorching sun. The guys casually dug up the garden, periodically pulling large stones out of the ground and pulling out grass. This was the first time the former Jinchuriki had done such a thing, and I must say, he liked it. For the first time, he could at least partially feel like an ordinary guy. A simple, seemingly, and quite hard job, given the scorching sun and the need to bend down every half a minute in order to lift a stone against which a shovel rested, or pull out a bunch of grass that could interfere with the cultivation of crops. Other than terrible dissatisfaction, Naruto did not manage to master earth techniques at the age of 16. Gerard so far only knew how to cast illusions and use weak attacks. Therefore, neither Naruto nor his blue-haired acquaintance could complete the job in a matter of seconds. On top of that, this work brought the guys together. During those 3 days that they spent time together in the yard of the old landlady, they talked more than during almost 2 weeks of traveling together. They mostly talked about neutral topics. But sometimes Naruto told the blue-haired man something about what girls could be like and how it was advisable to behave with them, which made the latter quite embarrassed, because at 13 and due to the history of his life he still had no idea how to behave yourself with the opposite sex. Maybe only with children. On top of that, this work brought the guys together. During those 3 days that they spent time together in the yard of the old landlady, they talked more than during almost 2 weeks of traveling together. They mostly talked about neutral topics. But sometimes Naruto told the blue-haired man something about what girls could be like and how it was advisable to behave with them, which made the latter quite embarrassed, because at 13 and due to the history of his life he still had no idea how to behave yourself with the opposite sex. Maybe only with children. On top of that, this work brought the guys together. During those 3 days that they spent time together in the yard of the old landlady, they talked more than during almost 2 weeks of traveling together. They mostly talked about neutral topics. But sometimes Naruto told the blue-haired man something about what girls could be like and how it was advisable to behave with them, which made the latter quite embarrassed, because at 13 and due to the history of his life he still had no idea how to behave yourself with the opposite sex. Maybe only with children. And how it is desirable to behave with them, which is why the latter was quite embarrassed, because at the age of 13 and due to the history of his life, he still had no idea how to behave with the opposite sex. Maybe only with children. And how it is desirable to behave with them, which is why the latter was quite embarrassed, because at the age of 13 and due to the history of his life, he still had no idea how to behave with the opposite sex. Maybe only with children. And so the 3 days passed. A company consisting of 2 young wizards, 1 shinobi and an old woman was sitting at a set table and was about to start dinner. The old woman was the mistress of this house, who agreed to help with the housework from young people. She was a short and thin grandmother, with an unusually kind look in her brown eyes. Her old and wrinkled face, despite many years of hard life, seemed to glow with kindness and calmness. After spending a short time eating dinner, Naruto called Gerard to talk. "I won't beat around the bush, I'm leaving tomorrow morning," he confronted his temporary companion with a calm, even voice. "But wait. We were going to travel together to the capital of the kingdom," Gerard said in bewilderment. "Something happened?" Although what could have happened if we were almost all the time at arm's length from each other, he mentally refuted his own assumption. "It's necessary. I thought about it and realized that I had no need to go there. Most likely I should return home." "So you have finally decided?" "Yes. Then it will really be more correct." It turned out to be even easier to deceive the blue-haired man than the blonde thought. When Naruto told his story, he lied about absolutely everything. He said that he came from a small village. That father and mother were magicians in one of the light guilds. And he lived with his aunt on the money his parents sent. They died on one of the missions, and he decided to find their killers and take revenge on them for it. As a result, the aunt was left alone, overwhelmed by grief from the loss of her sister and beloved son-in-law. Gerard and Wendy took Naruto's made-up story to heart. They inspired the blonde that revenge would not bring him peace, but would only depress him even more. Day after day they diligently tried to convey to him that revenge would not bring back his family, but would only make him the same as the killers of his parents. Moreover, they believed that leaving the only aunt who looked after him and raised him as her own son alone was generally a low act. Naruto, in turn, very much regretted that he had come up with such a story, and tried his best to hold back their righteous onslaught. He could not even suspect that people could care about other people's problems. It was a revelation for him. Thanks to two magicians, he suddenly saw the human essence from a completely different side. But now what was once a mistake turned into a plus for him. He had less to explain the reason for his sudden departure. Naruto simply couldn't hide without words, and without saying goodbye. These two had done too much for him in such a short time. They saved his life, helped him heal, and simply kept him in good spiritual company. In some ways, he enjoyed the time he spent with them, but on the other hand, the habit of being a loner and living in his own world was too strong for Naruto to miss them in the future. As soon as the sun began to peek over the horizon, Naruto left the room in which he spent the night with Gerard as a shadow. Pulling on his usual gray cape with long sleeves and throwing the hood over his head, he left the house without the slightest doubt and hit the road. The blonde had been moving at an accelerated pace for half a day. Eventually he returned to the city, where he noticed a useful store. Namely, he was interested in one product, paper. Sealing scrolls were very convenient and Naruto used them all the time. But in this world he no longer expected to find such people. But one day, when he was walking around this city, he noticed an interesting store. The store interested him because of its appearance, which resembled the open mouth of a toad. Having nothing else to do, the blonde went inside, and, perhaps, this was one of his most successful decisions. The paper they sold there was intended to be used for wrapping and storing magical talismans. Touching it, Naruto released a small amount of chakra into it. In this case, nothing happened with ordinary paper, but this one absorbed the chakra, turning quite a bit gray. Although it was different from ordinary paper for sealing scrolls, it was also quite suitable for this purpose. Then Naruto did not pay enough attention to this, because there was too little paper, but the seller told him that a new batch would be brought in 2 weeks. A little more than 2 weeks had passed since then, and now the blonde hoped that this important product for him had not been snapped up in time. Having reached that same store, he immediately entered. "Hello," he said casually. "Good afternoon, young man," the seller answered politely and unpretentiously. "Do you happen to remember me? I was interested in a particular paper about 2 weeks ago. You said that just after this period of time a new batch will be brought." "Oh yes, I remember. Forgive me, there are a lot of clients, you can't remember them all, hee." Having said this, a short and plump man of about 50 walked to a small cabinet measuring 1.5 by 1 meter. "It's okay," Naruto answered impatiently, because he was in a hurry to leave this crowded place as quickly as possible. Although there were no other customers in the store right now, the street was full of people. "You're lucky, you only managed to buy 3 packages out of the entire pack. 27 packages left. Will this suit you?" "Quite," Naruto answered, holding out exactly as much as the paper cost, and, accepting a rather heavy package, hurried to disappear from the store, again throwing the hood over his head. "Great. Now I can only hope that I can make the scrolls myself. They will be very useful to me on my journey." After another day of travel, Naruto stopped in a small port town. Having obtained the most suitable ink and done all the necessary manipulations with it, he began to draw seals on paper, which he had previously divided into equal parts. This rather lengthy and painstaking process lasted several days in a row. In addition to drawing seals, he infused a certain amount of chakra into each of the potential sealing scrolls. As a result, he ended up with about 200 scrolls. He needed this amount for a long trip, which he planned to go on in the near future. As a result, Naruto exhausted himself to the point that he passed out in the middle of the room and remained unconscious for about a day. Of course, he calculated his strength and the volume of chakra, but due to dull sensations he did not notice that he was on the verge of physical exhaustion. The maid, seeing what happened to the guest, wanted to call a doctor for him, but remembered a recent incident with her fired friend. She called a doctor for the same rogue, but in the end he did not have the money to pay for the examination. The hotel owner had to pay for the call, who, in turn, was a very stingy person. Therefore, she simply made sure that the guest was breathing, put him on the bed and locked him in his own room. Having woken up and realized where he was and what had happened to him, the blonde rose from the bed without hesitation, while grimacing from the unpleasant sensations in his right hand, through which he had been passing chakra for a long time. But she remembered a recent incident with her fired friend. She called a doctor for the same rogue, and in the end he did not have the money to pay for the examination. The hotel owner had to pay for the call, who, in turn, was a very stingy person. Therefore, she simply made sure that the guest was breathing, put him on the bed and locked him in his own room. Having woken up and realized where he was and what had happened to him, the blonde rose from the bed without hesitation, while grimacing from the unpleasant sensations in his right hand, through which he had been passing chakra for a long time. But she remembered a recent incident with her fired friend. She called a doctor for the same rogue, and in the end he did not have the money to pay for the examination. The hotel owner had to pay for the call, who, in turn, was a very stingy person. Therefore, she simply made sure that the guest was breathing, put him on the bed and locked him in his own room. Having woken up and realized where he was and what had happened to him, the blonde rose from the bed without hesitation, while grimacing from the unpleasant sensations in his right hand, through which he had been passing chakra for a long time. I laid him on the bed and locked him in his own room. Having woken up and realized where he was and what had happened to him, the blonde rose from the bed without hesitation, while grimacing from the unpleasant sensations in his right hand, through which he had been passing chakra for a long time. I laid him on the bed and locked him in his own room. Having woken up and realized where he was and what had happened to him, the blonde rose from the bed without hesitation, while grimacing from the unpleasant sensations in his right hand, through which he had been passing chakra for a long time. Having collected all the scrolls in his backpack, he moved to the street and immediately moved again around the nearest turn, after which, according to the established pattern, he rushed away from the city. But this time he was heading not where his eyes were looking, but to the north of the kingdom. His next stop was the city of Magnolia. Since this city was quite close to the border with the snowy lands, Naruto decided to purchase everything he needed here. The blonde man slowly walked along Magnolia, looking from under the hood of his cloak at passers-by and from time to time, as if by chance, looking around. Having found the first suitable store, he began to buy up. First of all, the blonde purchased a warm and stable 3-person tent with heating capabilities. Then 2 sleeping bags, a comfortable cot. I didn't even spare money for additional floor covering in the tent, a special stove and 2 warm blankets. For clothes, he purchased several insulated fur jackets, warm pants with fleece, and equally insulated, high-quality shoes. Although he was accustomed to extreme caution and accuracy, he also understood that anything could happen, so he took everything in reserve. In terms of equipment, Naruto decided to limit himself to a small set of tools, such as a hammer, a mini pickaxe and stakes. He also acquired a rope ladder, a rope itself, and 3 sets of fishing tackle. The rest came from little things. Now it was the turn for food. Although Naruto planned to eat the meat of killed animals and had long dreamed of trying to fish, still, if you have extra money and the opportunity, why not buy enough normal food, and most importantly, drink? Based on these considerations, they purchased a lot of canned food and bread. Also, the blonde did not forget about fruits and vegetables. He also paid attention to fresh meat. From drinking, juices, green and black tea and, of course, booze. Last on his list were medications. Everything a shinobi like him might need on a long, difficult and dangerous journey. Naruto had foreseen everything, down to the smallest detail, and he simply could not help but take into account the danger of attack from the monsters that filled the sparsely populated and cold land where he was heading. Everything was purchased in very large quantities. He purchased food and medicine for about 6 months of food per average person. The blonde just fit these parameters. And considering that he is a shinobi and can go for several days without food, water or sleep, then this should have been enough for a very long time. It was very convenient that all this stuff could be perfectly stored in scrolls for sealing, without succumbing to rotting and souring. And most importantly, all this could be carried by one person. He collected money for all this stuff throughout the week, catching richer people and attacking empty trading carts. As a rule, this meant that they had already sold all their goods and were now traveling with full wallets. Then this should have been enough for a very long time. It was very convenient that all this stuff could be perfectly stored in scrolls for sealing, without succumbing to rotting and souring. And most importantly, all this could be carried by one person. He collected money for all this stuff throughout the week, catching richer people and attacking empty trading carts. As a rule, this meant that they had already sold all their goods and were now traveling with full wallets. Then this should have been enough for a very long time. It was very convenient that all this stuff could be perfectly stored in scrolls for sealing, without succumbing to rotting and souring. And most importantly, all this could be carried by one person. He collected money for all this stuff throughout the week, catching richer people and attacking empty trading carts. As a rule, this meant that they had already sold all their goods and were now traveling with full wallets. The shopping process took Naruto quite a long time. From morning until evening, when the sun was already setting below the horizon, faintly illuminating Magnolia, he wandered around the city in search of the things he needed. This was quite difficult, given that he was a wanted criminal, and he could be identified by a portrait drawing that one brothel worker provided to the government for a tidy sum. It so happened that she was not destined to become an artist, but she drew very well, and from her drawing one could identify a blonde man with blue eyes. Fortunately, there were not many posters with his image, so there was still a chance to remain undetected. Evening came. Naruto was walking towards the exit of the city with a rather bulky backpack on his back. There weren't that many people on the street anymore, but sometimes, from around different turns, other people's voices reached the blonde's ears. However, today was a busy day. With these thoughts the guy exhaled with relief. Now it's time to start all over again. I behaved frivolously for too long, and as a result I was hunted. I need to lay low for a certain time, gain strength and decide what I will do in the future. The blonde was suddenly visited by gloomy thoughts. What do I want? Exactly. Nothing. I don't want anything, or I just don't know yet what the meaning of my existence is. How absurd. A sad smile lit up his face. The guy remembered the words once spoken by his caretaker, "Perhaps you will love someone." For a moment, the image of that red-haired sorceress flashed in his thoughts. And what could that dream mean? The blonde walked automatically, so deep in his thoughts that he did not notice anything around him. Usually in such cases he was lucky and nothing happened, but this time, everything could result in serious trouble. It was getting dark. Weak, barely perceptible currents of wind walked through the streets of Magnolia. Naruto was approaching the outskirts of the only city from which he knew the shortest route to the north of the kingdom. However, the problem was that Magnolia was also home to one of the strongest guilds, and now Naruto's thoughtfulness was affecting his attention. He walked at a leisurely pace along one of the many alleys of the town and, thinking about what he wanted most now, he did not notice how he was being followed. Even during the day, the guild received a complaint from townspeople that a wanted criminal was calmly walking around the city. He was identified by one guy who was a frequent customer of the same establishments as Naruto himself. And by a fortunate coincidence, all the brothels already had a portrait of the blonde. Feeling enormous rage and anger, half of the men in the kingdom were simply jealous of the swindler with black envy. Of course, sleep with a dozen, if not more, women, and never pay the bills. And he always manages to escape unnoticed. Without thinking twice, the lover of entertainment reported it to the right place, and within an hour Fairy Tail was deciding what to do and how best to track down the scammer. Natsu, of course, was eager to search, arguing his desire by the fact that he had a keen sense of smell. Mostly though, he couldn't get over the fact that Elsa had lost to someone else. This hurt him very much. She is the one who can take out both him and Grey with one blow. So cool and strong. The peak that Dragneel strives for with all his might, dreaming of overcoming it. Silly. He did not even think that he could lose. The pink-haired man only thought that if he defeated the one who offended Elsa, then everyone would immediately recognize his strength and respect him. Elsa herself has trained a lot over the past time, and that loss was a huge incentive for her. She no longer wanted to fail tasks, and for this she worked hard on herself. But despite this, when she heard that the scammer was now in this city, she did not ask the master to give her a second chance to catch the blonde. The red-haired girl understood that she had not yet reached his level, and would not reach it soon, because she was simply sure that for unknown reasons he simply felt sorry for her. If she had been ordered, she would have gone on this mission, but there was no order. Old man Makarov decided that Natsu and Grey should remain under the supervision of Elsa, so that they would not decide to go to the aid of someone who would go to capture the villain, because, oddly enough, Grey, despite his composure and ability to reason quite sensibly, was not far from Natsu in his thoughts and desires regarding Naruto. As Makarov suspected, there was hardly a mage in the guild who could cope with someone who had defeated two A-class mages. Unless he himself or Ace Fairy Tail is the strongest mage of the guild, Guildarts Clive. He was just now in the city, after another S-class mission. That's what we decided. Guildarts was not only incredibly strong, but also quite a smart mage. His search abilities were average, but it helped that Naruto's chakra was well felt for wizards who knew how to determine the level of their opponent. The wall in front of Naruto suddenly collapsed, and a tall and broad-shouldered man emerged from the newly formed passage. At one glance at him, a smart person will immediately understand that it is better not to joke with him. He is 2 meters tall, a wide and pumped-up guy with a seasoned face. And the appearance of his shabby and torn cloak only proved that he was not one of the neat and clean intellectuals, but from the very fighting breed. However, she and Naruto were similar in clothing. I suggest you surrender in an amicable way. Guildart stopped in front of Naruto, otherwise I will have to cripple you. And you know, I don't like to hold back. Naruto, in turn, instantly woke up from his half-asleep and prepared for a serious fight. Where did he come from? The blonde realized with annoyance that he had screwed up again, and made a note to himself that since he came into this world, he had become very lazy and had forgotten a lot of what he was taught in the ANBU route and what he learned in the service of Orochimaru. Only one conclusion followed from this: if he gets out of it this time, he will definitely take care of himself. While he was thinking about all this, Guildarts was simply tired of standing and looking at his thoughtful face. But just as he was about to take action, the blonde standing in front of him simply fell apart. What the magician didn't even have time to think of anything when he was hit in the back with a kunai. Moving in a standard manner behind his opponent's back, Naruto, with a familiar movement of his hand, sent the weapon to a critical point in the spine. But instead of piercing the skin, the kunai simply cracked and crumbled in his hand. At the same time, Naruto himself felt a nagging pain in his forearm. What kind of strange magic is this? I can't even hit him. The blonde instantly jumped away from the magician who turned to face him. Where did he go? Flashed through Guildart's thoughts before he missed another powerful blow from his fist, engulfed in the element of lightning. A wave of electricity pressing through the body ran through the body, pressing on the organs, but it should be noted that Guildarts did not even wince from the attack, which could have knocked down many others on the spot. Immediately after this, another clone jumped out of the ground directly under the still discouraged mage and stabbed him with the same technique on his right leg. Naruto attacked the enemy with unprecedented fury, easily avoiding the sweeping and slow attacks of the strongest fairy tail mage. No, I can't fight even with half my strength in such a limited space, when there are civilians literally 20 meters away. Guildarts was already pretty tired of missing the lightning attacks of this blonde, which, moreover, were far from weak. There's only one way out, we need to lure him out into the open, the magician thought. Trying to block the blonde's next technique, that's where I'll deal with him. Having scrolled through the strategy of action in his head, the man nicknamed the Ace of Fairy Tale decided to take a desperate step. He allowed himself to be wounded by a strange blade that could lengthen at the owner's request. Kusanagi easily penetrated Gildarts's weakened defenses, and inflicted a wound much more severe than the magician expected. The blade pierced Gildart's right side near the liver. His cloak turned crimson, indicating heavy bleeding, due to which the outcome of the battle could be decided in favor of the blonde. After that, Ace Fairy Tale ran out of the city. The main thing is that he falls for it. The magician thought as he ran as fast as he could, while destroying everything under his feet. He's clearly planning something. I don't believe that his defenses weakened so suddenly and greatly. But in any case, no matter what he plans, the colorless poison with which the Kusanagi blade is saturated will not allow him to turn his idea into reality. And, it would be stupid of me to leave such a dangerous enemy alive. The best option would be to finish him off while he is seriously wounded and poisoned. While the blonde was jumping from slab to slab, which remained from the road, which was already at a considerable distance from the city, he managed to think through the further strategy of the battle, from which it was vital for him to emerge victorious. As long as he's in this condition, I have a chance. There is no need to use the chakra wings yet, I will save this surprise for later. Finally they moved away from the city to a fairly decent distance. What, hero, are you already exhausted? The criminal spoke in a cold, mocking and sarcastic tone. The magician only chuckled at this, smiling at his thoughts, and began to concentrate all the magical energy, which, if compared with chakra, he still had at least 10 times more than the blonde. What's the matter? What a strange feeling of cold. The magician looked at his wound, which he hastily tied up with the help of a torn piece of his cloak. The bleeding slowly subsided, but a strange coldness spread throughout the body. Poison, it didn't take Gildarts long to guess. So he not only uses strange techniques coupled with strange weapons, but also uses poison. In parallel with assessing his situation, the strongest magician Fairy Tale began to pump magic into his right side, minimizing the harmful effects of the unknown substance. Despite the rather large distance, everyone in the guild, and even Natsu and Gray, were able to feel a huge surge of magic. Apparently Gildarts had to fight seriously, thought Makarov, nevertheless, not at all doubting the victory of his subordinate. Well, you forced me to take you seriously. So discover the true power of Fairy Tale magicians. The ground around the two fighters began to tremble, and the power that emanated from the magician made the blonde feel uneasy, despite the fact that he practically did not feel magic. Can't be. His wound. It disappeared. Naruto was actually surprised, because he could have sworn that the cut was quite deep, and very painful. And, even for himself, the wounds from Kusanagi took at least 3 days to heal. And here it came as a big surprise. Did the magician somehow manage to create the appearance of injury, while in fact remaining unharmed? For a long time the blonde was not surprised. This feeling was replaced by a cold calculation that had been developed for years, and finally, as if he had woken up from a 6-month hibernation. What have I been doing all this time? How did this happen? I got carried away with this carefree life, and in the end I have what I have. Half the world is hunting me. Wonderful, he didn't have time to think about it, because he had to get away from a strange wave of energy, which still managed to slightly touch him, literally splitting his cloak into small particles and corroding a solid layer of skin on the blonde's shoulder. This was not the last surprise. The entire earth within a radius of 20 meters instantly collapsed, causing Naruto to instantly activate his trump card so as not to run into pure destruction magic. Damn it, if he's not injured, then I'd better leave. In the open he clearly has the advantage. How could I be so stupid? The guy's confidence in victory was rapidly leaving him, but nevertheless, he reasoned coldly and prudently. Now he did not think that defeat would cost him very dearly. He did not remember where he would like to be now instead of this battlefield. In fact, he didn't think about anything. He only coldly analyzed the enemy's abilities, comparing them with his own, and looked for the most suitable way out of the situation. He's extremely strong, much stronger than me physically, but I'm faster. Naruto dodged the sweeping blow. His reserves of magical energy are amazing in their volume, but his concentration is poor. A wave of destructive force passed literally centimeters from the blonde's body, and spending it in such quantities, it won't last long. Another spell did not have the desired effect. All of Gildart's attacks went down the drain, failing to achieve their goal. Thanks to this, I can compensate for the smaller amount of chakra with perfect control. And his strength comes from speed. Having finished drawing up a rough battle strategy, Naruto began to put together the seals for the techniques. Wind blades. Naruto said mentally, after which invisible air currents flew from his hands and, taking the form of crescents, headed towards Gildart's at high speed, aiming at his legs and torso. Without seeing the technique in the dark, and without hearing the name, the magician simply had no chance to defend himself. He was saved only by the fact that he no longer weakened his defenses and passed his magic through his entire body, which affected him in exactly the opposite way than on other people. She made his body much stronger and invulnerable, and also increased the speed of his movements and improved every sense in him. As I thought. You can't take it with ordinary techniques. Well, the silhouette of the blonde man, barely visible among the darkness and dust rising due to the scattered equipment, literally blurred before the magician's eyes. The next moment, the monster was already at arm's length. The sight of the second stage of the cursed seal did not leave the magician indifferent, and he hit it with all his strength, releasing as much magic into the blow as could be released at one time. Even though it all happened in a split second, Naruto easily dodged the blow. But he failed to escape unscathed. The amount of destructive energy was too great not to hit him badly. My arm is broken, and if I deactivate the seal, I won't be able to fight normally. Now Naruto realized that he had to run, otherwise he risked losing his freedom, if not his life, in this battle. Despite the fact that the shinobi developed an escape plan on the fly, literally in a couple of seconds, it turned out to be quite successful. Having caught the most opportune moment between Gildart's attacks and concentrated well, the blonde used a combined cloning and disguise technique. At the same time, he disguised himself as soon as the stone clone literally grew out of his body. From the outside it might seem like the effect of blurring the object, but due to the rising dust, the magician did not notice this substitution. Naruto moved 200 meters from the battlefield, leaving the clone to delay the enemy as much as possible, and rushed towards the northern mountains. Taking advantage of physical contact, the magician gathered all his strength together and performed the strongest contact technique he was capable of, absolute destruction at the molecular level. The technique is incredibly complex and too expensive to use, but very effective in situations like this. The clone was doused with a cloud of magic, after which he simply dissolved, leaving the magician stunned to watch the result of his actions. Gildart still couldn't believe his eyes, so he tried to sensibly assess the situation. A man had just died from his attack. But it wasn't so much that Naruto seemed to die, it was how exactly it happened. It can't be that he just dissolved. Something is clearly wrong here. Too easy. The magician could not decide on a conclusion, but the obvious could not be changed, the blonde disappeared. Whether he escaped or died, it is impossible to be 100% sure of one of the two possible outcomes. This is not good. I had to catch him and take him to prison. Be that as it may, you need to report everything to the master. The magician had neither the desire or the strength to pursue the blonde, the consequences of the battle were making themselves felt. Naruto sharply opened his eyes and immediately found branches hanging literally centimeters from his face. He was lying on his back in a small hole, hastily dug by hand, covered with branches and grass. Yesterday, on the verge of exhaustion due to a difficult battle, Naruto ran about 20 kilometers. Then, feeling that his strength was running out, he quickly smashed several branches of the nearest tree, found a secluded place, hidden as much as possible from prying eyes, and in partial transformation mode with one hand dug a kind of grave to hide in it. That's how the night went. Sleeping in such a confined space, practically without moving, was not difficult for the blonde. In addition, he used the sound barrier technique, which lets all sounds inside the couch, but does not let them out of the shelter. By using this technique in conjunction with his sensitive sleep skill, Naruto could remain alert throughout the night, and the risk of being caught off guard was reduced to a minimum. Having completely recovered from his drowsiness, Naruto wasted no time in assessing his situation. My left arm is broken. The scrolls with provisions were intact, but it was impossible to leave quietly. And one can only guess whether the big man believed in my death or not. In any case, my path lies far to the north. Taking advantage of the confusion of the magicians, I will sit low, gain strength and ensure that everyone forgets about me. Heh, sounds so easy. Climbing out of the shelter and looking around the area for the presence of people, Naruto sat down on the grass, which sparkled with drops of dew, and leaned his elbows on a boulder. With difficulty forming special seals, he activated a medical jutsu and began to heal the fracture. However, the nature of the fracture turned out to be such that it was clearly not going to heal in the next few weeks, even with a level of regeneration almost equal to that of a Jinchuriki. After fiddling with his broken arm for about 15 minutes, Naruto cancelled the technique. Well, now my arm at least doesn't ache from pain, and I no longer feel discomfort coupled with itching. But you will have to repeat the procedure at least 2 more times until complete recovery. The guy, still in a thoughtful state, broke off a suitable branch and made a garter for his arm from the remains of a t-shirt. After 2 days of travel, the blonde was already wandering through the snowy lands of the outskirts of the kingdom of Fiori. But it's still warmer here than I thought. Unbuttoning his jacket and hiding it in a scroll, Naruto activated his chakra wings and literally flew up to a small ledge in the rock. But there is only snow all around, and I have not yet met a single living creature. At this rate, I will quickly deplete my food supply. Having laid out the tent and laid out his sleeping bag, the guy determined the time offhand by the sun and went to explore the surroundings in search of prey. The ledge was isolated, and only an experienced climber could reach it, which Naruto did not observe here, so he did not worry about his things. I don't know anything about the animals here. Are they even here at all? The blonde had real reasons to doubt the presence of fauna, since in several days of being in these parts, he had not yet seen any birds or animals. This time he was lucky, one might say. Behind the ice ledge at the foot of the mountain was an unknown creature. It was huge, about the size of 3 elephants, and relatively harmless, as the shinobi determined, although it had a rather menacing appearance. Covered with thick white fur. This creature, to Naruto's surprise, was nibbling on flowers growing right in the middle of a snowy clearing. Considering the light color of the animal along with the snowy terrain, one could guess that an ordinary person might not notice such an animal at all and come across it closely, causing concern. And this was fraught with serious consequences, including the fate of being crushed, but not for magicians, and especially not for shinobi. This much meat will last me a long time. And you can make an excellent and warm home from wool. The guy clearly perked up, rejoicing at his luck. But first he had to catch this very luck by the tail, in the literal sense of the word. Without hesitating, Naruto, in order not to damage the creature's valuable but clearly flammable fur, decided to stun the animal with a lightning discharge combined with water. The snow under the shinobi's feet began to melt, turning into water and rising behind the blonde, forming into the likeness of a dragon's head as the blonde himself made seals. Water and lightning combined technique, sparkling dragon head. The guy mentally replayed in his head, as he was taught at Corn for the effect of surprise. By the way, using techniques without shouting their names was considered almost impossible. But en route, ANBU were trained using special methods that made it possible to achieve such a result. And this gave a huge advantage in battle. The technique instantly overtook its target, dousing the creature with a powerful column of electrified water. The beast began to convulse, trying with all its might to overcome this sudden attack. As a result, a thick layer of wool nevertheless saved its owner, extending his life, though only for a while. Intuitively sensing the danger emanating from a person located about 6 meters away, the monster, with bloodshot and furious eyes, rushed at its offender. Without thinking twice, Naruto cut through the stomach of the overgrown mammoth flying towards him with his blade, rolling under the body of the future dinner. After screaming for a few more seconds, the prey finally collapsed dead, almost crushing the blonde, who used the instantaneous movement jutsu just in time. Satisfied with the result, the shinobi was already thinking about ways to drag away his prey, when he suddenly felt danger approaching. Sensing the blood and the wild cry of the killed beast, a whole herd of gorilla-shaped monsters was approaching the place where Naruto was. Their huge bodies were 3 meters high and 1.5 meters wide at the shoulders. If we describe them in a nutshell, then the phrase, mountain of muscles, first came to mind. They were literally the embodiment of instant thought, frisky, fast and incredibly strong, albeit dull. Before Naruto had time to gather his thoughts, a flock of about 35 to 40 monsters surrounded him on all sides, closing a circle. The first of them fell from a lightning strike, the second and third were unlucky to be left without legs from the wind technique, 5 immediately drowned in the swamp that appeared. In 10 seconds, during which the techniques were replaced one after another, several gorillas were able to get close to the guy, as a result of which he had to cancel the next technique and dodge a huge boulder rushing towards him. Using a couple more successful techniques and dodging a couple of primitive attacks, Naruto neutralized 6 more. As a result, there were about 30 monsters left. It's better to use the mass destruction jutsu. The shinobi began to accumulate chakra for the final attack. Concentrating his strength to the utmost, the blonde made several seals, and a huge amount of water burst out of his mouth. Making sure that all the enemies were knee-deep in water, the young conqueror of snowy peaks flew into the air with the help of chakra wings and from there completed the technique with a lightning discharge. All the monsters fell to the ground and began to struggle in death convulsions. And suddenly these humanoids began to crumble, revealing dead human bodies. Now it's clear why there's not a single soul here. These monsters absorb people. Using them as energy for their lives, the former Jinchuriki felt nothing towards all these people. The cold in his soul did not allow him to even think about how the families of the victims could have suffered. He simply didn't care. Now he was in a dead land, where there was no place for compassion and pity, and the main goal was expressed in only one word: survival. For Naruto, surrounded by hundreds of deadly creatures and cut off from civilization, it was even difficult to determine where it was safer. Here, among the wild nature and unknown monsters, or in the kingdom, where he was hunted by both the dark and light sides. What he hoped to get away from overtook him here, and so suddenly. Now, standing among dozens of corpses, he finally fully realized what had been following him since his birth: loneliness. I am alone on a strange, unknown land, in a world alien to me. Among kilometers of snow and cold, alone with your greatest fear. 1. Alone again. Constant connections with different women are just an attempt not to be alone. Spending time with them distracted Naruto from this terrible feeling, but every time he woke up alone in a cold bed, he was again and again aware of the cruel reality: I am on my own. No one will take care of me but me. Do I need someone? Suddenly, the words he had once heard from a nurse appeared in his head: when you grow up, you will understand what I mean. Yes, Naruto whispered with only his lips. For a split second, the image of Erza appeared in his mind. Something inside him skipped a beat, but the guy didn't attach any importance to it. Like many times before, my goal is to survive. But is it enough for me to just live? No. I don't want to be afraid anymore. I don't want to look over my shoulder and sleep with my eyes open, afraid that I will be tracked. In order not to be afraid, you just need to become strong. The already dim light of the sun, whose rays barely made it through the clouds, began to fade, signaling the imminent approach of night. Having recovered from his gloomy thoughts, Naruto turned to his prey. The overgrown mammoth was still lying 20 meters from the guy. After thinking about how to take him away, the blonde came up with nothing better than creating a dozen shadow clones. Having reached the isolated ledge where he had left his things, Naruto lit a fire and decided to start processing the beast. With the help of the same clones, he separated the skin from the body in 2 hours and, having nailed it to an ice rock with kunai, went to bed. This time the young shinobi slept in a warm tent, and before going to bed he had the opportunity to think about his plans. I have time. And, perhaps, this is one of the few moments when I am glad that I was brought up in the corn. Not much, but the chapter is finished in terms of meaning. The next chapter promises to be, if not big, then at least not small. The morning greeted him rather unfriendly. A strong, freezing wind blew at night, and the tent in which Naruto slept, although insulated and well laid out, which saved it from a successful dive down the cliff, still had several small cracks. Having made their way through them, thin but swift currents of freezing air blew the guy well. The blonde woke up with a runny nose and a terribly sore head. The red, weathered eyes barely opened. The climate was truly terrible, even a shinobi hardened by hard training could simply get sick. Ea apchi. Taking a half-sitting position, Naruto automatically reached his wrist to his nose to wipe away the half-frozen snot. The beginning of his wanderings did not give reasons for enthusiasm. Even in an insulated tent it was little better than in the open air. Succumbing to weakness again, the fugitive flopped back into his sleeping bag, exhausted, and wrapped himself up tightly. The wind still continued to blow, worsening the condition of the young wanderer. No, that will not do. Staying motionless will only make my condition worse. Forcing himself to his feet, he quickly threw his jacket over his wool sweater and walked out of the tent. A strong frosty wind hit my face, forcing me to cover my eyes. After a couple of seconds, Naruto could hardly feel his face anymore. It's cold. The blonde squeezed out, chattering his teeth and releasing a stream of thick steam from his mouth. Ea apchi. It seemed to him that just a little more and he would spit out his brain through his nose. Deciding not to wait for this to happen, Naruto got to work. Having reached the place where the skin of the killed animal was being weathered, he discovered that another unpleasant surprise awaited him. The skin, under gusts of strong wind, fell off the kunai and flew away from the hill somewhere down. Considering the terrain and the color of the skin, it was impossible to find it by sight. I'm definitely lucky today. In addition to the growing headache and stuffy nose, there was a feeling of hunger. The guy headed back to the tent. As soon as I have breakfast, I need to leave here. Yesterday the weather was calm, and I did not take into account the fact that it is always windy on the rock ledges. We'll have to look for another place to stay for the night. Shinobi World. Country of Snow. The valley is 10 kilometers from the explosion site. The once continuous mountain range, covered with unmelting snow, was now divided by a 10-kilometer-wide gorge, the same place where an explosion of unimaginable power occurred about 6 months ago. On the edge of the cliff stood 4 shinobi in black cloaks with red accents in the form of clouds. How much longer? One of them asked in a slightly whistling voice. He did not look like an ordinary person, blue skin, unusually small, as if bulging, eyes. But the strangest things on his face were the gills, 3 on each cheek. They either narrowed or expanded as the shinobi showed his sharp, obviously specially ground, teeth. Offhand, he could be about 35 years old. The fact that this was a person, and not an unknown 2-legged creature, was convinced by the normal shape of the head, ears, nose and short, standing hair. He was very well built, tall, muscular, broad-shouldered. The hilt of a sword with a tip in the shape of a skull was visible from behind the collar of his cloak. "No, Kisame. A little more and he will appear," the one standing to his right answered him. He was a shinobi with the most ordinary appearance. At first glance, apart from his handsome face, nothing about him attracted too much attention: average height, average build and absolutely black eyes, matching his hair of the same color. He was clearly 15 years younger than the first. "Are you eager to get into battle as usual?" The third of the group asked him again, about the same build as Kisame, a middle-aged man with unusually colored eyes. What was strange in his eyes was that the whites, instead of the usual white, were red. The half-face mask did not allow him to be seen normally, completely hiding his mouth, cheeks and nose and leaving only the cold gaze of frightening eyes on view. The hidden look was completed by a bandana hiding the hair underneath. The last, fourth, shinobi only chuckled arrogantly, fixing his gaze on the sky, where a crow was flying at that time. Ash-gray combed-back hair, violet-tinged eyes and a self-confident, satisfied grin that almost never leaves his face. A three-bladed scythe completed the image of a maniac. All four had protectors of their villages, and this made it clear that they were shinobi. All protectors had different designs, but had one common detail: the symbols on them were identically crossed out with a horizontal stripe. An analogy could be drawn with the lives of these shinobi. Everyone has different destinies, differently lived lives and completely different interests: the desire to protect their village and what is left of the family, the desire to fulfill their mission, the thirst for money and the dull thirst for blood, but equally crossed out destinies, like protectors, in the name of different ways to achieve the same goal. Deep down they all wanted peace. Well, perhaps not everyone, and not that they wanted to, but at least their actions were aimed precisely at achieving this ultimate goal. Rough, evil, cruel, merciless, but taught by vast life experience and knowing life from a variety of angles. Some of them were born into a rich and famous clan of one of the strongest villages, while others were deprived of parents since childhood, living in a small unprotected village. Some spent their lives wandering, while others were buried alive for 50 years under a thick rocky layer. But they were all equally dedicated members of the same organization. Organizations of the strongest renegades of their villages, Akatsuki. All members of this gloomy organization pursued one ultimate goal: to turn the old world into dust in order to build a new, true world on its ruins. The leader of the organization believed that this was the only correct path to true peace: to force humanity to know pain in order to intimidate them, and force them to live quietly and peacefully for some time, at least out of a sense of fear, until generations later people forget the pain again. And so, in a vicious circle. Their silence was interrupted by the sound of space being torn apart. The sound was somewhere between tearing paper and scraping nails on metal. A bright unnatural light began to flood the valley, and at the epicenter of the radiation something dark was slowly condensing. Seeing this light show, the four jumped off the cliff and quickly headed towards its epicenter, not afraid of the unknown lurking behind the bright light. Within a minute they were standing 20 meters from a dark clot emitting an unnatural light. Gradually, this light went out, and at its epicenter the one whom the Akatsuki had been waiting for materialized, a man of advanced age, but, nevertheless, in excellent shape. The newcomer's undying Sharingan peered at one of the apostates. "Itachi," the old man groaned. His voice was quiet and very hoarse. He felt respect and pity at the same time. However, the pose that the shinobi who appeared out of nowhere took indicated that he was ready to go into battle at any moment: the position of his legs, his back slightly bent forward, tense muscles and a focused gaze. With all his being, the owner of the undying Sharingan radiated power, which, nevertheless, was so difficult to discern in him. "Akatsuki, they still tracked me, despite everything I did to hide from them. How did they manage to foresee my return? So this is the same nine-tailed Jinchuriki?" The masked shinobi casually asked, as if he was asking the cost of the kunai. He's not up to our most difficult prey, the guy with the scythe thought. Don't underestimate him, Haiden. This is your stupidest mistake. Itachi-san, you know him a little, so you should have at least a general idea of his fighting style? The blue-skinned shinobi asked his dark-haired partner in a low voice. They were far enough from the target to be able to repeat the initial battle strategy. Keep in mind, he is the former head of the ANBU route, and they were known for their quiet fighting, calculated to the smallest detail. This old man has control over his emotions, so don't expect hasty actions, despair, or any mistakes from him. He can't stand up to 4 of us, but he's quite capable of neutralizing at least one of us. Stay alert. The 2 who stood to Itachi's right suddenly took off, imitating a frontal attack. Thanks to the dojutsu, Danzo did not escape the fact that when sealing the seals, Kisame and Haiden's chakras did not move properly, as if they were attacking. So they are conducting a diversionary maneuver. The question is, for what purpose? The Jinchuriki did not move an inch, despite the deadly proximity of his enemies. Has he gone crazy? Why doesn't he move? It was impossible to kill the target, since Akatsuki needed the bijou inside this old man. Haiden swung his huge scythe, threatening to cut the still motionless Danzo in half. A swing, a blow, and the body of the former ANBU head literally exploded with scarlet chakra, seemingly mortally wounding the Akatsuki representative. Kisame acted more thoughtfully. He sent a water clone in his place, and he himself hid underground. The clone evaporated in a split second, and the original was already behind the intended location of the victim. Angrily glancing sideways at his own intestines lying a couple of meters away from him, the shinobi with a scythe rushed towards his partner, leaving the disguised old man to watch him in surprise. He was left without his insides. How can he even stay alive, let alone continue the fight? Truly, Akatsuki is full of surprises and surprises. Itachi watched this scene with no small amount of sarcasm. From the very beginning, he recognized a medium-power genjutsu in combination with a clone created from explosive and poisonous chakra. Despite successfully repelling the attack, Danzo lost this fight. He was surrounded, as required by the plan. The Uchiha sharply threw a kunai with an explosive seal at a seemingly empty place, but the next moment Danzo was forced to stop the illusory camouflage technique. A sweeping blow from behind was blocked at the last second by the wakizashi, which Danzo did not stop holding in his sleeve even while sleeping, apparently, not in vain. A retaliatory roundhouse kick and a backhanded kunai only deprived the old man of the lion's share of the chakra that had been successfully absorbed by the blue-skinned sword. It was stupid to engage in kenjutsu with him, Danzo concluded after analyzing the fight. He's strong, fast and, apparently, he's also not lazy about using his head. I should have known that your eyes would never be deceived by a technique based on genjutsu, which cannot be said about your comrades. Itachi, the head of Root, decided to play for time in the old-fashioned way, distracting his enemies with meaningless conversations. Standard mutual ploy. Everyone thinks that they are stalling for time, but in fact, some of them are only delaying the hour of their own death. Give up, you still have no chance of escaping from us, the Uchiha said in his usual, emotionless voice. In response to this, Danzo began to become covered in scarlet chakra, forming 2 tails. Taking off from his spot, he headed towards the enemy like red lightning. I'll deal with the tenacious bastard first. He doesn't look like a shinobi who thinks with his head, so let's see what it will be like for him to fight without it. A second, and the red blade cuts off the left arm of Haiden, who does not have time to react properly, at the elbow. An enthusiastic squeal filled the battlefield, making it clear that this was not a loss, but only pleasure for the masochist, from God. Strike back with a scythe. Danzo did not expect that this massive weapon could fire while being controlled by a thick rope, and he paid for it. Abruptly and casually, which is not befitting an old man with his appearance, Danzo jumped away from the ash-haired man exactly 5 meters and froze for a moment. Concentrate chakra around the wound, imagine how it is rapidly healing, and now there is no trace left of the deep cut. What is he doing? Thought the old man, watching his opponent lick the blood from the tip of the blade, while changing the normal body color to black and white. No matter what, he must not finish this technique. The eternal competitor of the third was rapidly rushing towards Haydn, who, in turn, had already finished creating a bloody symbol on the ground. Everything was decided in a matter of seconds. There was nothing left before the ash-haired man's seemingly suicidal action, and, most likely, if the wounds he received had not hampered him, he would have completed it. A couple of moments separated the technique from completion, when a red chakra blade cut off his head. A multi-story checkmate was immediately heard, which the head of Root ignored, choosing the next opponent. The next moment, he had to use a substitution jutsu, avoiding the slashing blow of a huge sword carelessly wrapped in bandages. Synchronously with the clap of a cut log, a powerful stream of fire was directed at the blue-skinned man's back, too quickly and imperceptibly for the swordsman to completely escape the line of attack. Kisame was saved only by Samahata, who partially absorbed the Jinchuriki's attack. Itachi and the last of the 4 Bijou hunters were still standing motionless, waiting their turn. Kakuzu. Please help. Why are you standing rooted to the spot? Hurry, sew me back to my body. I must take revenge on this old man. Contemptuous silence on the part of the partner. Hey! Are you deaf? Damn your leg. This crazy fanatic. I'm always amazed at how his speech changes when he finds himself in a disadvantaged position and he needs my help. The half-masked shinobi remained icy calm, even without looking towards his headless partner. Although even with a head on his shoulders, he doesn't act any smarter. And now Haydn gave the enemy one of Kakuzu's abilities, the ability to somehow quickly and effectively sew limbs together. I can't defeat 4. Most likely, you will have to run. But I can't miss the chance to weaken my worst enemies. It was decided, I will use the movement technique only when I destroy at least one of them. The fanatic doesn't count. If you don't finish him off, then I think this silent one will patch him up, which doesn't suit me at all. Before Danzo had time to calculate his further moves, hands, guided by black threads, burst out of the ground behind him. Based on what the old shinobi knew about Akatsuki fighters, and comparing this with the knowledge he had just acquired and his observations, he easily guessed whose attack it was. The limbs clung tightly to his legs, not allowing him to move from his place. But it was not for nothing that the head of the secret ANBU unit was so thirsty for the power that he finally acquired and mastered quite well during the time he spent in the parallel world. The old man's body temperature rose rapidly. Ultimately, Kakuzu was forced to let him go, otherwise he would risk losing his ability to make seals, leaving him without arms. Be careful. His body temperature is unimaginably high, Akatsuki said dispassionately, hiding his face behind a half-mask. Most likely, the influence of the demon sealed inside him, Itachi answered in the same tone. It does not matter. I have completed my initial task. Now I can get involved in the battle and get it over with as quickly as possible. You're right, there's no point in delaying. Kisame, let's begin. No one paid attention to the blissful swearing coming from the ashen-haired man. At this moment, the Jinchuriki's instincts literally screamed to him that he was in great danger. Kisame and Kakuzu. They are approximately equal in strength, but have completely different abilities. Based on this, the Blood Mist Swordsman will be an easier opponent for me. Enemies quickly rushed towards him from all sides. Futon. Sueton. Danzo mentally grinned, it won't work. Amati. No. Instant teleport technique. What the? The Jinchuriki was confused. His technique didn't work, and he didn't have enough time to defend against the triple attack. Obeying the desperate will of its owner, the demonic chakra literally in a split second managed to cover the old man's body with a dense layer, mixing with the blood of its owner. From the outside it might seem that the shinobi was simply torn off, but the blood somehow did not splash out, remaining within the conventional shell. The Sharingan, fueled by demonic chakra, looked somewhat different. The blood vessels in the eyes burst from such tension, filling the entire white with blood, and red pupils with 3 tomo around them completed the picture of a solid red eye. This was not limited to modifications alone. The power of the dojutsu, powered by the chakra of the one it could subjugate, was commensurate with the power of the most gifted of the true bearers of the Sharingan. A lightning-fast reaction, predicted movements, and an explosion of poisonous chakra were able to stop the joint attack of the Akatsuki fighters. But this did not help against Itachi's technique. Even Jayashin's servant became silent, watching this fascinating spectacle out of the corner of his eye. The black flame of Amaterasu burned red chakra, which is why Danzo's condition worsened with every second. His chakra levels plummeted, and a searing pain brought him to his knees. But his gaze inextricably followed Itachi. The Jinchuriki was still trying with his last strength to perform the instant teleport technique. "It won't work, Danzo, you don't even have to try. A special barrier has been placed around us, within a radius of 1 kilometer, and those who have a special mark on them will not be able to use any of the known spatial jutsu." So that's what that attack was for. The old man found it difficult to think. Trap, of the great 7 swordsmen, with his last breath, the Jinchuriki managed to mutter a few more words. "You guessed it," Kisame grinned caustically. Finally, Naruto finished his 4th can of canned food and a large piece of fried meat, eating it all with almost a whole loaf of white bread and washing it down with a mug of freshly brewed, hot green tea. The young alien had already felt that he began to consume much more food than before. A year ago, in his world, he was accustomed to stay on one dry ration for at least 3 days, and in extreme conditions, all 5. Maybe I'm just growing and my body requires more energy? That's exactly what happened. Over the past couple of months, from a 65-kilogram wiry teenager of average build, he had gained a fair amount of weight to 80 kilograms and, oddly enough, he paid almost no attention to it. This rapid increase in weight was due to the abrupt cessation of his sexual activity in addition to an expensive lifestyle that included regularly eating to his heart's content wherever he got the chance. And in conclusion, prolonged idleness. The guy now looked far from attractive, and he understood this perfectly well. For some reason it was at these moments that he remembered his last failure. After that incident, he never dared to have any more promiscuous one-night stands. But at this air temperature he was almost not tormented by thirst. After breakfast, he, as expected, took an antipyretic tablet. It's time to move out. Naruto already felt that the slight cold had almost subsided. Tomorrow he will be healthy. However, his injured arm will take at least a few more days to heal. Naruto sealed the food and left the tent. Then he laid out several scrolls in a certain order in front of the entrance and, releasing chakra through them, began to seal the tent in the form in which it was, without collapsing. "It works even better than I expected," the shinobi chuckled contentedly, watching the result of long experiments with sealing scrolls. "With a little more practice, I won't have to seal each item separately." There were many advantages to this, but there was also one disadvantage. By losing one small scroll, the blonde risked losing the contents of all the others. So he carefully packed them into his backpack, checking several times to make sure none of them fell out along the way. Having descended, he began to look for the skin that had flown away during the night. Having spent another hour on this and finally finding her, he moved towards a mountain range that was about 300 kilometers to the north. The path was not easy. All the way the blonde kept sniffling and squinting from the snow flying into his eyes. The snowstorm caught him literally 20 minutes after he left the shelter. As luck would have it, in those 20 minutes, using his chakra wings, he managed to fly 25 to 30 kilometers, so he could no longer return. One could only hope that nature would soon take pity on him and retreat. This seemingly ordinary situation made the young man think. Wandering through the impenetrable curtain of snow, he thought that no matter how strong a magician or shinobi is, he is insignificant against the forces of nature. Interesting, the guy wrapped his cloak tighter. All the way he was turning over in his head a plan of action for the next 3 years. The picture was not very rosy: training, training, training. Without a decent teacher, I have little chance of becoming truly strong in such a short period of time. But on the other hand, I have undeniable advantages in the form of the Hokage scroll and the necessary knowledge base in the field of chakra, anatomy, and human biology. This was not the first time the guy was grateful to his overseers for his ruined childhood. It took Naruto 3 days to reach the mountain range. During this time, the storm did not recede for a second, so he had to go without sleep or food. The only thing that saved me was catching snowflakes with my mouth, thus providing a far from adequate drink. Having reached the foot of the first mountain, the guy collapsed exhaustedly onto the rock, taking cover under a narrow ledge and instantly passing out. He woke up unexpectedly quickly, in just 3 minutes. The reason for this was unimaginable hunger. As if obeying his incessantly growling stomach, the guy mechanically took out the first scroll he came across from his backpack. Fortunately, it was a scroll with bread and sausage. Having swallowed a quarter of the stick and eaten it with carelessly torn pieces of bread, without even drinking it, the blonde passed out again, this time until the morning. In Magnolia, meanwhile, all the guild members were thinking about what had happened. And then he just disappeared into my attack. Guildarts recounted the fight for the 100th time and tiredly rubbed his temples. Over the past few days, the master and all the members of Fairy Tail just got tired of asking him about the same thing. Almost everything. Most of all, he was annoyed by the restless Natsu, with such childish admiration listening to the heroic deeds of his idol and dreaming that someday he would deal with the offenders of his friends in the same way. The only one who didn't care about this special matter was Erza. She only participated in the reasoning and put forward her guesses, but never approached Guildarts with a request to tell him in more detail. Still, I didn't feel a jump in energy, as with any movement, which means it didn't exist as such. "Do you want to say that you still killed him?" Makarov asked again. "He shook me pretty hard, and you know that I can't control myself well," the man said, smiling guiltily and carefreely scratching the back of his head. "I may well have, and probably even overdid it, with the last attack, but I've never killed an opponent this way before, so." "I see. Everything points to the fact that he is dead. In any case, we must be on our guard. In the meantime, I will report this news to the authorities." No one from the guild was truly happy about what happened. They never accepted orders for murder. This was generally prohibited by the government. And here a man died only because of petty fraud. Add to this Erza's stories that he did not harm her, and it turns out that he did not deserve to die at all. Another morning. One of many others, just as quiet and cold. A month of Naruto's wanderings has already passed, during which he practically has not yet had time to start training. At this stage, he was trying to get as far away from civilization as possible, for obvious reasons, and was thinking about what he would do in the next 3 years. Monotony, boredom and loneliness. This is how the young shinobi felt, being among hundreds of kilometers of white snow, mountains and thousands of bloodthirsty inhabitants of these lands. Actually, the latter were exercise and food for him. On the other hand, he felt the silence, peace and purity of his thoughts. There was no cruelty, indifference, or hatred around that the shinobi was so accustomed to. Just him and his thoughts. His little inner world. Sometimes Naruto had bouts of loneliness and detachment, but most of the time he enjoyed the journey. The blonde stopped at the edge of the forest. Internally, he had already decided that this was the end point of his journey. There is no point in going further. All that remains is to choose, stay on the outskirts or wander deep into the forest, hoping to find a clearing? The open area is dangerous, but I can make the clearing myself. A stream of thick steam escaped from the fugitive's mouth, and an anticipatory smile appeared on his lips. Naruto was already imagining himself setting traps around his hideout. He spent another day searching for a suitable place. Having found one near the lake, the guy, using a couple of dozen wind blades, cut down all the spruce trees within a radius of 20 meters. It took another 3 days to build a small house, 5 by 5 meters. But the stone hut turned out to be strong, comfortably furnished inside, and most importantly, well protected from uninvited guests. Inside there was a stove designed to heat a tent, a makeshift bed, a shelf for things, a table and a chair. Naruto leveled the floor using the earth technique and covered it with a carpet from a tent, which was only enough to cover the middle of the room. Perfect. I can live here for 2.5 years without any problems, the blonde thought, looking appraisingly at his handiwork. It was this day that officially marked the beginning of Naruto's hermit life. So it went day after day, month after month, during which the training continued. No, not at all debilitating and destructive, but requiring perseverance and maximum concentration. Having spent a lot of time thinking while on the road, the guy realized that he would not be able to master the techniques of the greatest shinobi. The period was too short, the volume of chakra was far from matching the level of a Kage, although in power his semi-demonic chakra was second only to the chakra of a Jinchuriki in tailed mode. And most importantly, there were no such teachers as Danzo and Orochimaru, who, despite all their nastiness and ill will, possessed the most valuable knowledge and were excellent at hammering this knowledge into the most effective methods. In addition, replaying in his memory and analyzing all the serious battles that he had to go through, the mercenary came to the conclusion that brute force like Gildarts's would not bring him the desired result. You can't count on the volume of chakra and the number of S-rank techniques, so I'll go in a completely different direction. Plans can be made many moves ahead, but you can never be sure that everything will go exactly the way you wanted. Due to an unforeseen circumstance, Naruto spent 5 years in the mountains instead of the planned 3. No matter how much he wanted to, the guy couldn't invest in 2.5 years of study, so it took 4 long years. The traveler ate for slaughter, combining physical training with spiritual training, in other words, meditation, thereby increasing the volume of chakra and physical strength. These difficult workouts helped him take his mind off thoughts about girls, from desires and needs. When the training came to an end, all he could think about was, how can I quickly eat and fall asleep? And again it's morning. There is severe frost outside, the last of the prepared firewood is smoldering in the stove, and the remains of yesterday's dinner are lying on the floor. The blonde opened his dark blue eyes in one sharp movement and smoothly moved from a lying position to a sitting position. It was cold in the house, which the guy had long been accustomed to, having hardened his body with daily procedures. The blanket slowly slid off his shoulders, revealing a well-built body, covered in many places with small scars. Having gone out into the street in his shorts and dried himself with freshly fallen snow, like a warm shower, the hermit returned to the house. I poured myself some apple juice and had breakfast with the already boring salad. There's almost no food left, enough for another month at most, and even less to drink. During the time spent alone, in order not to get used to human speech, the guy often talked to himself and read out loud. And he managed to reread many useful books that he had prudently taken on a long journey. And this means that it's time to return to civilization. 3 weeks later Naruto was in Magnolia. The journey back took much less time, because this time the traveler knew where he was going, driven by the desire to quickly see the world, which he had already missed a little. All he could think about now were women. Such a sharp stop after failure and such a long abstinence. There was almost no trace of uncertainty left after the failure, and the guy was sure that having accumulated a lot of desire for such a long time, he would in no case repeat that terrible and shameful failure. As soon as I find the nearest stash, I'll shoot 3 at once. Thinking about this so enthusiastically, he still did not forget about the danger that awaited him in this city. Bitter experience did not allow him to repeat his mistakes. Finally, he found what he was looking for. A slightly plump woman of 30 to 35 years old with appetizing curves, the owner of the establishment, enthusiastically began introducing the blonde to the girls. Girls are just fire. Choose to suit every taste: blondes, brunettes, brown-haired women. There are those with big breasts and those with small breasts. Which ones do you like best? Meanwhile, each of the employees of the establishment was ready to pay for the blonde herself, just to drag him away for an hour or two into the next room. Hearing the question, the color red involuntarily appeared in Naruto's imagination. There were no red-haired girls. In general, oddly enough, in his entire life he had seen red hair only twice. The first time was in a photograph of a mother found during a search of her former home, and the second time it was Erza. A very beautiful and rare color, which has recently become his favorite. Such as, for a second, from a surge of desire, the guy almost attacked the owner of the establishment, but then made his choice. Punishment. It didn't take long to arrive. Again, being at the very peak of pleasure, ready to throw out all his desire at any moment, he felt that he was losing steam. It was as if all the desire suddenly flowed out of him, and then it became unpleasant. What is happening to me? Why? Sitting on the edge of a cliff, Naruto frantically tried to find an explanation for where his male strength had gone. The hands clasping his head trembled slightly, and despair was visible in his eyes. The young man didn't know what to do with this terrible reality. He couldn't find a place for himself, and the fact that he couldn't do anything about it drove him crazy. There was a desire to tear and throw, destroy and kill indiscriminately, just to throw out all the anger and despair that was eating him up from the inside. He didn't break down only thanks to his restraint, which saved him now more than ever. Vision of life in a wide variety of undertones and the ability to extremely concentrate attention on what he needed, perhaps, was his greatest strength. Naruto was not used to dividing everything into good and evil, grief and joy. There was always something that could distract him from depressing thoughts. Enough time has passed for people to forget about me, but you can't attract too much attention to yourself. You won't be able to hide a second time. He tried his best to distract himself with thoughts about the past. After sitting at the cliff for about another half hour, the shinobi slowly rose to his feet, and, looking around at the fairy tale city stretching out in front of him, he walked in the opposite direction. For the third day, Naruto did not remove the transformation technique, moving towards the capital of Fiori. The capital reminded him of Eren, only 3 times larger and richer. His target now was the Council of 10, sitting in the central building of the city. Having observed how a stately gray-haired man left a well-guarded building and disappeared around the corner, the intruder was not slow to turn the clone into this man and, under the pretext of "I forgot something important," sent him to penetrate the building. The 2 guards standing at the gate reacted instantly. 2 lightning bolts, sent by magic staffs in the hands of the soldiers, rushed towards the clone. Before he could understand where he had miscalculated, Naruto decided to play the role to the end. What does it mean? The copy of the shinobi shouted, portraying a mixture of surprise and anger on his face as convincingly as possible. The members of the royal guard just silently looked at each other, and, having radioed a signal that they needed help, continued the attack. The shinobi himself was already far from this place, taking advantage of the time given to him by the clone, who was already having difficulty holding back repeated attacks. As a result, 2 guards fried the uninvited guest without waiting for help. A very bad start. I underestimated the royal guard and paid for it. But how were they able to instantly identify the substitution? Shinobi instantly stopped his run when a young man appeared half a meter away from him. Gerard. What are you doing here? Naruto asked, trying not to show his surprise. Do we know each other? The magician broke into a strange half-smile. I would never believe that you could forget me, the blonde chuckled in response. It's me, Naruto. Of course, I have changed a little, but not so much that you wouldn't recognize me. The guy's voice sounded genuinely sincere and friendly, which was a rare phenomenon for him. The entire short dialogue resembled a mediocre performance by actors. Both interlocutors were cold and not talkative. I don't understand what you're talking about. My name is Seagrain. The blue-haired young man was annoyed, and the blonde man opposite him was at a loss. It doesn't look like you're joking, but it can't be true. What about Wendy? How is she? Which Wendy? What? Take it, are you carrying it? In restraint, the magician lost to the shinobi, and this ridiculous situation began to irritate him. What happened during my absence? Well, if you don't know me, then what do you need? Seagrain's face changed. Why did you try to infiltrate the Council of Ten? The magician immediately answered the question with a question. You're confusing me with someone. Having said this, Naruto tried to leave, but, not paying attention to the distracting clone, Seagrain moved towards the fleeing original, becoming the third surprise of the day for the blonde. He couldn't notice the substitution. There's something else going on here. Most likely the guards figured me out in the same way. How do you do it? You find me, because I disappeared completely unnoticed. You think so, but in fact, your cheap tricks can only fool D-rank magicians. He's lying. Obviously he is not going to give away his trump card. Heh, it was stupid of me to hope for that. You didn't answer my question. And you are on mine. Another duel of glances. Each of them was waiting for an attack from the other, but neither was going to do it. Seagrain had no need to attract attention, because he wanted this meeting to remain a secret for everyone, and for Naruto, in turn, it was also unprofitable to attract attention in the capital, full of police and royal guards, not to mention the 10 strongest magicians from the council. First you. Naruto wasn't going to give in. Let's just say I need something from you. What exactly? I know that you are the same petty thief who survived the battle with Gildarts. I need an ally like you. The magician's proposal greatly surprised the young man. Naruto didn't know whether to be happy or afraid. On the one hand, this is what he wanted to hear, but on the other hand, he did not believe in such luck. Where are you so sure that it was me? I just know. Don't expect unnecessary information from me that will help you in one way or another. Well, the last question. Naruto prepared to run away. What makes you think that I would agree? Just don't try to run. I can call all the Holy 10 here. You will never be able to cope with all of them. Naruto gasped. Is he one of the Council of 10? Okay, I agree to listen to your proposal. Gerard. Elsa, under the binding spell of her former friend, tried to shout to him. It is unclear why. Perhaps, out of mad love for him, she believed until the last that that light in the heart of this young man would be able to overcome demon possession. But in vain. Gerard only portrayed a repentant sufferer a few minutes ago, in order to lull Titania's attention and put snake shackles on her. And he succeeded. At that moment, Gerard's pseudo-twin appeared, merging with whom, the latter regained all his power. The hope that the beloved would come to his senses evaporated under the mad laughter of the possessed wizard. Anger at myself, tears welling up in my eyes, my own weakness. The crushing pain brought by the crystalline substance slowly consuming her body was like a gentle breeze compared to the pain that Elsa felt. Realizing that she was dying at the hands of her own lover. Before her eyes stood a 9-year-old boy with blue hair and a kind smile, holding out his hand to her. To her, a defenseless little girl in a tattered, dirty dress. For the first time in a long time, she stopped struggling, her desperate cries to Gerard became quieter, and then completely died down. She resigned herself. But according to the law of the genre, at the very last moment, literally a few seconds before the sorceress's body was completely absorbed by System B, Natsu appeared and saved her friend. Contrary to his expectations, all he saw in Elsa's eyes were tears and pain. Tears came only from her left eye, because she could not cry with her right, artificial one. That fire and struggle in her eyes no longer burned, but burned out. The always perfectly straight shoulders slumped, the body went limp, and in the arms of the dragon slayer there was a dejected girl. So unusually weak. Elsa is crying? This thought could not fit into the dull pink head of the always noisy teenager. It was as if. This simply could not be the impenetrably cool Elsa he knew. I promise, the girl looked up at him with a tear-stained gaze, I promise you that you will never cry again. In response to this, she just lowered her head, still trying to regain her sanity. You. She's crying because of you. She gives up. I don't want to see her like this, so I'll fight in her place. The Dragon Slayer shouted, breaking his voice, turning to the source of his friend's suffering. Gerard was now thinking about why his accomplice did not kill this brat. Where's Naruto? Was this noisy little fellow really able to defeat him? A flaw in the plan could have cost him 7 years of effort spent building this system, intended only for one-time use. The government was afraid to even think about what Gerard was going to do. Plans have changed somewhat, said the shinobi calmly, who appeared in the middle of the supposed battlefield, right between Natsu and Gerard. This guy. I have him somewhere, but that blonde guy died in a battle with Gildart 6 years ago. Like this? What do you mean change? Why is he still alive? What you? Take it, are you doing it? And how did you? Unlike you wizards, such subjugation magic does not affect me. Let's just say I'm not quite like you. These words dispelled the remaining doubts of the sorceress who was watching this scene. And this scar above his right eye, when Naruto, unable to contain himself, looked in her direction, Elsa managed to see him. It's definitely him. Voice, appearance, scar, and he is different from us. His sword was the first and the last to disobey my will, she was simply reasoning now, with no intention of doing anything. The red-haired girl was too exhausted. You shouldn't have told me the obvious. I understood this immediately, as soon as I felt you for the first time. Felt it despite the calm chakra? Are both those guards and Gildarts? Have I been a walking magnet for enemies this whole time? Consider this my gift to you before I die. Natsu tried unsuccessfully to cope with his feelings, watching the calm conversation between the two former accomplices with a lost look. Naruto, instead of trying to kill Natsu, had difficulty explaining to him the current situation, which the latter, fortunately, believed in. I don't intend to die in this You won't have time to escape. Cutting off the blonde mid-sentence, Gerard looked up at the clouds gathering over the fortress. Ephirian. Meanwhile, Elsa, remembering the danger threatening her friends, decided to put an end to this story. Having lost the love of her life, the hope that had been simmering in her chest for 7 long years was gone. She was completely desperate. But she could not watch the death of all her loved ones. It's better to die yourself. Naruto was the first to notice her absence. Natsu. Hurry up and find Elsa before she does something stupid in the heat of the moment. I'll deal with Gerard. Hey, that's not. Quicker. No time to argue, just run. Of the two of us, only you will be able to find her, and I swear if you don't, I won't hesitate to kill you. Having somehow calmed the storm in his soul, the best destruction specialist in Fairy Tail admitted that it was more important now to be near Elsa than to hit the scoundrel in the face. And what makes you think that, knowing everything about your abilities, I will allow you to get even one step closer to me? Why do you think you know anything about me? The shinobi wanted to quickly end this battle and hide. He didn't know the enemy's abilities, so he decided to probe him first and find his weak points. In the blink of an eye, the blonde's body dissolved without noise or visual effect, and a clone remained standing in the same place where he had just stood. A hand with a kunai firmly grasped in it materialized behind Gerard's back and was ready to plunge him into a critical point, when suddenly the victim jumped back at the last moment, shooting back with numerous golden-colored arrows. Meteor. The magician shouted the name of the technique, hoping to take the enemy by surprise with a sudden response, but to his surprise he discovered that the destruction seemed to pass through the blonde's body without touching him. How come it didn't even hurt? Gerard was surprised, because this was far from the weakest technique in his arsenal. His further actions made him greatly regret it. Gerard decided to fight Naruto hand-to-hand at, as it seemed to him, super fast speed, flying up to the shinobi and starting to shower him with blows. Fast, but I'm faster. The mercenary thought, passing the enemy's blows through himself, while attacking in response. Their hand-to-hand combat lasted only a few seconds before Gerard managed to realize that he was significantly losing to the blonde in close combat. How can this be? My blows pass through him, but at the same time his fists reach me despite any blocks. How do you do it? The magician became enraged, breaking the distance between them with a jump. The magician felt the shinobi's chakra well and noticed these small splashes in the area of the elbows and wrists during physical contact. I feel your energy, and in any case, I will soon understand the principle of its action. But you don't feel the difference between my physical state and the chakra spent on ordinary techniques. Out of nowhere, a kunai stabbed into the wizard's back. Show up. A clot of purple magic began to mix with Naruto's physical body, which made him feel uneasy. He returned to his normal state, otherwise he risked losing integrity, scattering into millions of molecules. 3 kunai flew at the blue-haired man. The wizard was the last one to get hit in the thigh. 7 stars. Big chariot. Almost without reacting to the injury, the magician responded by using one of his strongest techniques. The blonde's body began to blur, and a second later it disappeared completely. The attack again did not reach its target. You left me no choice, so die. The aura around Gerard changed from golden to dark. He crossed his arms above his head and a black ball began to thicken above him, clearly not carrying anything good for the blonde. At some point, Naruto noticed pure evil mixed with rage and confusion in the blue-haired man's eyes. Why didn't I notice this before? There's some kind of rubbish inside of him, obviously not influencing him in the best way. Now the shinobi had a choice, to save the possessed person or just kill him. The second option was easier, but on the other hand, Naruto was now sure that this was the Gerard he knew, but he was swallowed up by an unknown entity. What about Wendy then? Was she really killed? The thought that this could happen to those who once saved his life and made him understand what friendly relations and care are, pierced his consciousness like a rusty knife into his heart. It is impossible to understand whether this was anxiety for his loved ones, but he felt one thing for sure: it shouldn't be like this. The creature sitting inside the wizard noticed the enemy's changed gaze and became even more enraged. You won't succeed. Gerard yelled and directed a ball of darkness at him. Naruto decided to simply move out of the attack's path, but this time it wasn't so simple. The equipment followed him, developing serious speed. Then the former Jinchuriki did not have time to think of anything better than to apply the seal and turn into stone. The defense worked only half, taking away more strength from the shinobi than the entire battle. Gerard was beaten and stood unsteadily on his feet, not believing that he had been brought to such a state, while the mercenary was breathing heavily and holding his side. Everything around the battlefield was destroyed, by the way, only by Gerard's techniques. During the entire battle, there was not a single destructive attack from the shinobi, which also surprised the wizard, because all that he had seen before were destructive techniques and brute force, which in no way coincided with the quiet manner of fighting. The outcome of the battle had not yet been decided, and everything depended on the last blow. This numbness is very inappropriate, Naruto thought, grabbing his left side, right at the place where there was a small tattoo in the shape of 3 small stones. The damned seal acted more harshly every time, and if earlier the guy could stay in the second mode for up to an hour, now a few minutes cost him several hours of cooldown. The skin recovers very slowly after this technique. Soon the seal will become a real problem for me, and not an additional force. Concentrating all the chakra on healing the petrified area of skin, the shinobi took out the good old Kusanagi and slowly walked towards Gerard, who had fallen to his knees. "What is this? What is happening to me?" he asked quietly. "Consequences of my blows. The effect does not appear immediately, but your body will recover from them for at least 2 weeks." The hand with the sword was already raised above the blue-haired head, and at the last moment, instead of cutting off the loser's head, Naruto knocked him out with the hilt, hitting him on the back of the head. "I'll beat the crap out of you," he grunted, throwing the wizard's body on his shoulder and heading away from the collapsing tower. "Natsu, I have to do this. For you, for Gray, for everyone. I don't need life without you." These were Titania's last words before she was finally swallowed up by the tower. Ephirion reached System B in a few seconds. Natsu himself didn't understand how he ended up inside the magical vortex and found Elsa in it, but he did it. Everyone remained safe and sound, except for the two who fought. "That guy," the red-haired girl asked quietly when the whole team was on the way to the guild. "Naruto?" Natsu immediately picked it up. "Yes, a strange name, by the way," the instigator of the conversation continued casually. "So he stayed there to fight Gerard?" "Most likely, they didn't survive," the Dragon Slayer lamented. When Naruto regained consciousness, he was not immediately able to move. Very slowly and unevenly, sensation returned to his legs and arms, while the guy's head was thinking only a little better than he felt his body. "I think I'm alive. That's not bad," was the first coherent thought in his head. There was no pain, but the shinobi practically did not feel the body. Every time he tried to move a limb, the orders given by his brain were ignored, as if his body had been pumped full of morphine. But as feeling returned to the arms and legs, pain came along with it. A dull pain, as if hot metal had been applied to the bones, which made them unable to withstand and as if they were cracking from the inside. Naruto managed to sit down only after an hour. Swaying from weakness, he began to look with bleary eyes for his burden, because of which he could not escape in time from the explosion that destroyed the Tower of Paradise. Gerard was nowhere to be seen. "Come on. I'm sure I dropped it next to me before passing out." He couldn't just get up and leave. Suddenly the blonde noticed that he was angry, and this surprised him. He showed anger very rarely, realizing that this feeling makes warriors stupid and reckless, rushing headlong into the arms of death, so Naruto suppressed it in himself, replacing emotions with cold calculation. After some time, the young man tried to get to his feet, but they did not want to hold their master. Then he had no choice but to call on Kusanagi and lean on him like a cane. Fortunately, sensitivity had almost completely returned to his left hand, but the right was dangling as a useless piece of meat, leading the owner to disappointing thoughts. With this hand I protected myself from the blast wave, placing it petrified in front of my face. Was it really possible that the magic of the Ephirion could penetrate under the protection and damage it? One guy now clearly realized that his condition was lousy, and if he did not heal in the coming days, then may well die from chakra exhaustion. The problem was precisely that the treatment required the same chakra, a lot of chakra, which the blonde now almost did not feel in himself. And he had nowhere to wait for help in this unfamiliar place. Still slow to think, he walked several kilometers along the beach, and, having found a secluded place where people did not often go, he seemed to fall dead on the sand, instantly losing consciousness. The last thing he had time to think about was, either I restore my chakra supply and heal, or I die here. 3 days later he finally woke up. No one except a pair of crows found him or helped. The first thing Naruto felt as soon as he woke up was how something was tirelessly stabbing him right into the bleeding wound on his arm. As he moved, he heard a terrible croaking and was hit in the nose a couple of times by wings. Shinbai was lucky that the birds did not reach his head, otherwise it is likely that they would have dug a good hole there and the guy would not have woken up. The internal bleeding stopped. This was due to his superhuman endurance, which allowed him to survive. But the general condition was still terrible. His entire body was saturated with magical energy that was poisonous to him and, at the moment, was rapidly shortening his lifespan. The blonde knew enough about medicine to understand this. I'm in a completely unfamiliar place without food and water, and my damaged body won't even allow me to defend myself from robbers. The shinobi first began to think about the current situation and possible ways out of it. But what frightened him most was that his right hand, necessary for performing his main technique, was still dangling like a dead weight, and even the wound on his hand torn apart by the crows did not hurt at all, although it was clear that the muscles of the forearm were damaged. A deadlock situation from which there seems to be no way out, but there is always a way out, it's just that sometimes it doesn't suit us. I won't rush, I'll heal myself and go look for Wendy, she'll probably be able to help me with my arm. With such thoughts, the guy sat on the shore and slowly gained strength. He remembered the genin level test, when he was beaten and hungry and left to survive in freezing weather. Then he did not believe in himself, did not believe that he could survive. Feeling strong enough to get up and walk, Naruto did not hesitate. When he reached the town, it became a real problem for him to get food. There was no money, all my clothes were mutilated, and I barely had enough strength to stand on my feet, let alone fight. But the root fighters had always taught him that as long as a shinobi was conscious, he was dangerous, no matter how weak and beaten he looked. Grabbing a kunai with his only good hand, the blonde found the first sparsely populated alley and skillfully stabbed the first person he met in the liver. Quickly and quietly, without wasting time, the shinobi searched the man for money and, fortunately for himself, found a small bag of gold with the passerby. Then, at the fastest speed he was capable of in that state, he moved away from the slowly bleeding local resident. For another 3 days, the thief, who had died twice for this world, came to his senses. This time the condition did not fully stabilize. The healing chakra helped well, but the internal pain in the area of the cursed seal and his right hand could not be completely relieved, which meant that the guy would not be able to withstand even an average magician. A middle-aged man with a somewhat unusual appearance often sat in one of the local taverns. He seemed like an ordinary person, but against the backdrop of the overall picture he looked somehow gloomy, as if not alive. Pale skin, brown eyes and a strong build. The man was of average height and slightly plump in the abdominal area. He came to this pub almost every day and got drunk, each time leaving with a new passion, fascinated by the size of his wallet. Despite his seemingly carefree life, this man was very unhappy and lonely, as if he could not find his place and purpose in this world. "Oh, Jay. Are you as usual?" The bartender perked up when he saw that same man at the entrance. This client has regularly brought him a good income for several years, since he appeared in these parts. Where did he get so much money from, despite the fact that he obviously doesn't work anywhere, the bartender often wondered, but he never dared to ask. The main thing is that this money was spent in his establishment, and the rest is not so important. "Yes," the man said distantly, coming up and sitting down at the bar counter. "You're more sour than usual today, did something happen?" Oz asked. That's the bartender's name. A recent explosion that occurred a few kilometers from the coast. It could turn into big problems for us. Why did it happen? Stirring the explosive mixture, the bartender was perplexed. Radiation. What? Radiation. The magic of that spell still flies in the air and slowly but surely poisons all living organisms. Are you saying that we will all die? Over several years of communication, Oz realized that this man is very smart and his words should not be treated as an empty phrase, even if sometimes they sounded completely crazy. We won't die, but our lifespan may be shortened by a third. It's unknown how many years this crap will wear off, so it's better to get out of here before it's too late. And you propose to take everything and leave it like that? Dude, this is the best place on earth. Sun, sea, girls, what else does a simple young guy like me need to be happy? No, it's better to live an incomplete life here than to lose your home and go to God knows where. I was born here, grew up here, and will die here. What makes you think that I'm trying to persuade you to leave? The serious look in his brown eyes somewhat puzzled the boy. I intend to leave Mariana the Purple in the next 3 days. That's how. Oz was already counting his losses associated with the loss of his most valuable regular client, and simply an interesting interlocutor. I'll miss your drunken ravings about other worlds, the bartender tried to joke. This is not nonsense. Sighing sadly, Jay emptied the green liquid placed in front of him. Suddenly, he was very surprised by something, which Oz saw from the expression on his face and tense muscles. At that moment, a blond young man wearing a simple black t-shirt with long sleeves and wide black pants walked through the door. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary normal guy, but Jay immediately noticed the sweat on his forehead, slightly shaking legs and tense state. The young man was in a very bad state, but skillfully hid it. He sensed nothing but chakra in the blonde and he could swear that this guy was none other than a shinobi. I definitely have to find out who this guy is and where he came from, thought the man. Naruto, in turn, also felt chakra, which is why he entered this tavern. Determining which of the 5 visitors the power came from was quite simple. Naruto sat down at the counter next to Jay and began to rummage through his pockets in search of money, when suddenly the man sitting next to him said, "Oz, pour this guy the same as me." A few moments later, a glass with green liquid approached the blonde's left hand. A short glance at Jay, who in turn looked at him. "Jay," said the host. "Naruto," the guy answered. They simultaneously emptied their glasses. Everything was clear to both without words. "Thanks for the drink, Oz, I'll go." "Aren't you going to stay for a few more games?" The bartender was surprised. "See you," Jay said over his shoulder. Leaving the establishment. After sitting for a short time and drinking another glass of the drink he liked, Naruto also thanked the bartender and hastily disappeared. Finding Jay was not difficult. He was waiting for him near the entrance to the beach, which was located about 50 meters from the tavern. "So that means you're a shinobi too?" Jay started. "How did you get here?" Meanwhile, the blonde's emotional control was beginning to fail. He could not hide this look, full of hope and determination. He hoped that this man knew possible ways to return to their home world. "I was thrown here by an explosion that occurred at a secret base in the country of snow. Almost 6 years have passed by the time of this world." "So it's you." Jay was either happy or surprised. "You were at that base? So you're here because of that explosion too? Please tell me that you know how I can return." Somewhere deep down Naruto already knew the answer, and it was negative. After all, from the look of his interlocutor one could immediately tell that he was unhappy and the reason for this was obvious. And if he knew the way to return, he would have done it long ago in such a long time. But the guy simply did not want to accept this reality, desperately hoping to return to his world, even if he had no home there. "It's not so simple," his interlocutor answered. "We are here because of an incredible coincidence of circumstances. Such a coincidence happens once in a million. And it's not for nothing that traveling through worlds is considered science fiction. But that's exactly what that installation was intended for. And you obviously know something about her." "Actually, I took part in its development," Jay answered proudly. This phrase greatly inspired the young shinobi. "So why haven't you recreated it here in such a long time? I see that you are as unhappy here as I am. The atmosphere here is too rosy, it turns me inside out. And one more thing, aren't you angry at me? After all, it was because of me that the installation was destroyed and that explosion threw us into this country of pigheads. I was forced to work against my will, keeping my family under surveillance and threatening to kill them if I did not fulfill the customer's demands. Now it is likely that the customer is dead, like everyone else, and my family is not in danger. So I have you to thank. After all, I'm not a fool, and I understood perfectly well that after the structure was completely ready for work, they would simply kill me and the rest of the workers at that base. We knew too much. Naruto didn't know what to answer. Well, the most important thing. It is possible to recreate the design, but technology is nothing without energy. The magic here is similar to the spiritual energy of the body and is also contained in it. Unlike the art of shinobi, magicians use it without mixing it with physical energy, which in itself gives an initially weaker effect than using chakra. But you can't say that right away, the blonde chuckled, remembering the fight with Gildarts. When they reach a certain level of skill, Jay continued, responding to the blonde's remark, some can absorb magic from thin air. You see, the magic spent on spells does not disappear, but disintegrates and mixes with the air. Okay, I understood. How does this relate to our problem? The guy asked impatiently. So this is what I'm getting at. Our movement here required a supply of chakra that had been accumulating in that anomaly for 90 years. Where did that chakra come from? Even if we imagine that some anomaly could hold chakra outside the body of a shinobi, where did this chakra come from there? It's not really chakra, but rather natural energy. The man answered. I heard about a toad hermit who uses natural energy in battle, Naruto remembered. I think it was called senjutsu. Absolutely right. Now calculate how much magic will be needed in exchange for the natural energy of our world. Math has never been my strong point, the blonde answered. Okay, now I think you understand why I couldn't return back. Yes, Naruto answered a little dejectedly. It will be difficult. What do you mean, it will be difficult? Jay was surprised. Are you saying that you can steal all the magic of Fiori? Not all, but you can try. Is there a way to somehow store magic, and even in such volumes? All that comes to mind is to kidnap the magicians themselves, and not ordinary ones, but those who have an unimaginably large amount of magical energy. You mean dragon slayers? Having said this, Naruto remembered Natsu. Exactly. Too difficult. The blonde said dryly. Are there other ways? I need to think, but, most likely, there is no other way, Naruto's interlocutor drawled, already immersed in his thoughts. They sat for a little longer, then Jay invited his new acquaintance to spend the night with him. On the way to the man's small but well-equipped house, he and Naruto talked on distant topics. Both tried to get to know each other as closely as possible, because then they decided to stick together. Naruto told Jay almost everything about his travels in this world and shared some observations. The blonde simply had no reason to hide anything. In turn, Jay told him the secret of his comfortable existence. Everything turned out to be outrageously simple. Jay was a master of illusions, thanks to which he regularly won at the casino. Perhaps this was the first person with whom the young man could freely communicate without any bias or fear of being deceived. Jay was strangely endearing. For the next 2 days, Naruto's new acquaintance settled all his affairs, said goodbye to his friends and simply prepared for a long trip. At this time the young man was resting in his house and regaining his strength. The guy's chakra had been recovering abnormally slowly since the last battle, and after almost a week it still had not fully recovered. His insides hurt no less than the day after the explosion of the Tower of Paradise, but the pain had dulled and no longer caused Naruto the discomfort that it had before. At the same time, the circulation of healing chakra throughout the body no longer helped. If we add to all this the dead right hand, then it seemed that Naruto was not a 22-year-old guy hardened by hard training, a strong and skilled fighter, but a 90-year-old man with a broken arm and pneumonia. If I don't find Wendy soon, I'll probably rot from the inside because of the seal. Experiences also make themselves felt. The only experiment of this damned haru that does not cause me pain, oddly enough, is the Uchiha chakra implanted in the eyes. The wings are no longer useful. If I use them again I risk breaking my spine. Last time I managed to use the seal only twice, for several minutes each, and the reverse effect is too strong. I lost my arm, hopefully temporarily. The former Jinchuriki realized that in such a state it would be impossible to hunt the dragon slayers. All hope was in an old friend. And when did he manage to trust someone other than himself so much? This remained a mystery to the guy. Where are we going? Jay asked over dinner on the last day of their stay in Mariana. I need to find a friend. She is the only one I know and she is one of the dragon slayers. Her magic is air and she has ancient healing spells. Just what I needed to get back on my feet. Dragon Slayer you say, the blonde's fellow traveler thought. We won't involve her in our plans. As soon as I feel better, we will leave and leave her alone. The guy immediately cut him off in a firm and sharp tone that brooked no objections. As you say. So, despite all your bravado and mask of insensitivity and ruthlessness, you have moral principles? Jay grinned. Naruto remained silent, thinking about something of his own. The conversation did not last long, after which the newly made partners went to their rooms to prepare for the upcoming trip. Lying in bed, Naruto wondered how he could find Wendy. Where to start and in which direction to go. Come to think of it, he and Gerard were looking for a guild to join. Most likely, in 6 years they found one. The only sure way is to get a list of all the guilds and their magicians. Where can I find this information? Of course. In the building where the Council of 10 meets. It's probably well guarded, and I won't be able to get through the guards unnoticed. All that remains is to bribe someone or take advantage of Jay's illusion abilities. Bribery is risky. What if this rat decides to hand us over to the authorities for a reward? Then the second one. While thinking, the blonde didn't notice how he dozed off. In the morning, he told his partner about his thoughts, to which he nodded in agreement, continuing to sip his morning coffee. One got the feeling that the man who had sheltered the blonde for a while was not worried about anything. It's time to go. Jay looked at his house for the last time, mentally said goodbye to this part of his life and closed the door. We'll get to Toshi by swimming, from there by land transport straight to the capital, Naruto began, pointing his finger at a small dot on the map indicating one of the cities of Fiori. The plan is simple. I will watch for the office rat, grab him and bring him to the appointed place. Then you will take care of him, and after that I will take care of his successful return. There is something you should consider, Jay added. I'm listening. A genjutsu of such long duration and power to suppress a person's will and force him to do what we need, as you understand, is very difficult to use. I will need some time and our rat will need to be stolen from his house while he is sleeping, so that in the morning he will remember it as a dream. Otherwise, there is a risk that the illusion will not work or will dissipate ahead of time, and then we will have real problems. Instead of a person with information, the entire royal guard will come to us. I've never been an outstanding shinobi, but you're not a fighter at all. The outcome of the meeting with the soldiers is obvious. Everything will be done as you said. Naruto answered, looking into the distance at the endless sea. At that moment he remembered his trip to the land of snow, on that same ill-fated mission. If only he had known then what awaited him in those icy waters. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced the guy's left side, so strong that it forced him to sit up. The sensation lasted about 15 seconds, then the pain went from sharp to dull and aching. Naruto had already used healing chakra, which did a good job of softening the pain, but did not eliminate the cause of the pain. Seeing the guy in this state, Jay quickly ran up to him. What's happened? He asked in surprise. A reminder of my happy childhood. No feelings were heard in the young man's voice, as if these words were spoken by an inanimate person. The pain subsided after a few minutes, but along with it, the sensation of the skin itself in that area disappeared. Naruto lifted his shirt and saw that part of the skin was dead, covered with a gray, rough crust. He touched it, it was hard. And in the center of the dead area, a small tattoo in the form of 3 triangles could be seen. This was the cause of the recent pain and necrosis of the skin, Orochimaru's seal of submission, or, as its bearers used to call it, the cursed seal. The seal began to consume my body. From now on, it will only weaken me, and if I try to activate it, I will probably not be able to deactivate it and will remain in the same form. Things, Jay drawled. I heard about this mark, but even from the words of my partners, it does not cause such harm when used so rarely. I didn't tell you how I learned to turn my body into chakra. Printing helped me with this. I was able to completely master the power that she gave me, but to do this I had to spend most of my training at the 2nd level. So, now your main strength will no longer return. Jay was seriously worried about their common plans, which were impossible without the blonde and his abilities. In fact, their entire simple plan relied on the use of force. Fortunately, no. The seal helped me in training, I can already do without it, but if this rubbish is not urgently pulled out of me, then I don't think I have as much time left as I would like. We will find your friend, we will definitely find him. The man helped his partner get up and took him to the cabin, where he slept the rest of the way. Upon arrival at the designated city, the 2 shinobi armed themselves with everything they needed for their mission to capture classified information and immediately headed to the capital. These bloodhounds sense our chakra perfectly, so coming closer than 100 meters to the castle is dangerous. In addition, there are guards lurking around the city, but we have the element of surprise on our side. The council knows that not a single dark guild, much less a lone magician, would decide to venture into such a well-protected city. And the only one who decided to do this, that is, me, is considered dead. Again, the guy who had already been here shared all his observations with his partner, after which he laid out their further plan of action. Naruto had been monitoring the council building for the 6th day, sitting on the roof of an abandoned house and watching the entrance to the central castle through binoculars. He needed a man in a middle position in the government, a man with access to the archives. That is why it was necessary to study as much as possible about the workers, follow some of them and, relying only on intuition, understand which of them was a suitable target. Once again he observed a half-bald old man, dressed in a brown jacket and wearing a lens over his eye. This time it was necessary to act on this. If the old man is not the one he needs, then Jay will determine this and they will return him to where they kidnapped him from without any trace. Naruto moved closer so as not to lose sight of his target and began to follow the old man. There are still 3 hours before sunset, the guy counted, looking at the sun. I have time. Following the royal servant all the way to his home, Naruto waited until the last light went out in the large and beautifully decorated house. Stealing the target silently turned out to be easier than thought, even in the state the blonde was in. The last chakra went straight to the rented room, in which Jay had long ago completed all the necessary preparations to capture human consciousness for a whole day. You can rest. If everything goes smoothly, I'll be done in 2 hours. Jay informed. Then if you don't mind, I'll take a nap. By the way. Good job, the man smiled in a friendly manner, to which the blonde nodded and replied, I expect the same from you. 5 minutes later, the tired blonde was already dreaming, for the first time in a long time. He dreamed of how he and Gem found Wendy, who completely healed him, then found the source of the magic of this world and, with its help, returned to their home world. In the dream, everything seemed so simple, events flew by at the speed of light and he was truly happy, almost happy. But at one moment everything stopped, froze in motion, and he turned back. There was something left in the world of Fiori that pulled him back. All the joy disappeared in that moment and Naruto felt the familiar emptiness inside him. With a decisive and quick step, he headed back into the endless gray desert of his consciousness to understand what was holding him, what was preventing him from calmly returning home, where he actually had no home, and to where the promised battle with the Uchiha awaited him. At that moment, "It was a pity to wake you up, you fell asleep so soundly, but we need to take our rat back. I would do it myself, but I'm falling off my feet." The blonde, still not thinking well, after these words, saw the sweat and bags under his partner's eyes. Apparently, the technology took all of Jay's strength. Naruto silently stood up, trying to move away from the dream he had seen, picked up the old man on his shoulder and disappeared. He had almost no chakra left, and it was restored for at least several days, while consciousness left the exhausted body before the man could finish the thought. Jay collapsed straight onto the floor, sound asleep. The next morning, the partners watched the old man. On the way to work, he had to signal to the two that everything was going according to plan, and if he did not do this, then something had gone wrong and the two shinobi should have left the city as soon as possible. But everything went as expected. In the evening of the same day, two people were located near the northern border of the city. They stood on the side of the road and pretended to be enthusiastically talking about something. They both wore brown cloaks with hoods and long boots on their feet. From time to time they glanced towards the city. "It's time," Jay said, looking at the setting sun. "Went?" The blonde raised his eyebrows. They wandered along the road leading to the exit of the city. The old man, whose name they didn't even know, was going to overtake them any minute. At least everything went according to plan, Naruto thought out loud, running his only good hand along his left side. Last night, after he had brought the royal servant back, there was a second attack. The dead area had almost doubled in size and was now causing discomfort. But Naruto understood the reason for the slow recovery of the spell. Almost all of it was spent on containing the destructive energy that the seal contained, and as soon as Naruto spent his strength, this energy was released, gradually taking over his body. Here it is. Naruto was inspired when he saw a medium-sized case in the old man's hands. The latter's face was lost. The illusion gradually weakened and the person began to realize what he was doing, but still could not resist it. It seemed to him that he had not woken up since he went to bed for the last time, and now he firmly believed that he was dreaming all this. Grabbing the case, Jay immediately rushed forward, leaving Naruto to cover his tracks. "Well, old man, thank you, perhaps you saved my life." Taking him behind the thicket, Naruto grabbed him by the neck. A weak and barely intelligible mooing was heard. "In gratitude for this, I will not leave you to be torn to pieces by the angry council." A slight movement of the hand, a faint crunch, and at the moment when the limp body silently landed on the grass, the blonde was no longer nearby. "What is it? Did you find what I need?" The young man's patience was failing him, but there was an excuse, his life depended on it. "Yeah, almost. Here is all the information about registered guilds, and also information on several dark guilds, very interesting, by the way." When they were far enough away from the city, they stopped and began looking for Wendy's photograph among folders with different names. For each guild there was a separate folder with the name of the guild itself and the name of the master. Inside were a sheet with general characteristics of the guild, a list of merits and gross violations, as well as separate cards for each magician with a photograph and brief information about the wizard, such as full name, age, height, special features, rank and some known techniques. "I think I found it." After Jay said this, Naruto didn't believe it at first, then he became very worried, and when he saw the photo, his heart shrank. It was she, exactly the girl he was looking for. And he couldn't believe that everything happened so easily and quickly, without any special difficulties. Without waiting for his partner, the blonde snatched the card from his hands and began to read aloud. "Wendy Marvel, 12 years old, healing magic, Dragon Slayer. He is a member of the Blood of Kate Guild." The spells were not indicated, but the main thing was that the guild address was. She was in an abandoned village in the dark forest area. "And this little girl can cure you?" Naruto's partner was quite surprised to learn that the possible savior of his friend was only 12 years old. On the surface, she's not capable of anything, but in the short time that I knew her, it seemed to me that she had great potential. We are heading into the dark forest. The Fairy Tale Guild was noisy, however, as always. The building had recently been rebuilt after it was destroyed by Gezel. Natsu's team had already regained strength after their last campaign. Life in Fairy Tale was in full swing again. Natsu and Gray were squabbling again, Kana was getting drunk, Mira didn't have time to give everyone a smile, and Elsa, as always, sat with a sullen expression and was thinking intensely about something. She was sorry to leave her childhood friends, but it was their choice to travel the world instead of becoming members of the guild. They have become powerful magicians, there is no need to worry about them. With these thoughts, Titania desperately distracted herself from reasoning about Gerard. The chances of surviving such an explosion are 0, but, nevertheless, she succeeded. I'm only alive thanks to Natsu, and who could help him? There was that strange guy, his accomplice, but it seems that in the end they didn't share something. Just guesses. Soon everyone crowded around the diagram Ritas had drawn depicting the locations of the dark guilds. They were discussing one of them, called the Six Supplicants, at that moment when the small doors of the guild swung open and the master entered the building. Soon you will have to face them. That one started right away. The assembled wizards fell silent in bewilderment, and only Mira greeted Makarov. Master, what does this mean? Elsa started. At the last meeting, it became known that the Six Supplicants began active activities. We cannot turn a blind eye to this, so some people will have to deal with them. His voice was calm and stern. Makarov believed in his wizards and did not doubt them for a minute. And these, some people, will be us? Jubia raised her voice. No, this time the enemy is too strong. If we oppose them alone, the Sons of the Fatherland Alliance will take revenge only on us. Therefore, the old man paused, we entered into our own alliance. Those present were quite surprised by this statement. This was the first time in their memory. The union included 4 light guilds: Blue Pegasus, Lamia Serpent Scale, Kate's Blood and Fairy Tale. Each guild will send its best people to this task. The next day, Elsa, Natsu, Lucy, Happy and Gray, in their usual composition, went to the gathering place. Nothing unexpected happened along the way, so they quickly reached the mansion of Bob, the master of the Blue Pegasus. The mansion was a 2-story building with high ceilings. Despite the promising pink color on the outside, the inside of the mansion was the usual light colors. Representatives from the Pegasuses, consisting of Hibiki, Iva, Run, and Nanik, who appeared a little later, were already waiting for them in the mansion. There was a small skirmish between the teams, but it was stopped by the leader of the 3rd team from Lamia Scales, Jura the Steel Cliff, one of the 10 chosen magicians. So, representatives of 3 guilds are already assembled, we just have to wait for the 4th. The same Jura announced. I heard that there will be only 1 wizard from them. Nanik said this. There was silence for a second. What? Only 1? What kind of monster will appear now? Lucy was scared to imagine their future ally. Tension hung in the air, everyone held their breath in anticipation of the mysterious superpowerful magician. Natsu was already dreaming of a fight with him, beads of sweat appeared on Gray's forehead, even Titania lit up with interest, and then a little blue-haired girl runs into the door. She stumbled out of the blue and gracefully lay down on the floor. Under the shocked looks of those present, she rubbed her bruised forehead and gave those present a sweet and innocent smile. Sorry for being late, she squeaked pitifully, blushing slightly with discomfort, I'm Wendy. None of those present could squeeze out a word, and at that moment 2 more people entered the mansion. Both wore ankle-length gray cloaks and shallow hoods that half hid their faces. The sleeves of the cloaks were wide and long, completely hiding the arms. As for their appearance and age, judging by their chins and noses, which were not covered by hoods, they were a young guy and a man. Both are brunettes with rather rough faces. This is Raymond and Maple, the girl introduced her comrades. Her teammates stood on either side of her and introduced themselves. Raymond, the younger guy, quietly clarified in a polite, dry, and at the same time soft tone. Maple. For formality, he threw the second one, carefully studying his allies. Jura. Nanik and Elsa immediately felt strange differences in the strength of Wendy and her comrades, but unlike the first two, Elsa unmistakably recognized the chakra and became very wary. However, she did not rush at the shinobi, because she could have made a mistake, and prematurely inciting conflicts between the allied guilds was not at all in her plans. The sorceress decided to delay her actions a little, take a closer look, and if necessary, talk with one of them face to face. The rest took the trio for ordinary magicians. Well, since everyone is assembled, we can discuss the plan of action. Once again, the leader of Lamia Scales showed the initiative. Among all those present, Jura was clearly the most adequate and reasonable person, inspiring a feeling of deep respect for those around him. It was obvious that he was now the unofficial leader of the union. Nanik, as the most knowledgeable, began to lay out the essence of the mission. There are only 6 people asking, and there are 14 of us. However, the enemy is very strong, therefore, even with numerical superiority, it will not be easy for us to cope with them. Hibiki snapped his fingers and a screen and keyboard appeared in the air next to him, a spell called Archive. The screen began to show the faces and brief information about each of the members of the Dark Guild in turn. Have any of you heard about the Nirvana spell? Negative answers to Nanika's question were heard. Little is known about it. It is a destructive spell of incredible power, which the ancients sealed in the treasure forest. The 6 supplicants intend to find it and unseal it, so we must destroy them first. In addition, it is necessary, if possible, to find and destroy their stronghold. According to our information, he is nearby. How are you going to do this? Lucy was perplexed. Christina will help us. Eve proudly pointed out the window, where a huge combat deership was floating in the air. A few more minutes of discussion passed before Natsu couldn't stand it anymore and rushed ahead of everyone, knocking down the front door of Bob's mansion. The others began to be indignant, but rushed after the pink-haired one. Jura, Nanik and the trio from Krav Kate remained near the mansion. Raymond took his comrades by the hands and they disappeared, much to the surprise of the 2 remaining magicians. Jura and Nanik were left alone. Let's wait for them here. Jay's side relaxed. Wendy nodded in agreement, and Naruto silently lay down near the tree, reminiscing about recent memories. A week ago. Finding your little friend turned out to be surprisingly easy. There was only one village in the treasure forest, and it was relatively easy to get to. The small guild aroused a lot of suspicion among Naruto and Jay. At first glance, ordinary D and C class magicians and a strange master. But both partners, after an hour of visiting Wendy, noticed several oddities in the behavior of her friends. Jay tried 3 types of illusion dispelling techniques, to no avail. Then Naruto allegedly accidentally encountered one of them. The body was quite material. The painful shock also did not help any of them, but there was something patterned in the behavior of the mages of Kate's blood. Sometimes even repeated phrases, clashes over the same reasons, as if these were not people, but programmed machines. In the end, the partners gave up trying to solve this mystery. I met Gerard, but he behaved very strangely. He was called Seagrain and behaved completely differently. At the end, when we fought in the stronghold of Paradise, I noticed that some kind of entity had taken over his mind. This explains a lot, but I still don't understand why you broke up with him. Naruto finished his story. We traveled with him for a short time, after which he said that it would be too dangerous for me to continue staying with him, and he brought me here. He promised that he would return. The girl's voice trembled and became quieter. Naruto-san, you'll help save him, right? She looked at him with hope and incredible faith in her eyes. This look had an effect on Naruto, making him agree. At the same time he agreed because he also needed her help. Absolutely, but first I need you to heal me. The blonde took off his cloak and pulled off his thin jacket to show the sorceress what she would have to deal with. Horrible. The girl covered her mouth with her hands and, with a frightened look, continued to look at her mutilated hand, dead skin and serious wounds, judging by the suppuration received more than 2 weeks ago and still not healed. For a second she doubted her abilities. The blonde looked truly terrible. I'll try. Wendy was very unsure that she would succeed. In fact, she was not afraid of open wounds, but of the cursed seal. Even at their first meeting, after examining the shinobi, she was able to see everything that was done to him in the underground base of the root and this terrible seal. Naruto lay down on the bed and tried to relax. The little sorceress cast a sleep spell on him and began to cleanse Naruto's body of poison. Jay helped her in any way he could. Mostly he changed the water and towels, and along the way he was convinced by his partner's words that this girl had great potential. How is it going? After 3.5 hours of silence, the shinobi asked. Wendy looked very tired and exhausted. She sat on the floor next to the blonde's bed and dozed quietly. There were containers with black liquid and dirty towels around, but the patient himself looked little better than before the procedures began. The wounds on his torso had been cleared of pus, but had not healed at all. The dead skin had now turned gray, and only the scars on his arm had almost healed. Deciding not to disturb the little doctor, Jay quietly tidied up the room, prepared clean towels and left the room. Despite such a young age, she can do a lot. All she needs is warm water and towels. No knives, scalpels, tweezers, even medical shinobi always carry a set of tools with them, and she gets by with magic alone. This girl could be very useful in the future. Jay didn't know what to do with himself while his partner was undergoing treatment. It was unbearably boring in the village. The desire to unravel the mystery of the strange behavior of the local residents had long ago disappeared, and the crazy guild master simply infuriated him. This talking cat also suspected something all the time and tried to convict him of something. The man had no choice but to sleep in the shade of a tree. Sometimes Jay even wanted to be in the blonde's place, because he had not regained consciousness for several days. After 4 days, Wendy was completely exhausted. She couldn't help her friend anymore, but what had already been done was enough to significantly ease Naruto's suffering. In addition, he remained on bed rest for 2 more days, getting up only to relieve himself. Naruto spent his last day at the guild regaining his fighting form. To the delight of a completely bored Jay, they spent the entire day sparring. The Master of Illusion mastered the standard techniques of water-style taijutsu, which was taught to all genin and chunin in the Hidden Mist. Naruto, in turn, did not possess any special techniques and techniques of taijutsu. It was impossible to learn the famous styles left in the Hokage's scroll, because no matter how brilliant the mind and skills a warrior had, techniques of this level cannot be learned just by looking at paper and instructions. It would never replace a real teacher, and even the dozens of clones that Naruto deployed didn't really help him. But the guy knew very well standard taijutsu, designed for both attack and defense. He was taught this by the root Anbu and by Orochimaru personally. As expected, the young man won the vast majority of sparring matches. Although the muscles and chakra have stagnated, knowledge, reflexes and muscle memory have not gone away. Naruto lost only the first 3 fights, trying to recover after a long period of stagnation. "I'm glad that my thoughts about you were justified," the red-haired man said, wiping drops of sweat from his face. "You are so good. Thank you, with your help I can confidently go into battle again. I got back into shape as quickly as I lost it. So, all is not lost for our venture." Tired and happy that the day had finally not passed in mortal boredom, the man headed to the guild house to have dinner and fall asleep. Naruto spent that night on the street, saying that he needed to be alone with his thoughts, because while lying in bed, he couldn't think of anything else except getting out of it as quickly as possible. The next day, Wendy learned about the guild union, and specifically she was interested in the fact that the fire dragon Natsu would go on a mission. She couldn't lose the chance to meet someone like herself, so she went on this mission with Naruto and Jay. A strong explosion sounded in the distance, forcing the three allies to rise and rush in the opposite direction. The blonde once again moved everyone closer to the place where the battle had already broken out. There was a spacious clearing around, several large boulders and a forest behind the light magicians. Wendy remained under Jay's supervision, hiding with him behind one of the stones. Naruto moved behind another stone closer and began to observe the battle, figuring out the strength and principle of the enemy's techniques. It was problematic to watch 5 combatants at once, so clones were used. They disguised themselves as stones and crawled across the clearing, standing behind an inactive gray-haired man. Judging by the descriptions from Hibiki's archive, it was the head of the gang, Blaine. Naruto saw how easily the dark magicians beat up representatives of the allied guilds, and even Erza got it hard, which at one time amazed the guy with her strength. Now she was losing to her opponent. Naruto wanted to help her, to suddenly appear out of nowhere and give that guy in a tracksuit who was so proud of his speed a good kick. But these were just stupid thoughts. The guy couldn't even understand where they came from in his head, because he would never do such stupidity. Now it was much more important to obtain information about the enemy, and there would still be time to get even. The mission has just begun. Now it was much more important to obtain information about the enemy, and there would still be time to get even. The mission has just begun. Now it was much more important to obtain information about the enemy, and there would still be time to get even. The mission has just begun. But it was not destined to watch the battle for a long time. Literally 5 minutes passed before all the light magicians were treated like babies. At that moment when Erza was injured from the bite of a poisonous snake, the blonde's heart sank unpleasantly. He did not accept violence against women, and the red-haired swordswoman definitely had a crush on him. Even without paying attention to the beaten Lucy, he was seething because Erza couldn't hit her enemy. It seemed like just a second and he would rush to save her. The cold mind gradually gave in to. What is this? There was now a struggle going on inside the blonde. Neither he nor his clones could hardly see what was happening in front of them. All the gazes of the blue eyes were turned only in one direction. It wasn't difficult to guess which one. Do I really love her? Is this the same feeling? Well done, Naruto, you chose a very good time for reasoning. There was no more time left to think. About to destroy all enemies in one fell swoop, the head of the 6 heard a frightened cry from Wendy, whose mouth was immediately covered by Jay. It can't be. The magician froze in place, not continuing his spell. Wendy. Hey, why are you up, Blaine? Cobra didn't understand. Well, exactly, not paying attention to his comrade's question, the head of the Dark Guild confirmed his guess. Celestial Sorceress Wendy. The girl, hearing her nickname, was very frightened. What could this man need from her? Naruto finally snapped out of his thoughts upon hearing Blaine's last words. Tries to take her away. But why did he need it? Cure someone? The guy had already dispelled the clones, which were of little use, but was in no hurry to show up from cover. Without another word, a large man with a body painted with stripes sent a stream of dark green energy towards the girl. Jay covered her with his body, preparing to repel the attack, but this was not necessary. The clearing was quickly covered in thick fog and the dark magician had to cancel the spell. Visibility became almost zero, even partners standing 5 meters away were difficult to see. There was a dull sound of impact and the racer doubled over, unable to even scream in pain. Now his speed was useless since he didn't even see the enemy. The blonde chose Cobra as his next victim. The fog will not work against him, just like all my attempts to strike. You can, of course, act on instincts alone, but I won't be able to save Wendy that way. 2 copies of Shinobi appeared from silent whirlwinds and immediately took care of the temporarily weakened racer. A piercing scream and groans of pain were heard, to which the rest of the 5 immediately responded. All. Do you hear me? This bastard injured a racer and is going to take him hostage. Cobra established a mental connection with his partners. We are moving towards the source of the scream, the chief said in a deep voice. I see him, he's 2 hours away from you, Blaine. Hotai could ignore the fog with his heat vision. I'm already on my way, others, leave the fog area as quickly as possible. Move in my direction. Cobra and Angel remembered where Blaine stood, and, relying on photographic memory, followed the landmark indicated by Hotai. I hear the bastard. Angel, be careful, he's coming at you. While the white-haired sorceress called on the octopus for protection, everyone heard a faint bang followed by another scream. This time Cobra shouted, after which the mental connection was broken. How? The last one hissed, sending a huge snake to attack. At the last second, he managed to hear Naruto's thoughts, and only thanks to the realization that he was being fooled, he managed to avoid a ruptured eardrum. Bastard, he took advantage of my weakness, but, take it, how did he know? Now the red-haired man could not listen to the enemy's thoughts, however, he could still distinguish movements. I hear. The magician shouted, dodging a kunai trying to hit his side. A huge snake named Cubelius once again rushed at the guy, but this time, instead of trying in vain to bite, he blew out a stream of poisonous steam, dark burgundy in color. Naruto immediately held his breath, but felt a strong burning sensation in all exposed areas of his body. At that same second, with his peripheral vision, he caught the movement of the earth. A sharp jerk to the right, and the viscous earth under the influence of the hot spell flies past, but the spell did not end there. The ground under the shinobi's feet began to collapse, and he had no choice but to jump away from the epicenter of the attack. The burning made it difficult to think properly, and Naruto realized too late that he could see Cobra absorbing his own venom, although the fog should have blocked his view. Conclusion: the smoke bomb has dissipated, was done too late. A sharp and incredibly powerful stream of water hit me in the back, apparently causing the fog to disappear. There was a crunch of bones, followed by Blaine's spell. Dark play. The air began to shake, and streams of dark magic with shades of green came from the ground. 3 powerful techniques rushed at the former Jinchuriki at once. At that moment he realized that he was losing. These guys were seriously angry about the kidnapping of their comrade. Since it was impossible to concentrate properly now, the blonde had to make a seal to move. A dark cloud followed him. Naruto spat out blood that looked more like tar as he ran away from Blaine's spell. In the end, the magical energy quickly caught up with the guy and all the equipment was absorbed into his body, tearing vital organs from the inside. The shinobi gave a strangled cry from incredible pain. His torso was literally bursting with magic. Having managed to take a couple more desperate steps, the shinobi stumbled out of the blue and plowed through several meters. Dead? Hotai calmly asked. No, not yet. Cobra heard a faint heartbeat, which was soon to stop. But now, yes. An evil grin spread across the face of the magician in a white suit. The angel slowly approached the corpse, meticulously examined it, then kicked it for greater confidence. Hard, like stone. With him, we ourselves will find the racer, but for now, the angel stopped mid-sentence, her mouth open in bewilderment. The area around them was completely new, and there were no defeated mages from the allied guilds. When did he manage to take us away from the clearing with the fairies? Before the fog cleared, I heard that bastard cast a movement spell. Are you saying that he moved us along with him? Is that possible? He didn't even touch us. Kotai was at a loss. Blaine just chuckled smugly. We'll find out later. One way or another, Midnight remained there, unattended. They'll be lucky if he doesn't deign to wake up. What's next, boss? Asked Cobra. Shall we go look for the smart one? At that moment, one of the stripes on Blaine's face disappeared. This did not escape the gaze of his subordinates, and everyone knew what this meant. The racer was defeated and exhausted. If you want, take the corpse and take it to the shelter. Angel, since the driver is out of action, you will go after Gerard. Cobra, will you come with me? We need this girl at any cost. This is where the story ends.